What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, June 17th, 2024, and the Buck is out for one more day, the final day of Bucky's vacation. He will return to the show tomorrow. So in for the Buck this morning, you normally see and hear this guy from 10 to 11 as a part of Chaos Theory with Rodney Rodriguez, but he's nice enough to wake up a couple of hours earlier this morning and work a double shift. Our man Adam Wagner.
Hey.
What's up, Wags?
Feeling good, my brother. How are you?
Happy belated Father's Day to you, my friend.
Thank you, my dude. Thank you.
How was your day yesterday?
Good. Nice, relaxed day. Threw the open on the back burner, so we could just kind of chill and try and vibe out. But now I feel like I got two toddlers running around the damn house with these dogs now. So other than that, no, it was good. Had a little bit of a soiree, I guess. My father-in-law came over for a Chewy's dinner. We don't really cook that much anymore, man. We usually just go out and get some of the local cuisine here. But yeah, we had some Chewy's and about a nice little 2-hour stanza. That's about all I could take, and then let's enjoy the Sunday.
There you go. I think that's what a lot of fathers are looking for.
Yeah, that's.
Right?
I don't know. Mother's Day is different. You know what I mean? Like Mother's Day, you go all out. You know what I mean? Like Mother's Day starts the night before with prep. And then make sure breakfast is ready. Make sure breakfast is set. Katie did go get me breakfast. Like she surprised the shit out of me and went and got me breakfast. So
there you go.
Really cool. But yeah, usually you roll Mother's Day out with red carpet immediately from sun up to sundown, and then at the last minute you check in, Mom, you need any ice cream?
Yeah.
Mother's Day. It's usually just another day.
Right. Mother's Day feels like a bigger deal. And I think a lot of dads, this is a pretty hasty generalization, but Bucky talked about this last week, and I think there's some truth to it. A lot of dads just like, hey, leave me alone. Like, let me enjoy this day. Let me watch the final round of the U.S. Open. Call me. Tell me you love me. Tell me you care about me. But, let me just sit on my recliner, take 8 naps, watch golf, have a beer or 10. And that's my day. That's all I need, right?
Run to the store for me if I need it.
Exactly. Exactly. We'll get a meal, we'll hang out, but let me just have a day off, kind of, from being a dad. So glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, I guess you're lucky from the standpoint, you have one kid and he's self-sufficient being in high school, so you don't have to run around.
I don't know. That's self-sufficient.
I'm giving him too much credit.
No, I'm kidding. I kid. Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. It's where other people, but I don't know if you got the rule of 2, don't you cancel each other out? Like you guys got 4 or 5. How many's in your bit? How many's in your clan?
Bit. I love that. There's 4 of us total.
Yeah, so you guys have an even number. Ipso facto, cancel each other out.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Once you get past 2 kids, though, then you're playing a zone defense, right? If you have 2 kids and then you're a dual parent home, right? Then you're playing man-to-man defense. That's fine. You can handle that. But it's the 3rd kid, and then if you keep adding more, then it's we're outnumbered here.
One with a spy, make a robber happen. You got to throw all kinds of stuff up, man.
All sorts of terms.
Can't be having that.
Oh my gosh, no, it's a lot. But
dude, I got an ice bath for my birthday, like the portable ice bath thing. I guess these are challenges now. So Reed got me, and he I hate surprises. So he gave me a couple of hints for Father's Day for my present. I'm just like, dude, come on, you got to tell me. It's driving me nuts. And I'm not allowed to go on Amazon, so I got to sign out of the account. And usually I'm on Amazon every day, right? This dude, he's like, all right, it's a mental and physical challenge. Do you have the duration and fortitude to do it for 5 minutes? And I'm sitting here thinking, what the hell? And so the first thing that came to mind was, all right, maybe he got me a gym membership. Maybe, he said some things when we were on the boat, like, hey, Pops, man, you're turning into a full circle there. You might want to, you might want to get into the gym a little bit and start shaping up. No, so I thought maybe it was a gym membership or something like that, but no, it's a portable ice bath, bro. So we're gonna test it out today. We're gonna try it out on the break, see how it goes.
You got to do that during the show. We got to see what that's like.
We'll have to do a setup from outside, but yeah, we can make it happen.
Okay, I like that. Oh man,
Do the
yeah, you have to work out. I feel like for an ice bath to help you with anything, right?
He's like, it's supposed to shed the weight off of you. Like, just from jumping in ice water, it's going to shed weight off me. He goes, yeah, do the research, Dad.
Huh. All right, I'll
Whatever.
take his word for
I'm
it.
the one that graduated from UT. He can hardly graduate from Round Rock. So.
I was like, I feel like it's the dieting and the exercise that probably causes the weight
I'm
loss.
sure it's like a whole mixed bag with that thing. Diet, exercise,
Who knows?
restoration, all types of stuff.
All that stuff.
Anyways,
Well,
man, I had a great weekend. I hope
love to
everybody
hear
else
it.
had a great weekend. And yes, thank you for welcoming me on for the morning show. It's big shoes to fill for Bucky, but man, maybe I can make it drag in the garden. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like Bucky wears a size 5, so I don't think the shoes are that big to fill. For being honest, that guy's like
Actually,
5'2".
I think he is like a 7 or like he has said he's rather small footed.
That is tough. You know what they say about guys with small feet too.
Tuck it in their sock, my guy.
I don't think that's it.
No.
Oh man. Well, happy belated Father's Day to
Thank
all
you,
the
sir.
dads out there and to you as well, Wags. And I hope all of y'all had a great day. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. We are live all day long right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you like the video. If you are watching on YouTube, make sure you download that free Texas Sports Unfiltered app in the App Store or in Google Play if you haven't done so already. Plenty of sports, plenty of fun to get into between now and 10 o'clock. We'll start with the sports. And yeah, we alluded to the U.S. Open. Boy, what a day we had at Pinehurst #2. Hopefully, if you are a dad, you got some peace and quiet for at least the back 9 of yesterday's coverage on NBC. That was epic. It was kind of a 3-horse race for a little bit with Patrick Cantlay being involved, but then it sort of turned into Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy. And Wags, we were texting before the show. Rory has won 3 majors before, but it's been a decade since he's won a major. You got to go all the way back to 2014 since the last time Rory won one of these things. He had a 1-shot lead at 16, 3 holes to go, and he choked it away. He missed a 2.5-foot putt on 16 and ended up bogeying, and then he missed a 3-foot, 9-inch putt on 18 that would have forced a playoff. And instead, he bogeys that one and loses to Bryson DeChambeau by 1 shot. We'll talk about Bryson in a little bit. Obviously, he was great all weekend long. And that sand shot he hit on 18 to set up that 4-foot par putt for the win was magnificent. I mean, you talk about a shot of a lifetime. That's what it was for Bryson. But for Rory, man, to be
I've
that
hit a few of those, bro. I've hit a few of those.
You have not hit any of those.
I definitely have not.
No chance. I mean, from 58 yards out of the trap to get within 4 feet like that, dude, I could be 58 yards out on the fairway, and I'm not getting anywhere close to that. But to do it out of the sand.
Have you ever heard the old adage, what the actor Samuel L. Jackson said? If you can hit the ball and get it within 20 to 30 yards of where you're trying to hit it, you're pretty good at golf. These dudes hit it within, like you just said, I mean, 10 at sometimes 10 feet at some of their worst, right? Or 10 yards rather.
Yeah, they're disappointed. They're disappointed when they're 15, 20 feet away. And for any of us, it's like, oh, great shot. Like, hell, you're on the green. We're dancing.
What are you talking about? Did you see me hook that thing?
Right.
You don't know golf. Get out of here, scratch golfer.
Oh my gosh. Anytime I find the green, I'm happy. Even if it's from like 3 yards off the green. If it just stays on the green, we'll call that a win. But yeah, I mean, for Bryson, that was an amazing shot. But for Rory, Wags, he's right there. He's obviously been through a lot with it looked like he was about to get divorced, and then him and his wife called off the divorce. It's been tumultuous off the course. And he won a tournament a couple of weeks ago, but once again, trying to get back on top of the golf world with a major championship. He was right there, and he did just about everything right yesterday until those final 4 holes, 3 bogeys on the last 4 holes, and then obviously those 2 missed short putts. And we're not just talking short. I mean, we are talking
within 5 feet, less than 5 feet.
Yeah, so I saw this stat last night. I think Rory McIlroy was 466 for 466 on putts inside of 3 feet this season. Had not missed a putt of that distance all season long. Majors, regular tournaments, any event, any round. He had never missed a putt that short. And yeah, the pressure, I mean, I know those greens are tough. That course was damn near impossible.
Everybody was struggling on that yesterday, right? Or hell, day three was killing everybody.
Oh, the whole weekend. I mean, the conditions were tough, but that course with all the pine needles and just if you miss by a little there, it feels like you missed by a lot. So it was a tough course, but I think you're right in pointing to your head. Like, it's just the pressure of the moment, I think, got to Rory McIlroy, and that was
maybe
that.
just everything in his head. I mean, BK, $1 million. He missed two of those choke putts, right, from within 5 feet. Penalized him $1 million per stroke if you really think about it.
Yeah.
$2 million between first and second.
You're right. Yeah, I mean, obviously you get the trophy, but also you get $2 million more if you win versus finishing in second. So hey,
$1 million per stroke, bro.
Right. Yeah, look, 2.3 mil, not a bad weekend of work.
Do you think that's in his mind at all? No, because he was ahead.
I don't know. I mean, all of that stuff I'm sure plays a factor, and it happens, man. It happens. It's you're kind of out there on an island. You know, there's thousands of people in the gallery watching. You know, there's millions of people at home watching.
Everybody talking you.
Yeah, but it's still, you're on your own out there on the course, and things can get into your head, man. Like, I don't like to put myself in other people's shoes ever. I think that's a very dangerous thing to do. I sure as hell cannot put myself in the shoes of professional athletes, but shoot, even me, like if I'm having a great round and I've got a putt on 18, it's like, oh, if I sink this is going to be the best round of my life. I'm thinking, like, shit gets in my head, and it's a totally irrelevant round. And I'm like, like, I'm going to miss this now. I'm going to choke. I'm starting to get nervous, and my hands start shaking, and palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. All of a sudden I'm throwing up, mom spaghetti. And it's like all that gets in my head. So it's like, of course, all these thoughts are popping around these guys' heads when they're this close to accomplishing something of that magnitude. And yeah, I mean, Rory, once again, he was perfect on those putts this year. It's just the heat of the moment, as Asia says. It got to him.
The heat of the moment.
It got to him.
You are on fire today, my dude. On a Monday, coming out full like mid-season form here, my dude. Hey, let me ask you a question, because this is where let me pull a Rodney on you. Hey, let me ask you a question here.
Yeah.
All right. Is there a go-to, or do you think maybe there's go-tos that golfers have in their mind to kind of reset their mentality, to kind of take a step back, a song maybe to sing? Like for me, it's Rosanna. You know, I'm talking with a little Toto. We throw a little Toto out there. Do you have a reset switch when you feel the nerves and you do feel mom's spaghetti coming up? Do you have that when you take a 20?
Give me a 20 first, because I got some follow-up questions for you. So when does this song pop into your head? Like, when do you need this reset switch?
The song usually pops into my head. Usually I have like a song that's in my head right from the tee box, right? And then it might be a lyric, just random lyrics from all over that song that I'll just pop out, and it's usually coming through right after I hit in ball strike and right after I follow through with my swing. And I'll just, all I want to do every night and every minute is da-da-da. I don't even know the lyrics, but
are you singing when you're playing, or it's just all going in your head?
Like, it's like a release, a relief of an exhale. You know what I mean? It's like ready to exhale. You know what I'm talking about? Where you just kind of let it out, and you're just like, oh, finally, Rosanna. But yeah, normally it's Toto. But I guess that's my question. Do you have a song, or you have a mechanism to go to make that reset happen for you on the links?
I need one of those, dude. Maybe that's why I'm so bad
at vital. Golf. It's vital, like Bobby.
Yeah, I got to go with the Happy Gilmore bit. Just go to my happy place. You know, maybe that was Rory's problem. This happy place wasn't working yesterday down the stretch. I need one of those. I've never thought of that. Like, I don't take golf. I'm not good enough to take golf seriously. I also don't play enough to take it seriously.
You got custom clubs though, right?
No.
You took lessons though, right?
Yeah, I took a couple of lessons, and it's like,
I thought you had custom clubs too. So
no. I bought some like nice pre-owned clubs, but some pre-owned clubs probably 6 or 7 years ago.
That's right. That was why we didn't take our clubs to Costa Rica, is because, dude, we don't have custom clubs. There's no point.
Well, the reason we didn't take our clubs to Costa Rica was because of the bag apes.
That is true too. Yeah. That ties into it. I didn't want the bag
because of this. Like, we saw these bag apes throwing around these golf clubs on the tarmac. And I'm like, I'm not bringing my clubs
At
here.
least maybe even $2,000, dude.
I know. This is like a college. These were college kids. This was like a college golf team. This was their sets of clubs. So these are nice ass clubs that this guy is just chunking across the tarmac. It's like,
bending irons.
Yeah,
just bending irons.
I'm not doing that. But no, like I don't know. I need to play a lot
Rory
more.
probably tossed his bag a few times. I mean, second's not bad. 2.3 million, that's not bad. That's a nice take home, right? But again,
I'm not gonna get mad at Rory for this. I'm not like I can't, because I'm sure I would have done the same thing. But yeah, I mean, after his round, like he didn't meet with the press. Usually the runner up is nice enough to give a couple of seconds to Amanda or to whoever is the sort of on course reporter. I know NBC is different, but yeah, Rory went straight from the clubhouse after he saw Bryson make that putt on 18. He just walked to his car and left. And that's I'm sure some people will fault him and say, come on, like that's ridiculous. But dude,
he's usually a classy dude.
That hurt. Like that had to hurt. And once again, it's not like this guy won a major a year ago. Like he's been fighting for a decade to get back in position to do something like this, and he had it. Yep. And he let it. Like it's not like Bryson birdie down the stretch to where it's like, you just tip your cap. It's like, no, Rory choked. I mean, he missed 2 sub 4 foot putts in the last 3 holes with a chance to at least make a playoff, but also could have won the if he hits both of those, he wins the tournament outright. And anything Bryson did wouldn't have mattered. So it's tough, man.
Stroke. That's how I've been thinking about it, man. Just $1 million per stroke, dude.
Yeah, that makes it even worse. Shit, I'd be crying. I wouldn't want to talk to anybody if I had just lost $2 million on like 7 total feet of putts. Terrible. Here's Bryson DeChambeau, man. You talk like whoever Bryson DeChambeau's PR guy is, or whoever his PR team is, deserves a raise, because man, a few years ago, like Bryson DeChambeau was one of the most hated guys on the PGA Tour. Like he's been good for a while. Everyone's known his name for a while, but like, man, it just felt like people did not like him. And he said stuff that rubbed people the wrong way. And he acted a certain kind of childish, immature way that I think bothered some folk. And like, he has totally changed his image, not just because he's like winning stuff. That obviously helps, but like, man, he's like signing autographs. After he won, he was like running around the gallery with the trophy, like letting fans touch the trophy. I saw there was a special needs kid in a wheelchair, and Bryson in the middle of this round, like he's fighting for a major championship. He stops, like holds the guy's hand, signs his hat, and then goes to continue his round. Like, I don't know what caused.
Maybe that's why he won. Maybe he was loose with it.
Maybe so. Like, I don't know what caused the Bryson DeChambeau personality switch, but I'm glad it had he's an easy guy to root for now. And that was fun. 4 years ago when he won his last major, his only other major, a US Open back in 2020, like not a lot of people there, but it just felt like the golf world wasn't really pulling for him. I think yesterday, a lot of folks out there at Pinehurst were happy to see Bryson get the win.
Wasn't he? He was even beefing with Brooks Koepka back then too,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, he had some beefs. You're right. And obviously he went to live, which rubbed some folk the wrong way. But yeah, like it just kind of feels like his whole image has changed. And most of that's because of stuff that he's done. I don't know if it's a conscious effort or a subconscious effort, but like he has sort of restored his image. And, after his round yesterday, doing his post-round press conference, he talked about Rory. Here's Bryson.
Rory's one of the best to ever play. And being able to fight against a great like that is pretty special. For him to miss that putt, I'd never wished it on anybody. It just happened to play out that way, and he'll win multiple more major championships. There's no doubt, and I think that fire in him is going to continue to grow. And I have nothing but respect for how he plays the game of golf, because, to be honest, when he was climbing up the leaderboard and he was 2 ahead, I was like, uh-oh. But luckily, things went my way today.
So there you go. I mean, that's class right there.
Absolutely. But was he prompted about Rory's miss, or did he just throw that in there?
I think he was. Yeah, he was asked about Rory,
Okay.
like how to feel with Rory, and when he took the lead, and what was going through your mind as you saw the leaderboard, and that was the answer that he gave. So yeah, no, he was asked about Rory. He didn't just be like, this guy sucks.
Yeah, I was just like, oh, like I didn't know how, the lead up to it or anything like that. I thought he was just throwing I wouldn't wish that on anybody, man. I was gonna say, I thought he said everything fine except for bringing up Rory's shot. I would have just left it out, but since he was prompted for it, then yeah, man.
He got asked about it, yeah. But man, hell of a weekend. Like that's what you want in a major tournament. You want drama for all 72 holes, and we got that, man. It was fun.
So I'm calling my dad, right, like to wish him a happy Father's Day. He goes, hey, how about this Spieth guy, huh? All you Texas guys are supposed to have good golfers. He's 2 over. I said, great. Dad, everybody's almost 2 over. I mean, look at the course. Not many people are beating the course's ass. It looks like the course is winning. He goes,
yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm like, yeah, let's go back to watching football and eating a hoagie, buddy.
Oh man, yeah. There were only 8 golfers.
I told you he looks like Ralph Friedgen, didn't I?
You did. It's hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, big Ralph Friedgen, right? That's
Friedgen's legions.
Yeah, there were only 8 golfers who finished under par for the tournament. Like it was tough. It was tough. You compare that to the Masters, you compare that to the PGA, just some of the other big tournaments we've had this year. I mean, this course was taking people's lunch money. And like, oh my God, I'm trying to think what I would shot like a 170 if I played this course, I think. Like the false fronts, the sloped greens. I mean, it's insane how tough this was. And I love tournaments like this, right? Like I like the balance. Sometimes I love seeing guys dominate and putting up ridiculous numbers. Like that's fun. It's just, we get to see how great these golfers truly are. But I also love when they're challenged. I love when they get frustrated because that makes me feel like them a little bit. And I saw Scotty Scheffler. Scotty Scheffler was terrible this weekend. Like I saw him like club throw.
Adam Scott. Adam Scott was like +10.
Yeah, like a lot of these guys really struggled. And it's like you see club throws, you see club flips, you see like these guys cussing, and it's like, they're just like us. They are human. They are real people out there. So I love that from time to time. And that's what this course is. But obviously it tests your mettle a little bit more. Bryson had to be on. And man, that 18th hole was an adventure, like terrible drive into the thick stuff. Has to lay up on his second shot and then goes into the sand, right? He's just trying to lay up, I think, to hit it on the fairway, but instead he ends up in the bunker and then has to hit that epic. He called it a shot of a lifetime, and it really was a shot of a lifetime.
One hell of a recovery. I mean, hell of a recovery, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like, here we go. We're going to a playoff, but then that sand shot was amazing. What a sand save, and he gets it done.
What is the hardest course you've ever played on, and what is the most breathtaking course you've ever played on?
Ooh, man, I'm such a bad guy to ask that because I haven't played enough courses in my life. Like I've never made a golf trip, like I've forget like a place like Pebble Beach or anything historic, but I haven't even been to like anything. I played rounds in Dallas, Austin, and Houston. That's my golf experience. And most of them are at Muni. So like,
I mean, you got some pretty good courses in
like ACC is probably like Austin Country Club is awesome. UT Golf Club is awesome. Like those are 2 of the nicest courses in Austin. Like I love Lake Cliff, great play. Like those, anytime I get invited to like a club, it's like a big deal for me. But I don't know. What about you? Have you you lived in Hawaii for a few years?
So Clipper was probably the most breathtaking. I don't know. So I've also played in St. Thomas, Mahogany Run in St. Thomas, where the Devil's Triangle there with hole 13, 14, and 15. Mm-hmm. You overlook the Caribbean Ocean. I mean, that's breathtaking, man. That's pretty phenomenal. But it was. I would also say that was probably one of my most challenging courses too, because it had a lot of dog leg lefts, and I don't fade well. I usually slice it at the most part. But yeah, a lot of laying up on Mahogany Run that you had to do. Not that I'm a scratch golfer or anything. I'm pretty good, but I'm not a scratch golfer.
Yeah, I've never seen you play. No one's ever seen you play. Yet you say,
but they hear me talk about it. That's all I need. That's all I need.
I don't know if it's good enough for me.
Come take my money. You'll catch me. Come on, come get my money, Podsy.
Taking some money from my buddies. It won't be me.
Probably Clipper. Like Clipper, just from 13 to 16 on the back nine, you're all on the Pacific Ocean, and the wind. I've never played at Pebble Beach, but the wind at Clipper just kind of pushes everything off to sea, and that back stretch is pretty difficult too. But it's damn, it's worth the while, man. You sit there and you got to send one to the ocean. I mean, hopefully it doesn't land up in a whale and you don't have to call George Costanza or anything and get a marine biologist. But you got to send one to the gods, man. You got to give one to Lord Poseidon.
Oh man, great Seinfeld reference there. That is an all-time scene and an all-time episode on that all-time
Does
show.
anybody have a marine biologist?
Oh, I got it. Of course, he's walking the beach at the perfect time. That's great.
I consider myself an architect.
Yeah.
However, today I'm a marine biologist.
Oh man, yeah. I don't know. The nicest course I probably played was literally just a muni, but it was in downtown Calgary, up in Canada, and it was just like beautiful views, perfect weather, and that's it. Like that's my golf experience. So I'm sure folks out there, like you asked Bucky that same question. I love an incredible story.
Sure. I can only imagine where he's played.
I got nothing.
The city of Cal and Gary, huh? You know, that's how that city got united. There was a holy union between Calvin and Gary.
Is that right?
No, I'm full of crap.
I was curious what
the ambiguously gay duo.
Calvin Murphy and Gary Player. Who are the Cal and Gary? Cal Ripken Jr. and Gary Clark.
Samsonite. Oh, Gary Clark. What a pull.
I don't know.
What a pull.
Random names. All right, we're having some fun. Hit us up on the Coda text line. I forgot to mention that number, 512-222-9328. Obviously, the YouTube live chat is off and running as well. Appreciate y'all spending some or all of your Monday morning with us. Congrats to the SMU Mustang, Bryson DeChambeau, for taking home his second career major. He's finished top 10 in all three majors this year, so he's in the midst of the best run of his career. Obviously, the Open Championship, the British Open is what we should call it, coming up in a few weeks. We'll see if Bryson can make some noise there as well. But hell of a tournament at Pinehurst.
Scheffler's still number one in terms of earnings this year, right?
Yeah, far and away. Number one in the world and number one in earnings. He's already set a PGA Tour record for money in a year, and there's still like half the year left. It's crazy. He made the cut. It was borderline, but yeah, Scotty Scheffler +8, tied for 41st. Not what you're used to seeing from him. His worst major showing in a long, long time. That haircut, man. Why'd he get a haircut? What was he thinking?
Samson, man, the power's in the hair. Strength's in the hair.
I'm telling you. But he'll be back. Just a rough weekend for Mr. Scheffler. But because he made the cut, he still gets a little bit of money, so he can add to that ridiculous earnings total that he's accumulated this year. All right, some quick sponsor shout outs before we move on. Thankfully, we still have another basketball game to talk about because of what went down in Dallas on Friday night. We'll recap Game 4 and start to preview Game 5 of the NBA Finals here in a moment. But first, some sponsor shout outs. Shout out to Altstat Beer. I had a few. I had more than a few Altstat beers over the weekend. Hopefully, whatever you did over the past couple of days, you accompanied your good times with the greatness that is Altstat Beer. It's brewed in Fredericksburg, but available wherever you buy your beer all across the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. You know where I got some Altstat? I was like, where did I get Altstat? 7-Eleven. I went to 7-Eleven twice on Friday. I needed some lunch, so I got me some taquitos, and then I needed some beer at night to go watch the Mavs game at a buddy's place, and I went and got me some Altstat. So there's your double whammy sponsor right there. Love the Altstat. I went with the lager on Friday. That's my favorite, but all of their brews are sensational. Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets. And then, 7-Eleven, one of the many places around the city and around the state where you can find some Altstat beer. 7-Eleven's got everything, man. I mean, it's a problem. I'll just walk around the store for like 15 minutes trying to figure out what I want because they have such a massive selection. It's the toughest decision I make every day, Wags, is what am I going to buy at 7-Eleven?
I need to go get the taquitos. I need to go get the. So ever since we've left Costa Rica, ever since we've been to Costa Rica, snack time, like I need snack time here at the house where somebody just brings me some taquitos, bro.
Yeah.
Or burritos. What were we not living the damn life, amigo? Were we not living it up?
Incredible.
Like, I felt like Tony Montana or Pablo Escobar. I mean, we were in heaven, my dude. Pura vida, solamente pura vida.
A lot less drugs, at least for me. I can't speak for you. I don't know what you were doing, but
Did you see any clouds? Did you see
no,
any clouds?
a lot of gummies, but no clouds.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
You don't know what you saw. Now, how do you know what you saw? When I came in here, I told you I was conducting the interview.
International waters, man. There are no rules over there.
That's right.
Nothing applies overseas.
And we had the Nicaraguan, Coast Guard coming to get us. So
Careful on that word.
hey, I said it correctly.
All right.
I was good.
I mean, nervous over there, buddy.
Never nervous, Purvis.
Never nervous, Purvis. There it is. All right, NBA Finals. Speaking of nervous, Purvis. How about Game 4? Like, Mavs, I say it all the time, desperation's a hell of a drug. Obviously, the Mavs had their season on the line. They were down 3-0 going into Game 4. They needed a win to keep their playoff hopes, their finals hopes alive. And not only did they win, but they won emphatically. 122-84, the final score. Dallas led by 48 at one point in that game. Both teams emptied the bench before the start of the fourth quarter. It wasn't like, 5 minutes left, we know this game is in hand. No, in the third quarter, Boston waved the white flag, and rightfully so. I mean, Dallas threw the first punch, and they just landed combo after combo after combo, and Boston couldn't respond. So, well done by Dallas. They avoid the sweep. But now the question is, Wags, like, okay, can they take something they did in Game 4? It wasn't like they barely won. Like, that was as dominant as you could possibly be. Can they take something from that? Did they learn something from that they can bring to Boston for what is another win or go home game tonight?
So I think they can, but my question is, how much do they have left in a tank, and how much of this was an anomaly? How much of this was a letdown just on Boston's case, looking forward and, thinking maybe, here comes a sweep and, let's get ready to celebrate and, the champagne's on ice, let's pop this thing. And then, Dallas's response. So it's not really the win, but it's the margin of victory for me. It's how much they dominated by. Like, my question is, did Boston even show up? And I'm not trying to take anything away from Dallas, because Dallas was fantastic. They were absolutely fantastic. I didn't like Kidd's remarks at the end of the game, but I mean, it is what it is. Him saying, that Boston was ready just to be in celebratory mode, and that they weren't ready to actually play. I think that's going to, ignite another fire or rekindle a fire in Boston. But I think what you saw, the execution that you saw in in at least 3 quarters of basketball in game 3 or in Game 4, right? I think you're going to see the same type of rollout that Kidd's going to roll. And now expect Missoula to counter. You know what I mean? Expect some adjustments here. And look, Zinger's going to play 100%. So you're going to get Boston a full.
I don't think he's playing, dude. I think KP's done. I think this is.
Is it more of a detriment now?
Oh, I think it's all of a facade. Like, I think he's seriously hurt. I think they're putting him in uniform, and they keep saying he's a game time decision to make Dallas have to game plan for Kristaps Porzingis. But like, look, I'm following Twitter doctors. Okay, so there's a very good chance they're wrong.
Hey man, they're the best in the world.
Yeah, so like we haven't gotten like enough of an official diagnosis, and obviously Boston keeps saying day to day, and it's like, well, it's been a lot of days since the last couple of games, so that should mean he's fine. But I
really
don't think
depends on when the Twitter doctors got reinstated,
dude. If this series goes to 7, I don't think Porzingis is playing. Like, I don't think it will. I think it ends tonight. But if this series does go to 7, I still think Kristaps is too banged up to take the floor. So I think Boston is going to have to win that 4th and final game without him. And I think they're good enough to. Like, they already won Game 3 in Dallas without KP. So they are capable of beating Dallas. They're capable of beating anybody without KP. That team is just so good and so deep that they can lose a guy as talented as him and still have enough in the tank to get it done. But yeah, I could be way off on this. Maybe you're right. And Porzingis is the first guy off the bench at the Garden, but I think he is done for the series. So Boston's going to have to find a way to get it done without him.
I think if he is done, I think that the front court for Dallas is going to have one hell of a better night, of course, without that unicorn of a rim protector there, right? I think Lively's going to be able to get going, and Goddard's going to be able to get going. And that, honestly, that was the key for me in Game 4, was getting the big guys implemented back into the game. For games 1 through 3, it was a lot of the backcourt of Dallas, and we know that it's a historic Hall of Fame backcourt. But when you're just playing with your backcourt, it's kind of easy to plan. What I mean?
Yeah, look, that's been the difference through these first 4 games, right? Like, Boston is a better team. I think Luka Doncic is the best player on the floor. I think Kyrie Irving is like a top 3 or 4 player in this series, but everybody else who's like in the top 10, if you're sort of ranking the players in this series, you probably have like 2 Mavs in the top 10 and 8 Celtics in the top 10.
Where you got Wash at? Where you got PJ Washington?
I mean, in this series, he hasn't done a whole hell of a lot. So, like, Tatum,
8.
Horford, Holiday, White, Brown, all those guys have been better. Porzingis has been better. Like, so 9, 10 at the highest. I think. Yeah. Like, in the first 3 rounds, PJ was great. In this series, he hasn't been great. Had a good game 3, and everybody played pretty well in game 4. But yeah, like, that's like, look, Boston won 14 more games.
3 through 10, right? Ton of green between
Boston won 14 more games than Dallas in the regular season. Like, it's a 64-win team versus a 50-win team. So, like, they should be better. They were favored. They were pretty heavy favorites in this series, I think, for a reason. So, look, Dallas, it's not like Dallas has been blown out in this series. Hell, because game 4 was such a beatdown, Dallas has now actually scored Boston overall in this series. Like, game 1, pretty easy win for Boston. Games 2 and 3 were coin flips. They went the Celtics' way. Game 4, beat down for Dallas. So we're a couple of plays away from talking about a 2-2 series here and a best of 3. It's a moral victory. Congrats. That doesn't do you any good. But, like, Boston's better. Boston is better, and it's why I picked them to win. It's why most people picked them to win this series, and it's why, even though game 4 went down the way that it did a couple of nights ago, I still think Boston ends up getting this thing done.
So Kyrie's going to have to contribute. I'm seeing at least 20 points from Kyrie. I'm seeing 30 from Luka to get his. Kyrie's going to need at least, 8 to 10 assists. He's going to have to get everybody involved, and he's going to have to be the main facilitator, right? But how can he do that when Luka's got the ball so much in his hand? Well, like, that's the thing. So there's going to have to be a lot of change in pace.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrie was a no-show in Boston for the first 2 games. Like, that can't happen. That was why the Mavs lost those first 2 games. Like, Luka was really good in games 1 and 2. He got just universally destroyed. Right. I mean, game 3, it was ridiculous, the narrative for Luka. It's like everyone completely ignored every other playoff game he's had this year, and they start calling him a fat, out of shape, overweight bum who doesn't do anything. And it's like, oh, look what he did in game 4. Like, he was 0 for 8 from 3 in game 4. But he did everything right. He was locked in defensively. He wasn't complaining to the refs at all. Right. And the Mavs won by damn near 50. So, like, the narrative completely changed back to, like, oh, maybe we were too harsh on. Yeah, no shit, you were too harsh on Luka. He's, like, maybe the best player in the world right now. He had a bad game. Now, he picked a bad time to have a bad game, and it was the biggest game of Luka's NBA career, and he fouled out with 4 minutes left, and it was ugly. But no, he responded in a big way. So he's going to have to be game 4, Luka. It's road crowd. It's tough. Might be some home cooking with the refs. Like, he's got to stay locked in on both ends of the floor, and he's got to stay focused on the game and not on the Zebras. But like you said, he had a 30-point triple-double in game 2. His running mate no-showed. Yeah, I don't know if it's the crowd. I don't like the F Kyrie chants, the shirts, whatever it was. Like, Kyrie has to be there. It's going to take otherworldly performances from both of those guys because role players are better at home.
Right.
I say it all the time. Role players are better at home. So if you're banking on, PJ Washington going for 20 plus, if you're banking on Gafford and Lively having great nights, like, you can't. Hopefully it happens. Of course, you need more than 2. But if you're big 2, if that dynamic duo can't put up great performances, then you're going to see the Larry O'Brien trophy hoisted tonight.
No, I'm with you there, man. It's a Hall of Fame backcourt, but that's just it. It needs both of them. It just can't be the Batman. Like, Batman needs his Robin 100%. And also, dude, like, when Kyrie does get going, you've seen Boston gets worn down. Dallas gets to the line more when Kyrie gets going too, dude. He's so he's so fluid and so smooth in between traffic that he makes people miss and people rotate over, and then they hit him, naturally just with him going, switching and going to his left and then recreating the shot. He's fantastic at getting the M1, drawing the M1, and everybody knows, daggers that he is at the line. I think if they implement that, they have a better chance, and they got to stay in constant attack mode, BK, just constant attack. Going to the rim, doing what Boston did, man, playing from the perimeter, driving, and then kicking out if there's an open shot. That's how you get better looks for PJ Washington. It's not keeping people on your back hip and then hoping that the rotation comes over and then kick out. You got to actually drive and kick out. Play Duke basketball. God, I hate saying that.
Duke basketball.
But that's what Duke does so damn good, man. They play from the perimeter, drive, and then kick out, dude.
You're a Maryland guy. I can't believe
I can't. That's sacrilegious to say that. I can't believe I just said that.
Well, that's the difference. Like, maybe I said this last week, and if I did, I'm sorry. Everyone has to hear this again. But Boston was the most efficient offense in NBA history during the regular season. Like, the numbers say that. I think I've seen better offenses, but the numbers say that. So everyone's been talking about how dynamic they are offensively, and you should. But they are so sound on defense. Like, when they put out their lineup of Tatum, Brown, Horford, White, and Drew Holiday,
it's huge.
Like, Tatum's the worst defender there, and he's like a solid defender. But you've got 4 all-NBA defenders out there. So they switch 1 through 5 like it's nothing, and they have been able to keep the Mavs in front of them. Like, you go back to the Minnesota series, and Luka and Kyrie were just blowing by everybody, and they could do what you're talking about. They would blow by the perimeter defender. Somebody would have to help, which set up a lob over the top, or it set up a kick out for a corner 3. In Boston, they haven't had to help because, like, as good as Luka and Kyrie are usually at getting by people, they are struggling.
Right.
It's like offense has been hard. It wasn't hard in game 4. Mavs were just making shots. That helps. But offense has been hard to come by for Dallas because Boston literally, like, they have 5 great defenders in their starting lineup and like 4 of maybe the top 30 defenders in the league on the floor at the same time. And that may be more impressive to me than what they do on offense.
You just hit it right there. The fact that they can all play lights out defense, and that if you rotate over to one of them that's driving and penetrating, and you leave one of them open, even Horford, like I'm sitting here thinking, White's going to knock down a perimeter shot, Drew's going to hit a perimeter shot, and then Big Al, if Big Al's on the perimeter, Big Al can knock down a perimeter shot too, man. They can all shoot.
Yeah, and that's Al Horford. Like, he's not putting up the numbers he used to put up, but he'll kill you with the corner 3. Right. And then defensively, like that guy at that age should not be able to switch on everybody, but somehow he still can. Like, they're good. They're good. So let me ask you this: Boston a 6.5-point favorite tonight. Game 5, 7:30 on ABC. We know what's at stake. We don't need to tell you. What happens tonight? Can Dallas force a game 6 back in Texas, or do you think this is our last NBA game of the year?
No, man. I'm going to stick to it, man. I am a believer. Wrong team favored.
Whoa.
Okay.
You're taking the Mavs money line tonight. All right.
God, I hope I didn't. You guys.
You are in Bucky's chair today, so I am slightly terrified that you picked the Mavs, because it almost feels like now Buck is picking the Mavs, and that's not good for anybody.
I can't reverse Jake, reverse psychology of this stuff, man. Go ahead, do your magic, bro.
Yeah, we need you to put like 100.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Jake. There's that reverse.
Mavs fan Jake. We need you to put 100,000 units on Celtics money line. Like, I'm not going to feel good if the Mavs cover the 6.5 and lose. That doesn't matter in these finals. I need
look, let me tell you about the bold picks, guys. All right. You're supposed to go out on a limb and make bold picks, even though of course you're going to be wrong. But when you're right, you get to come back and say, told you. Now, of course, I'm only like right 1 out of 10 times, maybe 1 out of 20 times. But hey, man,
keep
that
going
one
higher.
Time though.
Keep going higher with that number, man.
That one time, get 1 out of 50. That one time.
Can it please be tonight? Can we sign up for that one time to be tonight? That would be incredible.
My wife tells me no every night. I still come back and ask the same question. We'll get no.
I love it. Not even on Father's Day? Come on.
No, we got breakfast.
Okay. Breakfast. That's what you meant by that, huh? Nice.
No, I mean, well, it's not just a euphemism. I also had a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit.
That's what you call her?
I mean, might now.
Yeah, there you go.
No cheese though.
No cheese though. Oh man, yeah. I wish I could be on your side. I did have Celtics in 6 before this series started, but I think they closed it out tonight. I think it's a close game. I would pick Boston to cover just by late free throws. Like I think it will be, like a 1-possession game in the final 2 minutes or so. And
Doesn't get dribbled out.
Yeah, and then just Boston, Dallas misses a key shot or two. They've got a foul. Boston ices it at the free throw line, and they end up barely covering. So,
man, I hope you're wrong, dude, because this is a team that I fell in love with, man. Being a Wizards fan, it hasn't been exactly the greatest in compelling basketball to watch.
You still publicly admit that you're a Wizards fan, huh?
It's tough, man. I don't jump off the bandwagon. Like I'm trying to leave, Giants fandom, and it's tough. You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to get back and actually root full-fledged for Baltimore football, and it's tough because I've endured and just been on a journey with the Giants for 20 years, man, or hell, more than that, 30 years. It started out of ignorance, and now it's lasting out of stubbornness. So,
hey,
or loyalty. We'll stick with loyalty. But yeah, man, Jordan Poole's making it a lot easier to not watch and hate him.
You gotta cheer for Jordan Poole, and it also sucks. Like you got Kristaps on Boston. He was with the Wizards.
He was on the Wizards. The Wizards just do awful contracts, and then
and you've got Daniel Gafford on the Mavs, who was with the Wizards. Like those guys were teammates in DC like a season ago, and now they're both playing for a championship
caliber squad. Yeah,
and you guys are you guys.
Anybody that watches Dallas, or maybe if you're a neutral fan and you started watching Dallas this season, just the resiliency that they've had all year long. Trying to figure it out, trying to figure out this the Hall of Fame backcourt, and now it's actually starting to click. And then, the acquisitions that they made at the trade deadline to get Gafford over here and PJ Washington over here, it's a resilient team. And if there is any team to come back from 3-0, it would be a team like this squad, man. To barely get into the playoffs here, or to squeak into the playoffs and then come in as the 5, and then hell, man, going on this run that they've gone on. If the key cogs show up. And like you said, man, usually it happens more on the road or more at home. But, if the Road Warriors make it happen, wrong team favored, man.
I think most of the country has been rooting for Dallas in this series for a couple of reasons. Number one, you said it. I mean, everyone loves an underdog, right? Dallas, a 5 seed. They were 3 games over 500 at the trade deadline. And for a while, it's like, can they just make the play-in? It was like, sure, are they even going to be a 10 seed in the West? Are they just going to miss the playoffs altogether for the second year in a row? And then they got hot late, got the 5 seed, avoided the play-in, and then, beat a Clippers team that I don't think a lot of people like that much, beat Oklahoma City, and then beat Minnesota when everybody was picking Minnesota because they had just dethroned the defending champs. So people started falling in love with Dallas. I think that was a part of it. But also, people just hate Boston. Boston wins everything.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, it's obnoxious. I would be rooting, even if it wasn't Dallas, like I'd be rooting for anybody else against Boston because those, oh my God. I think about like people my age who grew up as Boston sports fans.
You don't like you like the Knicks more than you like the Celtics?
Well, New York hasn't won as much. Like it's a whole citywide thing. Like I've only seen Boston win 1 championship in my life. And that was 2008. The Boston Celtics won 1 championship.
Right.
And like Paul Pierce, I'm a KU guy. Like Paul Pierce is one of my favorite players. So I was like happy to see Paul Pierce win it that year. So like the Celtics don't irk me as much as like I've got the Patriots in their 6. The Red Sox with their 3 recently. The Bruins.
I don't like the Bruins either.
I just put myself, once again, putting myself in other people's shoes again. As a Dallas sports fan, like I remember 2 championships from my professional sports teams. The Mavs in 2011 and the Rangers this past year. And like, I think I'm pretty lucky to have seen that because I got like Minnesota hasn't won a title in forever, that whole city. So it's like, all right, I'll take my 2. And of course I want more, but it could be worse. And then Boston is like literally every other year they have a team that wins a title.
Right.
Like, guys in their 20s and 30s and 40s. It's like, my God, they've seen their teams win like 15 titles. And it's just, it's envy. For sure, it's envy.
Now you got me intrigued. I want to look up which city that has a professional sports team in it has gone the longest without a championship.
I think it's Minnesota or Minneapolis, St.
Is
Paul.
it?
I think so, dude. I could be off on that. And it's tough. Like, it depends because some cities have one pro
What
sports
about the
team.
Twins? Didn't the Twins win the World Series?
Yeah, early 90s. Like, it's been a while.
Kirby Puckett?
Yeah.
Chuck
But, like,
Knobloch?
so it's tough because if, there are pro sports teams that have never won. And it's like if there's only one team in that town, then it's obviously that town. But if you're talking about, like, pro cities with 4 teams, then I think it's Minnesota.
Right.
Like, okay, yeah, our guy Jake says Buffalo's never won one. They've got the Bills and they've got the Sabres. But they don't have baseball and they don't have basketball. So, like, there are sports cities that have never won a championship. But I think if you look at the ones
you got with the big four,
and there's only a small handful of cities that have that. But I think it's Minneapolis. I don't know. I'll look.
I'm gonna look this. I'll look this up today. I'm intrigued.
Yeah. But there you go. So everyone hates Boston. So I don't know how many people really love the Mavs. I think it's more.
And Bills have never won.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're looking at Buffalo, like, then okay, sure. And obviously,
but you got at least all right. So we'll keep that for prerequisite requirements. The big four. You got to have the big four.
I wonder if it's 3 too. Like, even if it's 3 or more, like, who's got the longest citywide drought of a championship? I'm still going with the Twin Cities, man. Okay. But I don't know. Well, we'll do some research, or maybe one of our great listeners or watchers will do that for us. Somebody says, as a Spurs fan, I'm rooting for Boston. I can't stand whiny Luka. You realize you had Manu Ginobili and Tim Duncan on your team for 2 decades, and you're calling somebody else whiny? Give me a break, guy.
Tim would have conversations. Tim wouldn't whine. He would just have a conversation.
That was the go-to. Was their go-to, and Luka does it too. Like, I'm not sitting here saying Luka doesn't do it. Like, you got to acknowledge when your guys are complaining,
right?
Like, you can't sit. Like, I can't sit here and say that Luka complains, but nobody on the Spurs during their run ever complained. Give me a break. Oh my God.
Bro, I love KD, man, but he's sure. soft as Charmin, dude.
LeBron, like, all these guys, like, they get fouled a lot more than they get called. And I'm glad they don't call every single foul, because then it would just turn into an obnoxious free throw.
You almost have to foul LeBron, right?
Yeah, like the guy's like a freight train. He's 6'9", 250, just going down the lane, running full speed ahead. You can't stop him without running into him.
He's actually going bald because of so many people hitting him.
Right.
It's rubbing his hairline.
Oh, yeah, maybe. All the stress he's getting from complaining to the refs. Maybe that's what it is.
That's it.
I don't know. All right, so there you go. There's your NBA Finals conversation. We'll get back to basketball a little bit later. But keep the texts and the comments coming. We appreciate y'all spending some time with us this morning. We got some funny stories to get into. We got to talk about this Bill Belichick thing, dude. I don't know when this dropped. I don't think I talked about it last week. Did you and Rodney talk about this on Friday?
I did not bring this up. You actually, you enlightened me on this. So
we'll get to that in a second. But first, some sponsor shout-outs. We'll let you hear from one of our great sponsors. We talked about this guy a little bit earlier. Now we'll let you hear his voice. Our man, Tom McKay from AV Consultation.
Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay, the new website manager.
Yes, it's true. The kid is officially on the payroll. But more importantly, hockey season is wrapping up in the playoffs, and the baseball season is kicking off.
Don't worry, old man. I've already been to a couple games at school up in Boston.
Then I'm going to pretend I'm not jealous and get back to this friggin' commercial. So just want to remind everyone that big screen TVs are great, but they are not home theaters. I'm here to tell you, you should have a home theater. A projector and 120-inch screen costs about the same as a high-end 85-inch TV.
It is awful nice when I want to watch sitcoms and reality TV at the same time.
Ugh. So, whether you're reminiscing with childhood home videos or drowning out the kids' commotion with your surround sound home theater, Audiovisual has the tools and services you need to meet and exceed your viewing needs.
Hey, Dad, how soon is too soon to ask for a promotion?
Generate your first million, then we'll talk.
Shit, I got work to do.
That's right, so tell them what they need to do.
Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com. And remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Who's doing the editing for them?
I think it's our old buddy Dave in the Cave.
Is it?
I think so.
I was wondering who put the bet in there.
I could be wrong. Tom told me once, and I think he's
brilliant. He's got people doing work. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. The editing's good. And the kid writes the script.
I know. I love it.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Yeah, AV consultations. You see the TVs behind Wags. You see the TVs behind me. They can hook you up with a home TV setup of your dreams. How about a late Father's Day gift? Giving them a call. But really, just do it by football season. My God, it's 75 days till Texas football. How's that for a round number?
It's arcade machines.
Yeah, the arcade
great
machines.
Father's Day gift. It's simple, too. That's an hour job.
They can do golf simulators in your house, too.
Ooh, I bet they could do a baseball simulator.
Oh, maybe they can.
You can do a golf simulator. You can do a baseball simulator.
I bet they can. They can do everything. Give them a call, 512-255-8678. Love AV consultations. Also love our friends at SendTextTickets.com. Any sporting event, any concert, any festival, any Broadway show, anything live that you want to attend, you can get your tickets at SendTextTickets.com. So easy to use. Just log on from your phone or computer. You buy the tickets there. They send the tickets to your email, and boom, just like that, you are ready to rock and roll and attend anything you want to attend. They've got you covered if it's live. You got to buy from SendTextTickets.com. And a shout out to Olipop as well. I got the Olipop hat on this morning. I was too lazy to walk over to my fridge the next room over to get me an Olipop, but I promise I've got a lot in the fridge. I'll drink one during tomorrow's show. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Tons of great flavors. Classic Cola, Dr. Goodwin, lemon lime. And they've got the grape, the cherry cola, the orange squeeze, which tastes just like that Fanta. Oh, man. It's dangerous. That stuff is dangerous, but the good news is it's actually good for you. It tastes like soda, so you're thinking like, oh, no, this is bad for me. But no, there are ingredients inside every can of Olipop that help support good digestive health. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you go. They've got Olipop, or you can buy online, drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20, and you're going to get a little bit of a discount. Don't say we don't give you anything here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
All we do.
All right.
I didn't know they had an orange squeeze.
Dude, it's
that
good.
Might be the go-to. The cherry cola was the go-to. The orange squeeze might be the go-to.
Dude, I wasn't sure what it was going to taste like, right? I was like, is it more of a creamsicle type, which I know you like the dreamsicle.
That's where I would, me, dude. Now we're talking a little bit of, well, we don't even need to ruin the Olipop with like some other stuff, some rum or anything like that. We'll just drink the creamsicle soda.
I wish they had that. I don't know if they have that yet, but I was like, maybe that's what the orange squeeze is, but it's really just like an orange soda. Like it tastes like Sunkist or orange Fanta. So it's very good. It's one of my favorite flavors, but yeah, it's not your dreamsicle, which
don't matter. I like, me, anything orange, man, I'm probably going to rock.
There you go.
But yeah, if dessert style or frou-frou drink, you won't find Wags with whiskey at a bar. You'll find Wags with a dreamsicle.
Oh yeah, you were pounding those frozen daiquiris down in Costa Rica.
Delicious.
Yep. All right, Magic Man has done the research, and Jake helped too. So shout out to all of y'all. Buffalo and San Diego, the longest title drought at 58 years. Both cities have 0 championships, but Minnesota is second. And Minnesota's the one with 4 pro teams. So Buffalo's got 2. San Diego had 2. Now they just have 1 because they lost the Chargers. But it's not like the Chargers. Chargers haven't won since they moved to LA. So
the Chargers still played in a Super Bowl. They didn't win a Super Bowl. Okay,
didn't win a Super Bowl. No, and then the Padres obviously have. I don't think they've ever.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate you.
They've never won a World Series. So and the Clippers used to be there too. San Diego Clippers before they moved to Los Angeles. Yeah. The World Be Free days. Remember that, dude? Lloyd Free, World Be Free.
What a pull!
Yeah, thank you. I used to have a jersey of World Be Free.
Of course you did.
I got it at Goodwill, like in Dallas growing up. I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. I wore that thing until it fell apart. It's awesome. Awesome. So yeah, so Boston is the anti-Minnesota, but yeah, Minnesota sports fans have had it rougher than anybody, I would argue, especially if they're like my age or younger, because 1991, the last time that that Metro has won a championship. I was born in 94, so I think about that, and it's like, I don't know, I'd be in the bottom of a lake somewhere, I think, if my had 0 championships.
I think I was a freshman in 94.
Freshman in what?
High school. High school.
Okay. All right. So we got to talk about this Bill Belichick thing.
Yeah. We got to talk not so much about him, but about her. We got to talk about Jordan Hudson.
You were giving me some details to this story that I did not know. Now, if you haven't heard this, where have you been? There are reports out there from TMZ and a lot of other folks are confirming these reports that 72-year-old Bill Belichick, yes, that Bill Belichick, is dating a 24-year-old former cheerleader. And it's not like a one-time hookup. It seems that they are actually dating. Like they are in a relationship right now.
Yeah.
So 24 years old, that means this girl was born in 2000. Bill Belichick had already won a Super Bowl in 2000.
And apparently they met 3 years ago.
Here's picture proof. This is Bill Belichick in 2000. And this is his girlfriend in 2000.
Stop, bro. Stop.
I mean, are you kidding me, dude? Like what? What? Bill Belichick in 2000.
God, BK.
His girlfriend in 2000. That's what's going on here. A 48-year age gap between these two.
Okay. There's a lot of questions. We got a lot of we. This is going to take a minute to dissect this, okay? Because there's there's different avenues of approach here.
Yeah.
All right. One. Just to keep it light on everything. All right. Say you're an old dude. Say in your life you have your life completely all ahead of you, right? Say you do have daughters somewhere down the line, and you better hurry up because it's kind of time's kind of passing you by, my dude. So say you do have daughters, right? And then all of a sudden you're getting to not even geriatric. Bill's 72. That's geriatrics, all right? So you start climbing the ladder, my dude, and then all of a sudden you see this woman, 24 years old, who's now younger than your daughters. Like, how would you be able to carry on a relationship with a woman that's younger than the women that you have raised? Like, wouldn't you feel like you're dating a child? Like, naturally, or is I guess it's supposed to keep you young, so they speak. So I mean, hell, ask Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, this dude's a legend for dating 19-year-olds. So,
right, yeah. Once they turn 25, he's done with them.
He's like, nah, sorry.
But Leo's not in his 70s. How old is Leo DiCaprio? Like 50?
He's like in his 50s, dude. He's
okay. Quick Google search. Leo DiCaprio is 49. 50s. He's 49.
Okay, 49.
He turns 50 this year, so he's right on the cusp. Bill Belichick is 23 years older than Leo DiCaprio. So
I got you.
You could make a strong argument that it's pretty creepy what Leo's doing, but Bill Belichick is a senior citizen.
Leo constantly does it though.
He constantly does it. Yeah. Do you blame him?
No. But I'm saying, like, when does it start to feel weird? Like when you have daughters, like. Yeah, when you're dating the woman that's younger than your daughters. I get that's my hypothetical.
Well, what do they talk about? What do they have in common?
What do they have in common?
Like I think about, like, I have a sister who's 18, right? She just graduated high school. She's about to start college. And like, I love her. I don't know what language she's using. Like it's not the same English that I know. Like she's all of these references, all of these words, all of these sayings. Like I never know what she's talking about. And we're 12 years apart and she's my sister.
Right.
They're 48 years apart. That's 4 times what we are. Like what on earth do they bond over? Like I see the appeal for both sides.
What shows do they watch? Like.
Right. Like, what do they do when they're hanging out? Like, so apparently they met on a flight. You said 3 years ago?
3 years. And she's 24. So she would have been 21 when they met. Okay. And they met on let me find the details. I don't know where the flight was going to or coming from, but they met on a flight. Apparently it was love at first sight. Yada, yada, yada.
You think this is love?
I don't think this is love at all. I think Bill's having fun. I think Bill, the coordinated tactician, knows exactly what this is. And when it gets down to the 5-yard line, he's going to call in the goal line defense, and she's going to be like, sorry. That's just where I think this is going to go.
Bill,
she's an ex-cheerleader,
Bill has
BK.
made a career. Yeah, Bill's made a career collecting trophies. All right. So this is what he does.
Good. Good.
And,
God, that's why he's the greatest. Good pull.
And for her, okay, nice paycheck, right? Like Bill Belichick has made a lot of money over his life, and he's got a lot of money. So if she rides this thing out until the end, then she's probably going to get a lot of that money. So maybe it is love, man. Like if it is, great. If they're happy, fine. And it's legal. No, it's not like she's underage. This is legal. So no one's breaking any laws here, but it just the thought, like, okay, imagine this, Wax. You brought up a hypothetical earlier, and I know it's not Tuesday, but we'll bring up another one anyways. So this girl, she's like, tells her parents, hey, I'm bringing a guy home. I want you to meet my new boyfriend. And it's obviously, that's a terrifying thing for a dad, right? It's like, oh God, I think I'm meeting my daughter's boyfriend. And a bunch of thoughts go through your head. Okay, who is this guy? Where's he from? What's he do? What's his story? Right? Am I gonna like this guy? Do I need to intimidate this guy? Like, okay, that's all that's going through your head. And then she walks home. She walks in the door, and Bill Belichick is the guy. Your 24-year-old daughter brings Bill Belichick in the house for dinner. Like,
hey, how'd you guys meet? We were just kind of sitting together on a plane, and she looked over at me, and I thought she was good looking, so I just wanted to come home and meet you guys. So yeah, that's how we got there. Yeah, that's weird. That's absolutely weird.
Like,
what
do you do?
Like, if you're the dad, you're just like, what the hell are you doing? And when you gonna dissect my defense here? We're gonna talk football, honey. Can I have his autograph? I mean, what?
So
There's a lot of mixed emotions going on. What if you're a Patriots fan?
That's what I want. Like, okay, I'm a massive sports fan, obviously. Like, I have a sister around that age, right? So my sister's engaged. This would never happen. She's engaged to be married, whatever. But I'm just like, what if she was marrying Bill Belichick and like she comes home for a family dinner with her new boyfriend and it's Bill like, as a brother, am I like, oh, this is sick? Like, I could be related to the greatest football coach of all time. Or am I like,
so why did Tom leave, Bill?
Yeah. I think for a split second, I'm like, this is awesome. And then I'm like, no. And if you're a dad, it's like, there's no way you could think it's awesome. If you're a dad, there's no way you could think this. Even if you're a Patriots fan and like Bill Belichick's your idol, you can't be like, this is cool. This is not.
Where are you taking? Where are you taking her tonight? We're on to Cincinnati.
We're on to Cincinnati. Oh my God. You talk about deflated balls. That's what's going on here.
So this is just like they've been seen on trips to Croatia. This isn't just a fling, right? This isn't like a summer fling. They've been spotted in multiple places before, according to TMZ. Now, I'm not the TMZ rep here for TSU, but according to TMZ, they've been spotted on trips to Croatia. They've also been. Bill Belichick was known for dismissing the NFL draft completely and instead going to a cheerleader soiree or a cheerleader competition in Maryland, of all places in Maryland, to go see Jordan Hudson perform in a cheerleader competition. Completely dismissed the NFL draft entirely just to go see this cheerleader competition.
What? That's the rumor?
That is the rumor.
Missed the draft to go.
Or, excuse me, I'm sorry, combine. One day of the combine instead.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. Okay, so it's taken me. I'm still not done with the roast of Tom Brady. It's taken me a month to watch like half of it, but I watched some of it maybe Friday night, and I watched Gronk speak, and he like basically made a reference to Bill Belichick dating a high schooler. And I'm like, everyone was just like laughing, like, oh, that's funny. Like, what a cool. Maybe he's into younger women.
How did Bill react? I haven't seen this.
I think he was laughing. I think he was like laughing, like, you know, he was just thought it was funny, I guess. But Gronk knew. Like, Gronk obviously knew. And this was a month ago when this came out, and they've apparently been together and they met 3 years ago. So this has happened for a while. But yeah, like no one thought anything of those Gronk comments at the time. It's like, okay, maybe he dates younger women. I don't think anyone thought he dated 48 years younger women. Wags.
She's a hooker. She is very beautiful.
And I think I saw the story. Now I can't find it, but you're right. They met on a plane, and I think it was like some school project. She was talking about like a psychology project or something. And that's Bill like took a fascination to it, and they started chopping it up. And here we are.
What did she explain? What's he explaining to her? How he created the 3-4? Like, what the hell?
Well, that guy's a master of psychology. So, I mean, to manage and massage egos. Here are the ages of Bill Belichick and his girlfriend in 2067. I mean, dude, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
It's worth the story for sure.
Good for Bill. Good for Bill.
Yeah.
Jesus smoke.
That's a win. That's going out on top, Bill.
And I guess I don't know. Like a lot of guys that age probably dream of being able to pull something like that. Hell, a lot of guys my age dream of being able to pull something like that.
Would you have the energy though? Like that's another question too. Like if you're 72 years old, she's 24. She's probably going to be up and wanting to run around everywhere, I would assume, right? If you're 72, I'm 43. Leave me on the damn couch. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to go anywhere. Hell, you had to pry me out of bed to get me to go fishing. You know what I mean? Yeah. On a charter fishing. Like, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm comfortable. And yet you're 72. I mean, maybe you're going to go sail to Nantucket. I don't know what they do.
Didn't Mick Jagger just have a kid?
No, he didn't.
Like, Are you kidding me? I personally know a couple of guys in their 70s who have had children within the last 5 years. I won't mention any names, but so you think about just having the energy to bedroom, but go around and live some of the lifestyle that she wants to live as a girl in her mid-20s, a woman in her mid-20s. But she might want to have a kid at some point. What does Bill do about that?
Yeah.
Nuts. No, awesome.
I'm calling it right now. It might be real. It might be a legitimate relationship. But I'm telling you right now, when it gets to the 5-yard line, he's calling in the goal line defense, and that's it. You're gonna have a goal line stop.
She asked about a kid.
Goal line D.
Man, age is just a number. Isn't that what they say, Wags?
That's what they say. Well, it's more than that. When you get up around there, it's more than just a number. It's saggy ass cheeks.
And Bill knows what to do when he's inside the 20. We've known that for years.
Oh, that's so good. God, I wish I would have thought of that one. God, that's amazing.
Age is a number, and so is a bank account balance. Wags, don't forget about that one either. All right. We'll take your thoughts. Go to text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube comment line is open as well. And a story that reads like it's out of the Onion. It's
got to be for money, right? Like it's got to be for her end. For her end. Unless he's tucking it in his sock. I mean,
dude, if Bill Belichick was just like Joe Schmo, who's 72-year-old, she knew who he was when he sat on the plane.
Yeah, that conversation wasn't going to go that great.
If it's a normal 72-year-old sit next to you on an airplane and you're 24 and he starts asking you about your schoolwork, you're like stranger danger. You're pushing the call button, asking to move seats. So who's this creepy ass old guy trying to flirt with me here? No, thank you. She knew who he was, and that's a big part of why this is happening right now. So. Goodness gracious.
What a time to be alive, dude. What a time to be alive.
What a time to be alive. All right. On to our next story here in a moment. We are 75 days away until Texas football. Do I have that countdown right? I think 75 days away until August 31st when the Longhorns open up the season against Colorado State. Not that we're counting here at DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. So we'll get into some Texas football. Our great friends at Circa Sportsbook released lines for the biggest college football games. They called them their games of the year, and they probably dropped lines for about 40 college football games, and 5 Longhorn games made the cut. If you don't think Texas is going to be a factor in the college football landscape in 2024, think again, because some of the biggest games in the sport involve the burnt orange and white. And there's another reason to be excited about what's to come 75 days from now. But before that, some shout outs to some more sponsors. We'll let you see and hear from our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Minnesota!
I don't know. We've been talking about Minnesota a lot, and I forgot to play that. So a very delayed Joey Bucket's appearance on this show right there. Shout out to the Coverts. Also, shout out to Sue Patrick. One of the gifts that my mom, my sisters, and I bought for my old man for Father's Day was a Texas Longhorn fishing shirt from Sue Patrick. He loved it. Big fan. And hopefully you got your pops a gift from Sue Patrick. But hey, if not, you can get the late Father's Day gift or just gear up for the season. Once again, 75 days from now, Texas will open up the college football season. Make sure you have all of your Longhorn gear, and you can get it all at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. That's the storefront, and you can buy everything online. If you don't like to leave, if you're like Wags and you want to stay at home and not be bothered, just shop online, SuePatrick.com, free shipping, and they ship it quick. It's ridiculous how fast they can get you your Texas gear wherever you are, Austin, Houston, Dallas, or somewhere outside of the great state of Texas. They can get you what you're looking for in no time. But definitely go to the store, say hi to Jay, say hi to Sue, say hi to Corbin, say hi to Shelby, say hi to the whole team. Awesome people. And they got a great selection of Longhorn gear and tons of fantastic clothes and accessories and just fun stuff for your house, for your office, for whatever. It's Sue Patrick. Wags, we've got some lines, baby. Get your nose ready for these lines.
Carve them up.
Carve them up, baby. Chop them up. Get your credit card. Get your rolled up dollar bill. We're ready to go. I just want to smell it, man. That's it.
That's it. I just want to see. I would just want to. I'm curious.
I just want to smell these lines, you know. We've got 5 lines. It's a very mature show. This is a family program.
I love it. I love it.
Don't forget about that. We're talking about Fun Dip, kids. All right. We're talking about snorting Fun Dip.
Do you remember that stuff?
Of course I remember that.
I didn't think you were old enough to remember that.
Oh, man.
The lick and stick where you tear it up and you got to have. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. You're thinking of the pixie sticks.
Both of them words. I know both.
Okay.
Pixie sticks. Yeah. With the long straw, with all that sugar that came out. But now the Fun Dip. Yeah. With the little stick and then you put it in the whatever.
The stick was terrible. The stick was awful.
Yeah. It was just it was a device to get all of that sugar in that cocaine-like powder.
Right.
In the other half of the Fun Dip package. Oh, man. Great stuff as a kid. Pixie sticks, too.
That's the original high. That's the original high.
Quick sidebar. Like my parents' house in Dallas, my mom for Halloween would give out like the giant pixie sticks. That was our bit.
The 3-footers?
Man. Dude, our house was like the place to be. Kids would always go there early because no one else had that, right? Like anytime you got a king size candy bar
before they sell out.
Yeah, anytime you had a king size anything, it was like, oh, big deal. We're going to that house first. But like no one else. I don't even know where my mom's got them, but the giant pixie stick. And oh man, the sugar high you would get from those things. Yeah, cocaine ain't nothing on pixie sticks. Let me tell you. Anyways, call your cousins because we've got lines. And 5 lines for Texas games this year. We will go in chronological order. So according to the schedule, these are 5 of the games that Circa Sports out in Vegas has deemed their games of the year in college football. And we'll start with the Michigan game. And I've seen some numbers thrown around for Texas and Michigan. Texas has been favored in every sports book I've looked at over the last few months.
How do you feel about that?
I've not seen a line this big, Wags. Like I've seen 2.5, I've seen 3, maybe I've seen 3.5 somewhere. But according to Circa, and you can make this bet right now if you want, if you're out in Vegas, Texas a 5-point road favorite at the Big House.
In Michigan. And Michigan still has, they still return 5 returners on defense as well. They still Will Johnson comes back, All-American corner. They just picked up another dude in the transfer portal this season too, or this off season as well. Like their defense is still going to be intact, and people are saying, "Oh, well, they're going to lose." Jim Harbaugh. Well, that's BS too. That's moot because Jerome was calling the offense all last year, and he's been doing it, for multiple years now. So it's kind of been his team. I don't think they're losing anything. Edwards is a very formidable running back as well. The Wolverines are going to be ready to play. I felt good initially, and now that it's climbing to 5, kind of scares me a little bit. Like, honestly, it's going the right way numbers wise for us in terms of being favorites, but that kind of scares me, especially this early in the season.
Well, I'll say this right now. Texas needs to win this game. Like, the casinos don't build themselves.
Sure.
Like, Texas is favored, which means they're expected to win, which means you should expect Texas to win this football game. I know the Big House is a tough place to play. I know Michigan is coming off of a national championship, and I know they're a great team, but it'd be a disappointment if Texas loses this game. I don't care if it's by 1 or by 100. 100 would be more disappointing. But it would be like Vegas is telling you right now that you should expect the Longhorns to win this game. And I think you should. If you ask me right now to make a pick, not only money line, but to make a pick on this line, I would take Texas -5. I really would. Yes,
okay.
Michigan's really good.
I'm not going to lie. That makes me feel I feel like you got a really good pulse on especially the lines, you know what I mean? Well, and I don't know, whatever you bet, I usually try and follow in suit.
That's a bad idea. Don't do that.
I don't know. You went on a nice run. You went on a nice run before.
I will say this. I
take some money from my buddies.
I never bet on Texas football. I don't. They've let me down too much, and I also don't want to get blamed for things going awry. But more of the first one. I've lost too much. My cousin has lost too much money over the years betting on Texas. It's been
bet against Texas though.
No, I don't do that. I don't touch Texas games. Like it was the season finale, Texas Tech in Austin against Texas, the game that saved Cliff Kingsbury's job. Like I don't know, 2017 maybe. Texas was like a
Crabtree?
No. Oh. God, don't say his name here. Texas was like a I wish that'd be an excusable loss. It was like McLean Carter was the name of this quarterback. He was like their third string quarterback. And it was a game in Austin, and Tech sucked, and Kingsbury was about to get fired, and Texas was playing well, and they were like 6-point favorites. And I'm like, we're going to beat the shit out of Tech. And then they lost outright. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm no longer betting on Texas football. And since that day, I've not touched a Texas game. So don't blame me if it goes awry. But yeah, Michigan lost a lot. Yes, their defense is going to be one of the best in the country. There's no doubt. They lost some key pieces, but they bring a lot of talented guys back. That defensive line is as formidable as can be. You talked about Will Johnson. They are great. But that offense, man, yes, Donovan Edwards is a stud, but they're replacing all 5 starters on the offensive line. Obviously, they're replacing a top 10 pick at quarterback. And they don't have an Arch Manning waiting in the wings. Their projected starter is a guy whose last name is Orgy, which is hilarious. But it's a competition out there. Like, he's not for sure the guy. And they lost their head coach. Yes, Sharon Moore coached a lot of the games last year, but Jim Harbaugh's awesome. And they lost Connor Stallions. They're not cheating anymore.
Come on, man.
Yes. No, come on, man. Like, all of those things, like, Texas has a lot back. They got the quarterback. They got the coach. Yes, the Longhorns had 11 players drafted. Guess what? Michigan had more players drafted. And the Longhorns return a lot more than Michigan does. So, look,
I think maybe the road trip is daunting to me. Maybe.
Sure. No, it's like I'd feel a lot better if the game was in Austin or if the game was on a neutral field. No question about that. But Texas went on the road and beat Bama as a dog last year.
One of the hardest places to do it, too.
And last year's Alabama, Alabama went 11-1 last year, and they took Michigan to overtime in the playoff. A great team.
No, you're right.
And I think last year's Alabama team is better than this year's Michigan team. And I think this year's Texas team could be better than last year's Texas team. It'll be close. Like in the SEC, it'll be a different challenge. I would pick Texas to go 11-1, if not 12-0 in the Big 12 this year. So it'll be tough. The record might not be the same, but in terms of talent-wise, this team should be around as good as they were last year. And I think Michigan is nowhere close to it. Like, I think Michigan loses 3 or 4 games this season, and they obviously didn't lose 1 in 2023. So I expect Texas to win. I don't think that's burnt orange Kool-Aid now, because the big wigs in the desert are saying the same thing. So yeah, I'd pick Texas
I feel
to win
a lot better
one.
about it now after your synopsis. So.
Yeah, and look, there's more research to be done, and I'll be focused more on what Michigan's got going on. But knowing what I know about Texas and knowing what I know about Michigan's departures, I like the Horns' chances there. All right, another line as we go in order. Once again, these 5 games for the Longhorns that have lines at Circa Sportsbook. The Red River Shootout. Texas an 8-point favorite against Oklahoma. Texas was a pretty hefty favorite in this game a season ago, and things did not go very well. But this is one of those games, Wags, where you throw the lines out the window, you throw the records out the window, you throw the stats, you throw the eye test. Like, it does not matter what you get in the first 5 or 6 games of the year. Everything is different when you take the field at the Cotton Bowl. So I'm on the opposite side of this one. Like, any line over a touchdown in this game, either way, to me, it feels like you go the other way. So should Texas beat Oklahoma this year? Yeah, they should have beat them last year. They should have beat them by double digits last year. They didn't do it. Oklahoma's got some questions. They don't have Dylan Gabriel. They've got a gauntlet of a schedule too. Texas should win, and Vegas is telling you they should win by more than a touchdown. But that game, I don't like betting on any Texas game. I sure as hell don't like touching the Red River Shootout. But I ask you, Texas -8 against the Sooners. What's your early thought when you see that?
It's funny because you and I are flip-flopping on this between Michigan and Ohio and Oklahoma here. I think because of how I don't know how you feel about Dylan Gabriel, but I thought Dylan Gabriel was one of the better quarterbacks and is going to be one of the better quarterbacks in college this year. I think that is a terrible letdown and huge loss for that quarterback room. And I don't know if Oklahoma is going to be able to scramble in time to find a quarterback of that caliber to lead that offense like he did. I think Dylan Gabriel was it's not even a matter of think. Go back and look at the game film. Without Dylan Gabriel last year, they don't beat the Longhorns. He made our linebackers look absolutely like high school division or class 2 division 2 linebackers. I mean, they look bad when they played up against Dylan Gabriel. Or that could just be, Dylan Gabriel's play and just how much he accelerated or extended in that game, right? But no, without Dylan Gabriel, I think Oklahoma is going to struggle quite a bit. Like you said, you throw the lines out, but I'm expecting a blowout this year in terms of the Longhorns with Oklahoma. I know people that listen to me and hear me make predictions don't want me to say that because I've kind of got the Bucky factor going, but I'm telling you right now, it does. Like, I feel pretty good about Oklahoma. Don't feel good about the -5 up in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I mean, there are reasons to be nervous about going to the Big
like
House.
you said, dude, eight's a lot of
that's a lot of points. It's a lot of points. I mean, Texas won by 49 2 years ago. So you do get the occasional blowout in this game.
Are they good for 10? Yeah, they're good. I think Texas is good for 10.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on Jackson Arnold, right? The new quarterback in Norman. And we haven't seen much of him. He played mop-up duty last year, and then he played in a bowl game. Now, the bowl game did not go well at all. He had 5 turnovers against Arizona in that Alamo Bowl, but that's a bowl game, and now he's got a full off season under his belt. He knows he's the starting quarterback, and he was one of the highest touted quarterback recruits out of high school a couple of years ago from the Denton area. So
the coming into Oklahoma too.
Yeah, the potential for Jackson Arnold, I think, is high, but you got Quinn Ewers, who will be going into his 3rd Red River, and you've got Jackson Arnold, who will be going into his 1st. So it's different there, and you always want the experience on your side for your team, but mainly for your quarterback, and Texas has that advantage there. And Texas is the more talented team. Like I think that's obvious to say, but once again, there have been years where Texas has won, but Oklahoma's been the more talented team. So I don't know, man. Like, Texas, they should be fine there. But we'll see what Jackson Arnold looks like. That's one of those, like, I'm in wait and see mode. If Jackson Arnold looks awesome, then it's like, oh shit, this is going to be a really, really good game. But if Arnold is showing signs of, wear and tear and struggles as a first-year starter, wear and tear is probably not the right phrase, but if he just doesn't look comfortable in the first 5 OU games of the year, then it'll be easier to feel like, okay, now Texas is going to win this one by a couple of scores.
Where's this number end up at?
Let me pull up.
When we get close to kickoff, where's this number at?
Okay, so let me pull up Oklahoma's schedule. Like, obviously, the Texas-Michigan game will have a lot to do with it, but Texas's other 4 games are winnable games, right? Like Colorado State, UTSA, ULM, and Mississippi State all at home. Like, at worst, Texas should be 4-1, but you'd like to think they're 5-0 going into that one. Oklahoma's got Temple. That's a win. They've got Houston. That's a win. Tulane's an interesting one. It's in Norman. Oklahoma's probably going to win that, but Tulane's one of the best G5 teams in the country. So if the Green Wave roll into Norman and win that game, then that impacts your Vegas line. But I'll call that a win for OU. Then they've got Tennessee at home and then at Auburn. So that's 4-1. If OU loses a couple of games and Texas is 5-0, then we're talking about a double-digit line, probably.
Okay.
If both teams are 5-0, then we're probably talking about, 5 or 6.
5.
It's a closer line. So, yeah. I don't know. I think Oklahoma loses one of those first 5 games.
Again, 8 points. 8 points. I'd still touch it. I think.
Okay.
I think Texas is good for 10 here. Gets to 10. I'm off.
That's too scary. Yeah.
It's just too much. Just too much. In a game where you, like you said, it, man. It's the game of the unknown. Throw everything out. It doesn't matter. It's like, but one team could be undefeated, the other team could be winless. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yep. The following week, maybe the game of the year in college football. Texas hosting Georgia. Yeah, how's that for back-to-back? Red River and then Georgia coming to town. Hello. This is the only game that Texas is.
Who do you bring your recruits to? Or which week do you bring your recruits to?
Both. Like Oklahoma. Let's see. Oklahoma is the home team this year at Red River. So I think that means they get to bring more recruits. But yeah, like it's bold if you want to bring your recruits to the Georgia game. Like, obviously the atmosphere at DKR is going to be all time. And that game is going to, assuming both teams are in the top 5 or top 10, which we all expect, then yeah, that might be a top 5 atmosphere at DKR ever. So that's going to be nuts, especially if they put the game in prime time and you get the light show and the drone show and all of that extra pomp and circumstance.
And like, even if you lose that game, like, isn't that like, it almost feels like you're playing with house money, right? You're bringing the number 1 team in the nation in here. You're going to see the atmosphere. You're going to see the raucousness of DKR, right? You're going to see the new addition, the new added venue in DKR as well. You almost have everything up there showcased for all your recruits. It would be icing on the cake to take the victory, right? But I mean, hell, you're kind of playing with house money if you bring in a recruit on Georgia, right?
Well, so you could go both ways here. Like, look, a lot of the guys that Texas is recruiting are also being recruited by Georgia. So, you don't want Georgia to come into your house and win. And it's like,
it's kind of like double down. If you're double downing on something, then
you're like, should I go there instead? Like, that's a better program. And look, they have been a better program. They've won 2 national titles in the last 3 years, and Texas.
It's like, what's a better party town? Athens or Austin? So.
Well, Athens is pretty dope, but like Austin's, but the whole experience in Austin and the education, and Texas has a lot of things going for it. And I just think it's ballsy if you're going to make that a big recruiting weekend, and it will be a big recruiting weekend. I feel like home games are always pretty big recruiting weekends here. But yeah, there's like, if you win that game and you have a bunch of big time recruits in the city, then okay, awesome. And think about what the Alabama game did last year, even though that was on the road. You had like Anthony Hill and Keelan Robinson going up to the recruits who were in Tuscaloosa saying, come to Texas. Come to Texas. Look at what we just did, and look at what we're building here. All right, you need to come to us.
Man, flip it.
You beat Alabama and Georgia in back-to-back years like that, then it's crazy. It is crazy. I mean, recruiting's already been crazy good around these parts under Steve Sarkisian, but yeah, you have a bunch of high schoolers in the city for that game, and then you win that game against what's probably going to be the number 1 team in the country. Yeah, that's big time right there. But Texas, a 2-point dog. That's the only game that Texas is not favored in. So, 11-1 should be the expectation, I suppose. But I have no problem with Georgia being favored, even though the game's here. They're the number one team in the country. They're the more proven team in this era of college football. They should be favored, but it's a coin flip. It's pretty cool to see. Like, if you think of, 2021, Sark's first year, and the first of 2 back-to-back national championships for Georgia, what would the line have been in that game?
21, 3 scores.
Oh my, yeah, like undefeated national champ Georgia and 5-7 Texas, like disaster. We saw what Arkansas did to Texas that year. So it just goes to show you how far this program has come under Sark, to where it's like, no, this is damn near a coin flip pick'em game for Georgia coming to town, even though they are the best team in the land.
Where are you at with Carson Beck?
Very good. A little overhyped, I think, a little overcooked. I think he's got a chance to be the best quarterback in the country. Like, I don't think there's a clear-cut best QB in college football right now. So, Caleb Williams was that guy going into last year because he won the Heisman 2 years ago. Carson Beck.
See what Gabriel's going to do in Oregon.
I am too, man.
Very curious.
I am too. And health has always been his issue, but in that offense, Bo Nix was a bit of a vegetable at times at Auburn. He goes to Oregon. Will Stein, the former Lake Travis offensive coordinator, the OC.
Ben Stein's son. You take his money. You take his money.
I like that. Yeah, I think Gabriel's a stud. Like, the Heisman race is up for grabs this year. Quinn Ewers is in the mix. Like, Shedeur Sanders is in the mix. Like, you don't really have a consensus best quarterback in college football. Beck is the favorite. And, I think he was good enough last year, and the fact that he plays at Georgia is going to help because that team is going to be awesome this year, and you'd have to be on an awesome team, it feels like, to have a shot to win that award. But, it's up for grabs, totally.
So going back to what you just said about Bo Nix, right? Bo Nix and the jump in talent, or I guess the jump in play that he had from Auburn to Oregon, right? That wasn't just a complete maturation process from Bo Nix. That was tutelage, 100% tutelage. It was QB play. That's exactly what Dillon Gabriel was about to receive here. There's a really good chance that Dillon Gabriel could win your Heisman. So,
yeah, I think if he stays healthy, he'll at least be in New York this year.
Yeah,
I think he's got like the 3rd or 4th best odds to win it this year. So not going too far off the beaten path with that pick, but I like it. I said last week with Cody, I think on Friday, like I'd put some coin on Dillon Gabriel to win the Heisman this year because Oregon's going to be good. He'll get more exposure playing in the Big Ten. And I think the world of him as a talent. So how about this? So we talk about Texas only being 2-point dogs to Georgia, and that just shows you how far Texas has risen. How about how far Florida has fallen? Excuse me. Texas, an 18-point favorite against the Gators. That was one of the other lines that came out.
Is that too many points though?
Like, I don't know, dude.
That 3 touchdowns?
And it is. Yeah. 18. I don't know if there's ever been a time in history.
Is that in Florida?
No, it's here.
Okay.
I don't know if there's ever been a time. Matter of fact, I'd bet that there's never been a time in the history of college football where Texas has been 18 points better than Florida.
Well, Florida 18 points worse than anyone, right?
And that's where they're at right now. Like, Florida, their coach is on the hottest of hot seats. They've got a ridiculously tough schedule. There are people who think that Billy Napier might be fired before the Gators come to Austin. Like, there could be an interim coach on the sidelines when the swamp comes here. And that's a team that just they don't have they don't have their wits about it.
Didn't they?
Yeah, they got a great 5-star, DJ Lagway. They've got Graham Mertz, the Wisconsin transfer, but he was there last year too. So he's back for another year. They lost their running back, though, to Georgia, funny enough, younger ETN. But, the lines of scrimmage and that defense last year was
atrocious.
Swiss cheese, dude. Couldn't stop a nosebleed, to quote the great Bart Scott. It's bad. It's bad. So that just, look, obviously it's a testament to how good the Longhorns are and how high the expectations are around here, but it's more of just how the mighty have fallen with Florida.
And maybe it is the name that's keeping me off of wanting to press the button for 3 scores. For not just 3 scores, 3 touchdowns. Yeah, I mean those are so strong points, dude. Really, it's disarray. That program is almost in just complete disarray. I think I'm on it. I think I'd like to see how, again, this is kind of like a cop out, right? But I'd like to see how the season progresses a little bit. But I mean, at this point right now, you'd like to think that Florida is going to be able to right the ship somehow, some way. But yeah, 18 right now, that's strong.
Dude, have you looked at
Longhorns might be good for 21. They might.
Yeah. Have you looked at
Florida? That's a lot of points, man. We were just talking about 8 points being a lot just in the Cotton Bowl, dude. I mean,
it's different. It's different. Like Oklahoma's better than Florida right now. Like
100.
Oklahoma won 9 games last year, and Florida has a coach who's probably getting fired this year. So here's Florida's schedule. I know Bucky and I have talked about this a lot.
They're losing to Miami.
They have 1 guaranteed win on the schedule. That's Samford in week 2, right? It's only 8 SEC games, but there are 3 other non-con games. They have Miami, they have UCF, and they have at Florida State. Like, they obviously could win. They could win those games, at least 1 or 2 of those games, but they also could lose.
What's this do for the future, too? If you win 1 game here, I mean, how many people are coming to your program, PK?
Right. The win total, the Vegas win total for Florida is 4.5. Wags. Florida, the University of Florida.
Yeah. That old ball coach better come back.
Not what was the name of that fake school? Bishop Sycamore, wasn't that in Florida supposedly? Whenever that, I don't know where that even was. This is not Bishop Sycamore here. This is Florida. 4.5. But the schedule is a nightmare. It's the toughest schedule, I think, in college football.
Jake says he thinks Florida starts 5-0.
Look, they could beat Miami. Mario Cristobal hasn't proven anything down there.
I think Miami beats Florida, honestly, but
I would also pick Miami, I think, to win that game. They'll beat Samford. They get A&M at home. That's a winnable game. At Mississippi State is a winnable game. UCF is a winnable game. So they could win all. They could win all of those. They absolutely could be 5-0. And if they are, obviously the conversation surrounding Billy Napier changes a ton.
Right.
But I don't know. There's at least 2 losses in there. And then how about
are you pressing down on that? Are you taking it? That's 18 points, man. That's a lot.
Yeah, I think I would right now. Okay. I pick Texas. How about the last 5 games for Florida before we unscreen share this? Georgia, neutral site, of course, at Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, at Florida State. I mean, that is 5 potentially top 15 teams, 2 road games, 1 neutral site game. And then your home games, your easier games are LSU and Ole Miss. Good night. Okay,
brutal.
There you go. And then the last line we have from our friends out at Circa Sports, the Lone Star Showdown. Texas at Texas A&M. The Longhorns 5-point favorites in this one. So bigger favorites against Oklahoma, even though Oklahoma's coming off of a much better season than the Aggies are. Texas just a 5-point favorite at Kyle Field. That atmosphere is going to be nutty, Professor. The ticket prices are astronomical right now. It's going to be a tough place. There's going to be a lot of burnt orange in the stands, but that's obviously going to be a huge game for both sides. But, the Aggies are really chomping at the bit to get that one. And, yeah, there's your number right now. Texas -5 in Aggie land.
I think Texas wins. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they cover. And it's only because of my inexperience here with the boys going on the road. Again, like I'm a Maryland dude. I'm coming from the East Coast. The longest I've had with Texas football has been since 2012. Right. I was a fan in 2005 when they were watching. My roommate was from Texas and he loved the Longhorns. So that's, we watched the damn national championship. But my God, like, what is the atmosphere actually going to be like over in College Station? Is it that much of a raucous, environment to where it's going to stump the Longhorns, who could potentially be after this game, if they beat Georgia here, the number 1 team in the land, if all goes right? And your one loss for the Longhorns this year is Georgia, correct?
I've got more than one loss for the team, but
okay. Now that's another conversation we need to have.
I do have Georgia as a loss for Texas. Yes.
Okay.
But you're right. If they win that game, I mean, if they're 11-0 going to College Station, they'll be the number one team in the country because they'll have wins at Michigan, against Georgia, and against Oklahoma, and they'll be unbeaten in an SEC slate. So, yeah, like that could be. That's not the most far-fetched thought in the world to think that could be the number one team in the country going into Aggie Land.
Kool-Aid more crazier than the burnt orange Kool-Aid? I'm not I don't know the potency over there.
Aggie fans are excited. Anytime you get a new coach, you're excited. Like people thought Charlie Strong was going to work. And Mike Elko's got more skins on the wall than Charlie Strong.
But Elko's kind of been in that program, though.
He's been there. Okay. He's been there and then went to Duke as a head coach for a couple of years and had some success. So there's absolutely a chance the Mike Elko hire works out in Aggie Land. And I think it's going to be better than the Jimbo Fisher hire was for them. So they're excited, but like that, they don't. Of course, there are fans in every fan base who have ridiculous expectations, but I think the rational Aggie fan knows that, okay, this is not going to be their best year ever. Right. Yeah, like they want to take steps, right? Like see signs of life, and it's tough to be patient. Hell, they might go 5-7, like what Steve Sarkisian did in his first year. I think A&M would absolutely sign for the 3 years of Mike Elko that Texas has had with Sark.
Sure.
Right? 5 wins to 8 wins, and then boom, conference title and college football playoff in year 3. Like, okay, you take that. So I think A&M's, I think they're going to be better than 5-7. I think they'll make a bowl game this year. But, maybe they're 7-4 going into that game, maybe 6-5 going into that game. Best case scenario, probably 8-3 going into that game for A&M. So like Texas is the better team. They've got the better roster. They've got more coming back. They got the better quarterback. Like all of these things are working in the Longhorns' favor. But, until last year, that was Sark's problem. He could not win games on the road. And last year he did. Texas's 2 losses were neutral site games. They did not lose a true road game last season. Now, atmosphere is not as tough, schedule not as tough. So we'll see what happens. And there were some close games that Texas played where they dodged bullets away from Austin. But like last year was the first year where it's like, oh no, Sark has proven he can get his guys ready to go and win on the road. So that atmosphere, shit, dude, I saw videos from a George Strait concert at Kyle Field this weekend. Did you see that? 113,000 people.
Is that real?
Real. Yep. Okay. George Strait did a show there. And I was like intimidated. That's a concert. I'm like, oh, that's a lot of people. And you can't get that many for a football game because, the concert stage is smaller than the field. So you can put people on the field for a show. But like, dude, it's going to be bonkers out there. So Texas
it is not a neutral land. It's not neutral site. Like you said, there's going to be sporadic burnt orange or
there'll be like 20,000 Texas fans there probably, but that means there are 80,000 Aggie fans there doing their swaying, doing their milking.
Grabbing nuts. I mean,
they're out milking men all the time. They're, the guy cheerleaders, all that weird stuff that they do. Yeah, it'll be ready. There'll be, think about the last time these two teams played in football, right? Everyone knew it was going to be the last game for the foreseeable future, and it was in College Station, and Texas walked it off with a field goal and won the game. And like all those Aggie fans, they've heard that from Longhorn fans for the last 13 plus years. And they've had to see that highlight 1 billion times. So they are ready for this. They've been counting down the days.
Longhorns are better than Longhorns are good for 5. They're good for 5.
That's where you go right now.
They're good for 5. I got them better. I think it's going to be at least a touchdown game. They're good for 5.
That is totally a rivalry line. That is totally a first time you played your rival in this long line. Like that's what it is. Because if this was a neutral game, then it's 2 touchdowns for Texas. But being there, that makes a lot of difference.
That's the power of College Station, huh?
I think so. I really do. Like they say,
7 points is
they say home field flips a line by 3, right? So if this was a neutral game, it'd be 8. If this was in Austin, it'd be 11. I think if this game was in Austin, it'd be a little more than that. I really do. But yeah, I'm nervous for that game. I can't lie to you. I am absolutely nervous for that game. I'm stoked for it. No, there's nothing I love more than to go win a game in front of all those Aggie fans and break their hearts again just like old times, remind them what things are like in this rivalry.
It's gonna be fun, man.
But it's gonna be great.
I can't wait. I'm popping my cherry. So this is.
I've never been to a Texas A&M football game. Never have.
Never?
Because, dude, literally 2011 was the year before I started college. And I went to some UT games growing up, but I lived in Dallas, so it was a little bit of a trek. I obviously watched every single game, but I never went to a UT A&M football game. So this is one of those where you hope to know someone. Because I can't afford those tickets by myself. This is the one who do I know? What Aggie friend do I have? Or what Texas booster do I know?
Hey, we do. Don't we? What's Bobby? What? Not. Damn it! What's the hell that damn? What's the company? It's in my mind. You wouldn't know. It's in my mind. My God, we used to have him over at the Horn all the time.
The Jenkins from ABC.
Bobby Jenkins, my God, look at you at the pool.
Bobby Jenkins. Oh, he is an Aggie. Yeah,
he's an Aggie. Remember, he got in that Speedo. He got Craig in that Speedo.
I don't remember that. Thankfully,
I've listened to too many commercials.
Yeah. That wasn't. Hopefully, that wasn't a real thing. I don't think there's.
I think it was.
Gross. So there you go. Those are the 5 lines we've got for Texas football to this point. 5 of the biggest games of the year for the Longhorns. Once again, we don't see the other 7 games, but I expect Texas to be favored in 11 of 12 this year. So
we got some time. Can I steer this real quick?
Sure. Can I give a couple of sponsor shout outs real quick though first?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Then we'll see what Wags has in store for the last 10 minutes or so of the show before we hand it off to Rodney and our man Sandtrap Stew.
I love it. I love it. He's got another one.
It's golf, baby. U.S. Open time. We got to have a golf superlative there. Shout out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Hey, get your AC right. If it's not right, you already know by now. Get it right with Woods Comfort Systems. If something ain't working the way that it needs to work, or if you're building a home that needs a new AC unit, you have to reach out to our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been in business here in Central Texas for 68 years. That's right. They're about half as old as Bucky is, but they do tremendous work. 512-842-5066. Any HVAC issue, and they also do plumbing as well. Don't try to tackle your plumbing issues by yourself. You're going to make things worse. Woods Comfort Systems, they are the expert in HVAC and in plumbing. Give them a shout and make sure you tell them you heard about it right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, some love to Jack Allen's Kitchen. If you're looking for a great place to catch a great meal today, Jack Allen's Kitchen is the spot. 5 Austin area locations, all fantastic. The food is incredible. They've got great specials too. Normally, I'm not a specials guy, but the Jack Allen specials are tremendous. They've got a great menu, something for everyone in the family, everyone at the office, or just for yourself. Great bar as well, TVs all over the place, amazing service. I'm telling you, a top-notch 5-star dining experience every time you go see our great friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. And lastly, Waterloo Printing and Graphics, based in South Austin. They made our new badass TSU hats. I got to get you one of those, Wags. I don't think you have one of our new hats yet. But they're awesome, and they can make awesome gear for your company as well. Shirts, hats, stickers, banners, signs, anything you need to promote your business, they can get it done for you. Check out their Instagram at Waterloo Printing. You can see some of the people that they've worked with, and you can see some of what they've created over the years. You can slide into their DMs there, or you can give our buddy Adam a call or a text, 512-300-9641. Great guy who provides great customer service. They can help make your business pop with that promotional material. All right, Wags, what you got for the people today, man?
All right, my man. So it kind of just hit me. We had a conversation about 5 minutes ago on where we think the Longhorns will, do in the line, what we think the Longhorns will accomplish in the lines, right? Or how much green we think we can get in our pockets, which led me to a question of saying, well, do you think the Longhorns can go undefeated, or if they beat Georgia, they'd be the number 1 team in the land, right, so to speak? And then you kind of shocked me and raised my eyebrow with saying that I think the Longhorns lose more than 1 game. I'm intrigued. Which games do the Longhorns struggle with this year? without tipping your cap. I'm sure that you might have something primed up and getting ready to go as closer we get to college football kickoff. But I'm very intrigued of how you think we're going to fare this year.
Well, okay. What's the question here? You asked which games do I think they'll struggle in?
Do you think we're going to lose more than 3 games?
No.
Okay.
But if you asked me right now, 75 days out, I guess that means I have 74 days to change this. I would say Texas goes 9-3 this year.
9-3.
I think that's my UTSD. Matter of fact, I know that's my UTSD kicking in. I don't know where the other 2 losses come from, man.
I love it. UTSD.
That's what it is. Like, I think they'll beat Michigan. I think they'll lose to Georgia. Georgia's the surefire loss.
Okay.
I think they'll lose to a rival this year. They'll lose to OU, Arkansas, or A&M. They'll lose one of those games for loss number 2. And then they'll slip up to a team that they shouldn't slip up to. I know.
You have been hurt, my son. You have been hurt.
I have.
I have.
100%. So, look, I'm a pessimist. Always have been when it comes to sports. That's where I am right now. So I'm like not drinking the burnt orange Kool-Aid as much as everybody else. So maybe this is set the bar low, right? Under promise, overachieve.
I got him at losing to Georgia, but that's it.
You got 11-1.
Yeah, I mean that's not going out on too crazy of a limb.
No,
right?
11-1. I mean, look, Texas is expected to make the SEC championship game, and once again, they are favored in 11 of their 12 games, so they should go 11-1. If things go according to plan, that will be their record, which means they will be in the SEC championship game, probably playing Georgia again, and win or lose, they'll make the playoff. Even if they lose to Georgia twice, if they're 11-2 and they're playing for the conference title, then they will be one of the 12 teams in. They'll probably be like a 6 or a 7 seed of the 12, but they'll be in. So yeah, like I'd absolutely sign up for that, but I don't know.
It's hard. I know it's you're reluctant. I got you. I can feel it. I can hear it in your voice.
Maybe I'm giving the SEC too much. Yeah, maybe I'm giving the SEC too much credit too. Like Texas made out easy when it comes to an SEC schedule. Now, I think this schedule is still harder than what Texas had last year in the Big 12. And Texas, I mean, they dodged some bullets. Now, all wins count the same, but my God, you barely beat Houston. You barely beat TCU. It's like, Kentucky's better than those teams, right? Like Mississippi State probably better than those teams. So it'll be a bit of a step up in class. Arkansas's a little tougher than that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm giving the SEC some credit. Like, that's scaring me a little bit. And
but also like the past tendencies too. You know what I mean? Like that comes into effect. That's clearly on the brain, right?
Yeah, it's been a while since Texas
has
had.
You've been hurt.
Of course I've been hurt. Yes. Oh my God. Yes.
The relationship, man.
I won't deny it. I absolutely won't deny it. Like, we're coming off the best year we've had since before I could drive a car. And Sark's coming off by far and away his best year as a head coach. So it's like, is it sustainable? I don't know if it's sustainable. I hope it's sustainable. I don't know if
it's I could drive.
I could drive.
My few best 2 years. Oh, man.
2009, I was 15, Wags. I was 15 years old the last time Texas did anything relevant on the national scale before last season. So
it feels good. I hope, like you just said, I hope it is sustainable. 100%. Man. I do. I am the optimist today. I feel like Texas does go 11-1 and Georgia the only loss. I would love to have the perfect season where we host Georgia and all the recruits are there. It's kumbaya, shiny, happy football people, and Longhorns go perfectly untarnished and just take every damn recruit from Georgia, and then
oh my God,
it is too much of a fairy tale. That just doesn't exist in our world. I understand that.
Right. Yeah, we can't have nice things. Definitely not that nice. Let me show you the screen share, Wags. Were you ever a cigarette smoker back in your day?
I was in the Marines. I did smoke some cigarettes.
Did you ever get your hands on these?
Bro, are you serious?
That's a Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
Is this like the Camel Crush? Like, do you crush it and then, or like when? What?
Look at these bad boys.
Real BK.
Baja Blast flavored cigarettes.
This is clear. I mean, New. Of course, they'd be new potes. They some potes.
New boats. Come on, man. You wouldn't try these? You never seen these?
Nah.
Oh, I'd absolutely try these. I'm not a cigarette smoker at all, but I would.
What's the exhale taste like?
Baja Blast.
No, the inhale. I mean,
the exhale, I guess, tastes like cigarette. I don't know.
It's clearly menthol. I just don't know how you get this flavored of.
At the bottom, it says
the menthol is mint. It's mint. Like, how are you going to make this berry or the deliciousness of Baja Blast? This would ruin a Baja Blast for me.
The Baja Blast cigarette?
The Baja Blast cigarette would ruin the Baja Blast for me.
It does say non-menthol at the bottom. All right, one more picture here before we bring on the guys. Yeah, I was on the internet, Wax, so it was definitely real.
Have a non-menthol cigarette?
According to the internet, they do. How about this shirt? What? You can either expect me to work well with others or pass a drug test. I can't do both. How's that? That's our motto here at TSU. If you pass a drug test, you get fired. That's how we operate here. This is an all-time.
You're overqualified.
You can either expect me to work well with others or pass a drug test. I can't do both. Saw those on the internet. All right. I see the fellas. It's Double R.
What's up?
Sand Trap Stu filling in today. Gentlemen, good morning.
What's up, gentlemen?
Morning, guys. How we doing, boys? Man.
How are you doing, good sir, with your fantastic setup from Audiovisual Consultation?
Man, I got to tell you, I mean, those guys were in here. You know, when we were doing the show on Friday, they're like, get out. They're like, get out of here. Go somewhere else.
Just
do your show somewhere else. We are we're living.
You have landed. You have arrived, my dude. Stewie, what's up, brother? How are you, sir?
What's up, man? By the way, those Baja Blast Newports, that's as bad. And I smoke a cigar once in a blue moon. That's as bad as flavored cigars. That's just awful.
Come on, Stu. You wouldn't try these?
No. I mean, I don't do cigarettes anyway. They're nasty. But that would be just. I don't drink Mountain Dew. That stuff tears my stomach up.
Oh, see, man. I think that's where I'm at a crossroads here because all I do is inject Mountain Dew in my veins. And
see, and that's the funny thing. So, you know, I do, of course, pro wrestling. Wrestlers, like, they will down energy drinks like it's water. Like my broadcast partner, when we do the Inspire After Death commentary, Kenny Cross, he's got like 3 energy drinks lined up ready to do for a 3-hour show. And I'm going, dude, that's got to eat your stomach up so badly. I do sweet iced tea. That's about, and maybe a Dr. Pepper once in a while. And that's it.
Oh, man. Monsters used to put me to sleep.
Yeah. Wags, you still drinking energy drink?
No, I'm off of them. I'm on the Baja Blast now. As a matter of fact, I got 2 Baja Blasts from 7-Eleven downstairs.
I've never understood like when people just pound those energy drinks because I see that a lot where they're just like one after the other, and I'm like, man,
they taste so good. They're good.
Really?
Yeah. Once it hits your lips,
I mean,
no.
Tastes like rat piss.
By the way, this stuff's poison. You ever seen Role Models where Paul Rudd's sitting there and he's peeing neon green and he goes to do his 3rd speech of the day and he's loading. He goes, by the way, this stuff's poison. He just runs out. Great movie. I don't know if you guys have seen it or not. Go look it up, man. It's
got Tom Herman.
Perfect shout out to Kiss. Got a
Tom Herman T-chart right there.
Yeah, he's got a urinalysis chart from Tom Herman in it. No.
It should.
Hey, guys, I want to ask y'all because y'all were talking about Coach Belichick. I've got daughters that are that age.
See,
and
we go.
It's like, holy smoke! But
so Rodney, all right. So this is the hypothetical that I threw out to BK. Could you all right? You and Tracy aren't married anymore, but you bring home a girl that is younger than your daughters. Would you not feel a little out of place, or would that just not feel weird?
It's actually a weird thing, Wags, because we talk on Chaos all the time about with my cycling stuff. All of my friends and those instructors are like their age, like those girls' age. And they're like, Dad, it's kind of weird that you text and exchange and communicate with people that are our age. I mean, not that we're doing anything bad, you know what I mean?
Sure, no, I got it. But
so I kind of feel that. So I kind of feel like Bill Belichick, minus the cool hoodie and Hall of Fame credentials.
What do you all talk about? Like, do you speak their language?
Oh, hell yeah, man. Are you kidding? Yeah, man. I'm right there with them. I mean, we talk pop culture, music. I've learned so many great
Rodriguez, everyone.
There it is right there. I mean, that's I'm
music.
A man of
you talk music with these 20-something-year-olds?
Of course.
You listen to Key Glock?
We got a lot of Swifties. We got all the Olivia Rodrigo, all of that stuff. Guys, I've learned. I've evolved. Wags, I may not know a lot about movies and all these different things and the stuff we talk about, but the modern stuff, dude, I'm educated, brother.
Oh wow. Rodney Belichick
that
joining
makes
us
fun of
this
us.
morning. Goodness gracious.
Jordan,
all right, guys.
Jordan Hudson's her name, gentlemen. Jordan Hudson's her name.
Belichick's girl. Yeah, I got to go do some research on her for tomorrow's show.
That's right. That's right. You should.
Did y'all do Wags? Fun show. Thanks for sticking around, Stu. Thanks for stepping
Stu,
up
thank
today.
you.
Good to see you, boys.
See you guys
later, bud. Thanks,
all
Stu.
Right. Diving into the 10 o'clock hour, we'll still call it Chaos Theory with Stu and I. Stu, lots to break down today. It's always man. I tell you, man, when you and I get to chop it up, it's one of those really cool things. We'll lead off. Want to talk about today, many years ago. We'll talk about that. Do want to mention, of course, I kind of like to get your thoughts on some of these schedule times for Texas football. We can touch on golf. They just called you Sand Trap Stu. So
we got to talk. We got to talk Bryson DeChambeau and Rory.
Absolutely. We will dive into that. But Stu, want to lead off. 30 years ago, what were you doing 30 years ago today? Do you happen to?
Let's see. I had been married for a year. And I
didn't know you were married, Stu.
I was married for 11 years. Well, and my ex-wife and I are still great friends. She's one of my best friends, actually. I had been married for a year. We were sitting at home. We had a duplex off of Breaker Lane. We were sitting at home, and I'm trying to remember what I was watching. I guess it was Game 5. And then the craziness ensued.
Man, what a day.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, what we're talking about, June 17th, 1994. All of these things happen in different orders. Arnold Palmer playing his last round at the U.S. Open. Holy shit. I mean, are you kidding me?
Good Lord.
Man, FIFA World Cup begins in Chicago as the United States hosts for the first time.
Yeah, and they're getting ready to host again in 2 years. So
yeah. So dialing it back, Knicks and Rockets in that Game 5. Man, that was glued to that. I'll tell you guys, I think you probably heard on Chaos Theory before where I was that night. I'll tell you that. Rangers celebration.
The New York Rangers.
Yeah, New York Rangers. Yeah,
Stanley Cup Championship Parade. They won the cup. Mark Messier and the gang.
Hadn't happened since 1940.
Yeah.
Then, oh, by the way, there's a guy driving really slow with another dude in the back seat with a gun to his head, supposedly. The O.J. Simpson chase. And rest in peace. I guess we should say rest in peace to O.J. He's no longer with us. I guess this is our first June 17th, Stu, that we've celebrated since the loss of the aforementioned Juice. But, God, what a day. Will anything ever replace that day, in your opinion? That was so much stuff going on that day.
Purely because of the O.J. chase. You're not going to see a day like that again. I don't think so. I mean, and ESPN even, so when they started the 30 for 30 series, they did a 30 for 30 on that day.
Yeah.
And there was no narration. All it was clips. So they bounced between clips of OJ, then clips of Knicks and Rockets. and then clips of Arnold at the Open or at US Open. The parade with the New York Rangers. It was just, and they would just bounce around with all these clips. And it was so powerful to watch that and hearing and they would do a little bit of behind the scenes. So Bob Costas is at the Knicks Houston game, and he's talking back to NBC News or NBC Sports, in New York, and they're trying to figure, okay, when do we cut in for this? How do I toss it to this?
Yeah.
And you get to hear some of that, which was, again, that was so it was just an anomaly in not only in the history of sports, but the history period, with everything that happened with OJ and making it back to his house and the eventual arrest and everything. But my God, I mean, that was just that was a surreal day, to be sure.
It really was. And I think with that 30 for 30, the thing about it is what you mentioned too right there. And I think that's one of the most powerful things of it is that there is no sound. I mean, a lot of it, it's just, you're just kind of sitting there watching it cycle around. And when you did have the behind the scenes, I mean, you know how it is, like when you're going on air, with radio, even us with what we're doing here, it's always that last minute. Okay, what's going to happen here? And then things go wrong, like when we lose a Wi-Fi connection, it's like, okay, shit, what do we do? But going back and looking at that, and with Costas, I remember vividly on that 30 for 30. I mean, you look at that look on his face, and it's like, he's shell-shocked. He has no idea what to do, what's going on. That was just such an impactful, sad day. But the OJ thing kind of took that away and took away from a good basketball series and a monumental time in golf, for Arnie. And it's like all of that happened on that day. And I think that if things happen today and we had all these people that retired and stepped away, I still don't think that we eclipse what we saw in 1994 on this day.
We don't, and that's the funny thing, because, and again, you had the US Open, but the round was over by then. Yeah. Game 5 was getting ready to tip off when this was happening, and Bob Costas, is talking back to whoever the director is for NBC News. Do I toss it to Tom Brokaw? How are we going to fit this in? And you're right, the look on his face was one of just, what the hell is going on? You're in the middle of this game 5, which, by the way, Rockets go on to win the championship.
Yep.
And it's just, again, I mean, the best word to describe it, surreal.
I've mentioned this before, Stu. I haven't talked about it with you here on TSU, but and again, thank you for jumping on this morning. But I had a job down south in South Austin. I worked over at the old Art Carved ring place down there, further down south, and it was one of those things. We got paid every week. So we would get our paycheck and go to the bar, do whatever. Me and about 5 dudes, we get our paychecks that day, and we're going off to what I'll say it. We're going to Expose to enjoy the basketball game. Yeah, right there on South Congress. All of this starts. We're sitting there watching the game. All the other stuff is going on, and like the entertainers, the ladies of the night or whatever you want to call them, they like stop when this Bronco thing is going on. Mm-hmm. And they're like sitting, whether it's on your lap, sitting in a chair, whatever's going on, the place was quiet. They turned the music off when this thing was going on. I'm like, okay, this is a big thing. This is a really big thing happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, obviously the closest to it would be 9/11, but that didn't really have a sports, tie-in until a day or two later. And it was just, like I said, it's just surreal. I mean, it's something that we likely won't see with the convergence of all those events happening on that one day.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Let's say all of that happened again today, 2024, with social media, with X, with Instagram, with all these Tic Tacs and all these different things. if all of that went down today, holy moly, can you imagine
It would be a meltdown.
the pandemonium that would be going on around here?
It would be an absolute meltdown.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Good stuff. I mean, not good stuff, but it's just one of those days you won't forget. I remember that, Jake, when Jacko passed away, that was something else. The day that we lost Kobe, when that popped up, that was the tiger thing. Was yikes. That was
the day that Kobe Bryant died. I was actually, that would have been let's see, I was actually checking in at Super Bowl 50, was that 50, maybe 53 in Atlanta. I was actually in line to get my credential. I just landed. It was a Sunday. I was waiting in line, and then all of a sudden we heard the murmur. It was 54. It was 54. That was 2020. February 2020.
That's right, 2020.
Waiting in line. This was before this was actually like maybe a little over a month and a half before the pandemic. I mean, we had heard about it, but nothing really churning until later. But I was waiting in line, and all of a sudden you start pop up on the phone with the alerts and everything. And it was just, oh man, that was just so sad.
Oh man, yeah, you're right. That was pre-pandemic, very much so in the case that it was right before, because then a month later is when we had the Newman accident at Daytona, when for all intents and purposes he should have not survived that, and all of that happens, and then boom, here we go. Rudy Gobert, is doing what he does, and we're into the pandemic. So man, crazy times, all involving sports. So we mentioned right there at the beginning, and we'll talk about that Texas schedule coming up, maybe preview a little bit, get Stu's thoughts on the game 5 coming up tonight as Dallas trying to dive back in and make this a series. We'll see what Stu thinks about that. But Stu, I do want to ask you, we said sand trap Stu. I mean, Rory there at the final run right there, seems to me kind of gives that thing away. It's Bryson DeChambeau with everything that he's been through, kind of the YouTube craze now with him. It's you wouldn't have thought 2 years ago it was going to be that popular of a win. But for Bryson to win that, man, that was a kind of an epic fall apart right there, in my opinion, for Rory McIlroy.
Well, Rory McIlroy, he actually had the lead. He misses not one but 2 short putts.
Yeah.
Including the one on 18 that would have at least, possibly made a play, or at the very least given the playoff, if not given the championship. That 18 putt 4 feet. I mean, I can make a 4-foot putt. And for that thing, and it lipped out, and you see the look on Rory's face, and then DeChambeau, who had he hits the tee shot, gets it, he's having to hit his second shot right next to a tree. The ball is like right next to a root. Hits that one, lands in the sand trap. So you're thinking, okay, well, maybe Rory's got a chance. No, DeChambeau gets it out of the sand trap, puts it 4 or 5 feet, and then sinks that putt and wins the U.S. Open. I mean, good on Bryson DeChambeau, and he's one of those guys you like to watch.
Yeah.
But Rory McIlroy, and I saw a stat earlier. He has not won a major since 2014, the PGA Championship.
Almost a decade.
So you're going practically 10 years since you have won a major championship on the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
And he is still waiting. I think he's done that now 21 majors without a win. And I mean, heart goes out to Rory. I mean, that is a choke, of a high level. In fact, they had a shot on SportsCenter. He's watching. He's in the clubhouse. He is watching DeChambeau hit that putt. As soon as he hits that putt, he's out. In fact, they had footage of him going to his vehicle, put his clubs up, and taking off.
He's gone.
He was. They said he was in the air before DeChambeau's press conference was over. Mm-hmm. So Yeah, I mean, good on Bryson DeChambeau. That was a hell of a play, but man, Rory McIlroy, and I've watched Rory a number of times when they would come here for the Dell Technologies match play, and he's a hell of a golfer, but man, sometimes just comes up and bites you, and that's when it happened, and he just bit him at the worst time.
Man, it did, Stu, and that was the thing, with the two putts that you were talking about right there. I mean, that really seemed like, and yeah, you think about this, and I think a lot of people, maybe it had kind of floated under the radar a little bit, just to what you talked about right there. It's been almost a decade for him to win one of these things, and I don't know. They talk about getting the yips, you talk about getting all the different things right there, but I mean, that happens, and look, I know a lot of people are with the exit, with the very, I mean, if you want to call it ungracious loss or whatever, but man, I mean, put yourself in those golf cleats. I mean, do you want to hang around the way that you lose that? I mean, I would shag ass out of there too, Stu.
And especially to face the media on that. What are you going to say?
What's the first question?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going, and I know some of those reporters. Like I said, I've been in those press conference rooms with some of those reporters. It would be uncomfortable for me just sitting there listening. So yeah, I don't blame Rory one bit for hightailing it out of here.
Yeah, no, I'm getting out of there. LB, by the way, I mean, and back to the Kobe thing just for a minute. I mean, the unmentioned sad thing about Kobe's death, Kobe and his daughter. I think a lot of that to me is with all of that. And again, we're talking just kind of correlating stuff right here on TSU on Chaos Theory, about the day that was this day, in 1994, and bringing in the Kobe conversation. To me, when folks talk about that, it's more of the other 8 people, because, obviously you're going to talk about Kobe and his daughter, and we're sad that they all, are no longer with us, but it's the other folks, that kind of get left out of the equation. But I mean, it's that's what happens when you have the mainstream, whatever that's going to happen right here. Lastly, there on the United States Open, I mean, Scotty Scheffler, I thought, I thought it was bound to happen. This looked like a very tough course yesterday. Man, those greens look like my backyard, Stu.
Man, the U.S. Open, and that's the thing. U.S. Open is always tough. They I don't know what it. PGA will find these courses.
Yep.
U.S. Open that always trips everybody up, and Scotty he looked off from the first round on. I mean, it was a miracle that he actually made the cut. And look, everybody has a bad tournament, and that includes the number 1 player in the world. I suspect Scotty will bounce back. He'll go back, fine tune some stuff before they head to Scotland in the Open Championship. Hit Royal Troon, and I suspect Scotty will be in contention. When that rolls around next month.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Number 1 golfer in the world, and you're bound to have a bad day, and you're just, or a bad weekend, a bad tournament, and you're just kind of waiting for it to happen. I think it's more grip on it because it happens right here, with the U.S. Open. So, yeah, good stuff right there. Bryson DeChambeau wins that, and that's going to be the debate here, I think, all week, whether it be here on our programs or on sports radio, whatever you want to call it, about was it Rory pissing that thing away, or was it Bryson? A little bit of both.
I think it was both. I agree.
Absolutely. Great time of the year for sports, guys. Obviously, we're talking about the that's a Father's Day tradition right there, is watching the U.S. Open, whether it's with your dad, whether you're a kiddo watching it with your dad. I mean, whatever the thing is, there is no other way to watch it than on one of these home theater, home install systems from our man Tom McKay and the great folks at Audio Visual Consultations. They were just here on Friday. They came in, they locked in 2 65s right here behind me. There's a 75 sitting over there so I can watch the regular stuff on. And oh, by the way, there are 2 arcade games down in our game room. So they can come in and set you up with all of that stuff. And all you got to do is call them at 512-255-8678. Tom's going to come out and he's going to give a good look around and tell you what's going to work best for you. You can check out the gallery of products products that they have done. And it's not just your home stuff. I mean, they're going to transform your home stuff. But at the same time, if you go to Pluckers, all of these really cool sports bars, and you see the setups that they have there, odds are that Tom McKay and his guys have set that up. It's avconsultations.com. They've been doing it since 1988. I do recommend. Call Tom out. He's going to come give you a look, and AV Consultations are going to hook you up, and you will not want to leave your residence. I'll tell you that. I had to go to Corpus this weekend, Stu, and I didn't want to leave the house because of everything that those guys came and hooked up in here. 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. avconsultations.com. Check them out. All right, Stu. So I heard the guys talking about lines a while ago when it comes to Texas football, and that's that very early on at this point to dive into lines and stuff for me, because I'm not an avid gambler or whatever. I may throw some coin down on something, but it's not something where I'm looking at it at this point. But that is very interesting stuff. I'd love your thoughts now as you jump back on with us. Now that schedule is out and we look at we knew the games, but now that the times are out, it's kind of nice. I mean, you got a couple of 11 o'clock games, but it's really nice as a Texas football fan going into the SEC that man, you're getting to do some afternoon stuff. And some of these games are going to be on a huge stage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's now August 31st. Look, we know here in Austin, it's gonna be hot.
Holy smoke.
And to have a kickoff at 2:30 p.m. against Colorado State at DKR, man, it's gonna be a hot one. It's gonna be fun to watch this. Now, it's all so funny. I still focus on the Georgia game on October 19th. I heard Brad and Wags talking about bringing the recruits in.
Yeah,
you talk about a weekend, because that's also Formula One weekend here in Austin. The U.S. Grand Prix is that very weekend. So, in fact, qualifying should be on that Saturday. And right now, they've got that as a flex, which means, according to their graphic, means sometime between 2:30 and 7 p.m. Central. Mm-hmm. So that's going to be an interesting little, put the two events together. Not to mention, you bring recruits out here. Guess what? I'm going to try to make it a weekend and have Texas football take them out to Dakota, and experience Formula One there. Kind of that for me would seal the deal, I would think. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's going to be a fun year with the SEC. Of course, everybody's going to focus on November 10th in Fayetteville against the Razorbacks, and November 30th at Kyle Field against those dastardly Aggies. And that one not only it's a flex, we don't know what network it's going to be on. So could end up on ESPN, could end up somewhere else. We'll see. But this is, and of course, October 12th, the Red River Shootout, Red River Rivalry, whatever you want to call it, Texas OU. Yeah. 2:30 in the afternoon. We're so used to this game being 11 a.m. Now you're going to have a few hours where people are going to get liquored up.
Oh, man. You think at
the State Fair of Texas, around the Cotton Bowl. Man. Oh, good God.
You think that place is raucous, at 11 o'clock. I mean, with kegs and eggs and all that, whatever you want to call it. But, man, you put it at 2:30. I kind of like the 2:30 time. I like the 2:30 time a lot. It's going to be hot, Stu. That is going to be a place. And with the Cotton Bowl, it's not a place that breathes very well in the first place. I mean, as old as this place is, I mean, what's going to happen right there? Here's kind of what I envision when you're sitting there and you finally get, you get out of the fair, you go in and find your seat there at the Cotton Bowl. You're going to sit in there. It's going to be hot. It's going to be sweltering hot. You're going to be breathing the nice smell of piss, and no telling what else that you're going to have right there. And that's I like the time slot for that game. But something that you alluded to right there, I saw this weekend on, I forget which Austin sports station it was, where Colt McCoy was actually having one of his football camps out at Cedar Ridge here in Round Rock.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about, I mean, obviously Texas OU, but now that you've got Arkansas back on here and you've got Texas A&M back on here, you have the true Texas rivalries that for those of us that have been here forever, that remember the Southwest Conference. I mean, even parts of the Big 12. But I go back to Southwest Conference. The fact that you've got those other two back on the schedule now, this is going to be. And oh, by the way, you're in the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's like lighting a match to three rivalries that are already intense as it is right now.
Yeah, now all three of them are conference opponents. It's, you know, on top of all the other things, you know, you got Mississippi State, you got Georgia, you got Florida coming here. The Gators come to Austin. You know, and you know, I saw the thing where 24/7 has Texas at 11-1,
mm-hmm.
which, look, I would if I can get 11-1 right now and an SEC title game appearance, I'll take it. I'll take it in a heartbeat. For the first year in the SEC to rack up that record, sign me up.
Yeah. Is there a game on here? I mean, you would think, I mean, just kind of looking at how everything lays out right here. And I think that afternoon game there with Mississippi State, I mean, that's going to be massive because that's your actual first SEC, you know, contest against an SEC team as an SEC affiliate school. Is there any of these? Because I do. I mean, I've had 11-1 that's been thrown around a lot of different times. I've talked to a lot of folks that say that Texas is going to run the gauntlet and just wipe this thing out. But at the same time, I've started to run into folks that I think that maybe like, again, kind of back to the older dude theory like us, that is there one of these on here that you kind of worry about and you're like, man, there's something in here that could ruin a really good run. I mean, personally for me, the Arkansas one was the first one where I'm like, holy smoke. But being that that's an 11 a.m. game, I mean, this team likes to perform early. Well, I guess that's not a bad thing to perform early. But is there any one of these, Stu, that you look at and it's like, ooh, man, there's a hiccup there that could just really demolish what could be a really good playoff, possible national championship run for Texas?
I would say, you know, I mean, they got to go, you know, obviously week 2, you know, go into the big house, take on the Wolverines. That's going to be a big one. Now, Wolverines are now without Jim. Remind me his last name. Damn it.
Jim the Man Harbaugh.
Harbaugh. Yes. I should know. That was my first Super Bowl, the Harbaugh Bowl. So that one's obviously a big one. I will be honest. The big hiccup that screams at me is September 14th when Texas hosts UTSA.
Good call.
You and I, you know, we look, UTSA, they have been coming up the ranks a lot. That one is one of those that Texas better be on their A game, because that's one of those that can come up and bite them. And you know, and Jeff Traylor, look, Jeff Traylor and I, he's a damn Gilmer Buckeye, so he's already a rival. You know, me being a Glaywater Bear. But, you know, Jeff Traylor has that program going in the right direction. And to have that game early, now, right now, it's you know, slated 6 p.m. Central on ESPN. But, yeah, that one needs to be one that they need to pay attention to big time. And then after that, I would say the 3 games that end the season, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Texas A&M, that needs to be where they're tuned in. They need to have everything clicking on all 3 of those games.
Yeah, I totally agree, because I think what's going to happen with this, you know, we don't know Ann Arbor, you know, Georgia. I mean, the Georgia game is going to be just, I mean, an incredible atmosphere and everything that's going to be going on with that. But I think the 3 that you mentioned right there at the end of the season, it's going to be what you can't have happen it seems like to me, is if you're able to get through Michigan, Georgia, everything in between. It's some of the other, and I hate to use the word trap game, because every game's a trap game. I mean, every game's a trap game. And the whole thing is, when it comes to when you're dealing with college athletes, I won't call them kids anymore because they're paid professionals. But when you have that, I mean, like we see with high school, I mean, you just never know when it's a bad day, when it's a bad day, and you just can't get your shit together, and you fall apart. But I really do think, to your point, is that once you get to the end, it's going to be one of those things to where if you can get through all of that, what we want to say gauntlet of that schedule, that. And I mean, seriously, the Arkansas and the A&M. I mean, that is going to be a rabid atmosphere. Both of those. It's going to be unreal what's going to be happening those days.
You're absolutely right. Arkansas, they still, to this day, still hate Texas. It's that's the big evil, and then A&M and Texas renewing that rivalry. And I don't care what you say, Texas A&M, they still have that 27-25 loss. Justin Tucker getting that 40-yard field goal, that still has a sour taste in their mouth. They want to avenge that, and now they get a shot coming up on Thanksgiving weekend.
And I think a lot of that, Stu, is, as much as we Texas fans like to live that moment and watch it over and over and over, of that kick going through the goalpost and all these different things. I think as we get closer to that ball game and that rivalry being renewed and it being there, being in CS, I think they're going to be reliving that too. And I think that's where we can get excited and like that, but they are going to. They haven't forgotten that. Nope. And I mean, what a bigger coup for them, not them. What a bigger coup for A&M, with everything that's been made of the move for Texas to the SEC to come in. And then if Texas happens to be in a position to contend for a national championship or a playoff berth, to knock them off. I mean, talk about some reasoning, right? I mean, I don't know what Jim Elko is going to do with that group this year. I mean, I look at them. I mean, I don't know what the quarterback situation is going to be. I don't know how good they're going to be. They're in the SEC also, by the way. So I don't know what that could be, a 5-7. I don't know, but I guarantee you one thing: when it comes to that day and Texas rolls into town, they're going to play like an undefeated national championship contender.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the way it's supposed to be. It's, they always say throw the record books out the window, and that's what you do with OU, with A&M, even with Arkansas. Look, they could, and again, that's why Texas, those need to be like A games. If they can, right. And if the Longhorns can play their A games, yeah, there's no reason why they couldn't win those things. On paper, yeah, they've got the edge, but we all know the game doesn't get played on paper.
That's right. That's right. It'll be played at Kyle Field. By the way, are we still fans of George Strait, Texas friends? Because that dude packed in almost 111,000 people into that place over the weekend and was out there on. Is he retiring again? I love George Strait.
I don't know. I'm not. I'm not a country guy.
Mm-hmm.
I have all the respect in the world for George Strait, what he has accomplished in the music world. And I have friends that were at that concert. Mm-hmm. Now, look, look, I'll be honest, I am not at this age. I am not a concert guy, just because I'm not going to pay the premium dollar to get floor or even close to the stage, and B, sitting in the far back, well, it looks like ants anyway. So, why bother with that? And then on top of that, I think it was Roger Daltrey from The Who talked about how the internet has killed the concert experience. And part of it is the simple, everybody doing this, and I don't want to have to try to watch a concert through everybody holding up their phones. It's like nobody can enjoy the concert. They gotta capture it, and it's like, why? The audio is going to be horrible. B, you're going to watch it once and then forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
So why and that, but that's what people do now. That's what they do now.
Stu, that man, that is so spot on, because I've been to some concerts lately. My wife is an avid concert goer. If I'm in town or whatever, and she extends an invitation or buys me a ticket, I'm going to go, because that's some time we can spend together. But it's like it's like I've been to concerts where it's like iconic people, and they're playing iconic ballads or iconic tunes or songs that have made them, that have put them on the map, and they continue. And it's this. Yeah. I'm like, turn that shit off. And it's the same thing we see at sporting events. It's like you go to a game and people are like, I'm like, look, you could have watched it at home. I mean, I don't understand that. It drives me up the freaking wall, because a lot of times, like you're saying, Stu, if you go to a concert like that, you're back in the back, and there's a phone in front of your face. You can't see what the hell's going on.
You're absolutely right. The one that always gets me is, I do commentary for Inspire After Death, great wrestling promotion here in Austin. And we are at these shows, and it's not like we're not in a big venue. We are in basically the beer garden part of Empire Control Room Garage, downtown Austin, and people will get near the ring with their phones to try to capture something. I'm going, dude, you're about to get whacked by either a chair or a wrestler flying through the ring.
A dude coming through the ropes.
I mean, and I'm going, dude, please get out of the way. We don't need some spectator getting hurt because he wanted to catch that moment on a picture. It's like people just lose their minds. They forget everything, trying to get that perfect moment on camera.
And I've seen it so many times, like when we've been at COTA, whether it be Formula One, whether it be NASCAR, whatever the thing is, where especially more with NASCAR, because you have the access that is so much better. And you happen to put yourself in a position to where, I don't know, you name the driver, Denny Hamlin, whoever, they happen to be walking through, and you're sitting there, and you want to have that, like you said, you want to have that perfect moment, and you're sitting there, and it's like, you could have handed the dude a Sharpie. You could have maybe shook his hand or whatever right there, as you had your phone in your hand, and he walks right by you. Yeah. And it's like, man, just kind of calm down with that a little bit. I mean, it's everybody's got a camera.
By the way, you're a motorsports guy. Congratulations, Ferrari winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
How about that?
And on top of that, United Autosports wins the LMP2 category. Their lead driver, Oliver Jarvis, who I got to interview years ago when they came to COTA.
Yeah.
So I was
absolutely,
like, all right,
man.
That's kind of cool.
Look at that. I mean, that's good stuff right there. And for some of the motorsports folks, I've had some folks that messaged me about the kind of the breaking news over the Martin Truex. We've had lots of chances to talk with him over there in the bullpens at COTA. I mean, this will be his final regular year in that number 19 Gibbs car. The Hamlin has already said, I've got you a car for $23.11 for the 500 if you want it to try to win that. But I think when you get just kind of the evolution of sports, and in motorsports, we see it a lot, to where these, trends and all these different things happen. I think, Stu, the fact that Martin Truex is walking away, that's kind of one of those where you go Gordon, Johnson, Stewart. I mean, those guys, when you get Truex that says, I'm done with a full-time thing, that's another one of those to where here's this shift that we keep talking about when it comes to motorsports.
That generation that we're, that are walking away. And look, Martin Truex Jr., fantastic driver, from every encounter that we've had, great guy. I got a feeling that he will find himself on a commentary team, either on whether it's Fox, NBC, whatever. I think he would do great in a booth. But yeah, it's that generation, and Stewart Haas Racing shutting down. That's a big one too. And we, and a lot of, not a lot is made about the expense of having a team in NASCAR. It is a huge expense, because not only you got the car, you got the driver, you got all the research and development. And, Tony Stewart basically saying, look, we're done with this. I think Gene Haas wants to concentrate probably on his Formula One team.
Yeah.
So it's sad, but it's, I think that's I would be shocked if we don't see another team decide to call it a day in the next year or two as well. One of those teams that we don't see very often up in the top 10. And Stewart Haas Racing has had some success, but man, the price gets to be a little too much sometimes.
Yeah, I know with the new car, with the next gen car that came out. I mean, NASCAR, it's advertised and it's often talked about what NASCAR did right here was a cost saving measure. What they did with the car, essentially you buy the car, you put it together, you do what you get the motor from whether it's going to be GM, Ford, or Toyota. You go in and you do that. But when they say cost saving measures, I mean they're talking $50 million versus only $35 million. I mean, it's still a lot, and you have to have advertisers. I mean, you have to have sponsors, and right now sponsors are walking away, and a lot of that is, when we saw the years with Eric Almirola there with Stewart Haas and with Petty, it's like, why does he have that ride? They underperform. Well, you know what? He had Smithfield that was just ready to give millions of dollars for him. Really didn't matter his performance. And that's what this sport is driven on. And now that's what we're starting to see, to where these personalities, these drivers are walking away doing different things. That money's going with them and going to different places.
Yeah, you're right. So, I mean, but yeah, congrats to Martin Truex Jr. being able to walk away. And like I said, I think he'll probably, get back in get back in the driver's seat, on occasion. You mentioned, the seat in the 500, but yeah, I got a feeling he's going to end up in a booth somewhere.
Oh yeah, he'll be around. Lots of other options now with Amazon, Peacock,
That's
USA.
right,
yeah. So there's lots of places where he could land. Maybe he ends up with Dale Jr. That's the dude that kind of was his wingman in the first place.
Yeah.
Speaking of folks that do really, really good things and help make things operate, of course, our friends at Covert Bee Cave, they help TSU operate, and they are the place to go if you're looking for a brand new car, truck, or SUV. Weekly specials, my friends. Does not have to be a Father's Day special, doesn't have to be a Flag Day special, doesn't have to be any of that. Covert Bee Cave, state-of-the-art dealership out there in the beautiful Hill Country. They will set you up. How about a quick word from our friends at Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com?
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Since 1909, nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell not ever. Check them out if you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. Stu, we talked about Texas football, and we're inching closer. I mean, football season, it never stops. I mean, it really never stops. I mean, just now with NIL and so forth. I'd like your thoughts on NIL and all that. A while ago, I mentioned college athletes being paid professionals and all that. How and just all of your years of different things that, being at Super Bowls, covering media stuff with that, and being entrenched and working with Texas sports and all of that. Now, the way that college football has changed to where it's like, yes, I mean, name, image, and likeness should have happened a long time ago. But you go back and you look, we always joke around about SMU, a gold Trans Am cost them 20 years on their program, just to where we are now with the money that's being thrown around, and how these kids, because they are, how they're enticed to sign and do various athletic stuff. Just your thoughts on that as an insider looking at it all this time, and to where it's now okay.
I think we all can agree it was an inevitable conclusion that, these college players are going to end up getting paid. And especially now with the Supreme Court striking down the decision, basically saying, look, they need to be paid.
Yep.
You got NIL deals. It's gonna change the landscape, and it's gonna change it in a way. I think that we expected one of these days where you get the big program, Michigan's, Texas, USC, those that are going to basically kind of become their own little entity and leave everybody else in the dust.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we figured it was going to be because of conference realignment or something like that. I think this is what's going to precipitate that. I think this is what's going to separate the big schools from the not so big schools. It's going to play into recruiting, of course, because you're going to have those schools. Texas can use the fact that they're in Austin, one of the most vibrant cities in America, as a selling point. Whereas, gotta love them, Texas A&M College Station.
Yeah.
College Station, not as vibrant. It's a nice town, but it's not Austin. It's not one of the fastest growing metro areas in the country. So you're going to see that. And it does concern me that the day could come when football players don't go to class. They're there just to play the game, which is kind of sad because we know, and my former affiliation with NFL alumni, I see all these former NFL players who come out of the league and they get kind of lost for a little bit. They got to figure out, okay, what's next?
Yeah.
Now, there are several I know that they have great careers in different aspects of life. Dan Neal went and got his MBA. So there are those that will succeed, but then there are those who, they didn't pay attention in school, and now they don't have a direction, and that concerns me.
It's very concerning in the sense and I've had lots of dealings, with inner city schools, to where you find athletes, and predominantly here in the Austin area, where you have athletes with just immense talent. I mean, just talent that you can't learn. I mean, it's ingrained in you when you were born, and you have the ability to throw a football, catch a football. You have the strength that only gets better and better and better. And when you're in a situation where, I mean, unfortunately, I mean, let's talk about AISD. I mean, when you get in a situation like that, you're not. I mean, we can talk about facilities and all the different things when it comes to. I'm talking about LBJ when you get in a situation like that. But at the same time, it's like you don't have resources on the educational part of it.
Yeah.
The classroom, which, that's, I mean, I love covering sports. We've done this for so long, but to me, I mean, the number one thing is I've talked to so many high school coaches, Stu, where it's like, we're wanting to raise good citizens. And I know that that's not a canned, verbiage or coach speak or anything from these coaches. That is their goal. They love these kids. They want them to be relevant in society and stay out of trouble. And it is really what concerns me right now is the fact that, especially in the inner cities, not just Austin, because you got them in Dallas, you got them in Houston, and all the small towns around Texas, is the fact that whether it be, I need mom and dad, I want to provide for mom and dad, and that's applaudable because they've seen the struggle, or at the same time, they're just blown away by like what you're talking about. I can go to Austin, Texas and do all this and get a cool car and do all of these different things. It's just, they're not prepared for life. They're not going to be prepared for life. And it's coming out of the military. I mean, as you well know, coming out of the U and WAGs, thank you guys, coming out of the military, coming out of professional sports, that a lot of times that's the downfall of men and women. And that's what concerns me when you throw this bag of cash at 18, 19-year-old kids. It's scary. It's scary.
It really is. And you know, like you said, you and I have been around high school sports for a long time, and we know these coaches want to develop good citizens as well as good football players or basketball players or baseball players or whatever whatever the sport is. They want them to become good citizens. They want them to contribute to society. And yeah, that scares me too. And I hope that they figure out something to put into place to make sure that, well, yes, they can get their money. They will also be able to learn those lessons. Look, and if you know the NFL does the rookie workshops, tells them how to invest and how to do this and how to do that. I think it would behoove all these colleges, Texas, UTSA, Texas State, Texas A&M, Baylor, all of them, to look and do the same thing. And you know, and they've got the resources. Every college has. They can just get one of the professors at that college to teach these lessons.
Yeah.
And I think if you know, I hope they will look into doing that to help these kids, you know, develop more. And you're right, you know, coming out of pro sports, coming out of the military. Look, I did my 4 years active duty. When I got out, I knew I was going to go to school, but there were still a couple things I had to figure out, you know, and luckily I did. Mm-hmm. And it turned into a 30-year career with the state of Texas.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for it, but there are those that don't figure it out.
And that's the thing, Stu, I think where it's really bad right now. And here we are, we've turned this into Sermon 101, but that's all right. We still got people checking in. So apparently we're doing something right. It's one of those things like when you're in one of these, like my neighborhood here in Round Rock, when it hails, there are all these people knocking on my door that want to come replace my roof, and they want to do all these different things. That's what's happening now. I mean, when it comes to sports agents and financial advisors and all of these different things, it's like, man, it's all of my years in real estate, I always joke around where folks are like, boy, very, very gratifying career and so forth and so on. I'm like, well, it's not really that hard to get a license. Anybody can do it. Mm-hmm. And that's what I worry about with this, when you get financial advisors that see a kid that's susceptible. And again, this is where I think the parents are so important, to where, if the coach is going to come sit at your kitchen table and win you over and tell you all these different things, you gotta have that good feeling. You gotta have that gut feeling, but you gotta interview the coach. And I think that's the other part about it too. If you go on a job interview, it's like, okay, I'm going on an interview. I would always kind of joke, well, I'm going to actually interview them, see if I want to work for them.
That's what mama does when that college coach comes in to recruit their son.
Mm-hmm.
Mama's going to interview that coach, make sure that coach is right.
That's right. Stu, before we get out of here, obviously you as well, a lot of years covering the Cowboys, their boots on the ground at AT&T Stadium. Quarterback market has been reset once again. The Cowboys still, we can talk about their offseason moves or whatever, or lack thereof it for them. Still, I think, formidable contenders in the NFC East if they can manage to not step on their what. But now with Trevor Lawrence signing a contract, they're now being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL at $55 million. We go back to the Dak Prescott debate and the fact that hasn't been done. In your opinion, I mean, I've really started thinking this. Are Jerry, Steven, Will McClay, are they really thinking about, okay, let's sign Micah Parsons, let's sign CD Lamb, and let's reset the quarterback spot? Do you think that's what's happening here in Dallas?
Oh, man. I mean, that's the $64 million question. Man, I mean,
no.
And you got Jordan Love at Green Bay. That's, he's trying to get a deal done. Mm-hmm. You got Tua Tagovailoa at Miami. And, it's going to be one of those things where if Jerry and company wait around, those two guys are going to get signed, and then that's going to set up what Dak's going to get. Because, for all intents and purposes, Dak's got better stats than both those guys. And so, look, and I'm, looking at, You got Dak Prescott without a deal. You got CeeDee Lamb without a deal. You got Micah Parsons without a deal. You got to take care of all those three. If you want success with the Cowboys, those three got to be taken care of.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've seen stories where Dak's the priority. I've seen stories where Micah's the priority. I think they both need to be priority. Because the Cowboys haven't done much at all. As far as free agency goes, the draft was So, it's going to be one of those. We got to wait and see. We got to watch and hope Jerry figures it out, or it's going to be a long season. And they got you're right at it's June 17th, so you're what 5 weeks away from training camp.
Yeah.
If you don't have Dak signed, does Dak miss training camp?
Well, Dak, I've mentioned here a couple of different times on Chaos Theory. I think that Dak is doing Dak is a good dude. Dak is a good dude, and he is being a very good employee, because when the question comes up, like he mentioned, I'm not playing for money, whatever. All of this, the pressure that's on us because of the Stars and the Mavericks and the Rangers, the pressure's on us and all that. He's doing a good job showing up. He's saying the right things, but I think that I think this Trevor Lawrence thing, and like you mentioned, if Tua does get signed, if all of these things happen, I think Dak shows up, like Rob mentions here. Stu, we don't know personally the Jones family, but just from the tendencies that we watch from them, just with actions in the past, I don't discount that they think Trey Lance maybe is the answer, moving forward. And maybe he is, but like you said, we don't know. We have no clue.
That scares me to death.
Yeah.
Look, Trey Lance, he's talented, but he has not been proven at all.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. But that's a very Cowboy move, to where you're gonna put all your eggs in this basket. That the hen just shit the eggs out. You don't know you don't know what you're getting there, and that's the stuff that worries me.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Look, Dak, like you said, I saw something on X the other day where if you put the regular season statistics of Dak and Mahomes together, Dak's better in regular season on some of these things.
Yeah,
but there's the other hurdle. Yeah, oh, by the way, you can't win a playoff game. So there's that. So
there's that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Game 5 tonight. Dallas able to win in fine fashion. The biggest win, 38 points, I guess it was, on Friday night. The win there over the Seas, as Boston trying to win yet another banner. Haven't been a while since they've done that. I don't know how honed in you've been to any of that series. I thought we may have had a better series than what we've had. But your thoughts here? Is this Dallas on the come, or is this Boston taking the night off?
Congratulations on the Mavericks making it this far, really. But game 5, you're in Boston.
Yeah.
And Boston's favored.
Mm-hmm.
Boston isn't going to let this series go back to Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
They want that 18th banner. They haven't won one since 2008. They were in the finals 2 years ago, but they lost. They want to fix that. They want number 18 up there. So as much as I would love to see the Mavericks make a series out of this, I think Celtics are going to celebrate at TD Garden tonight.
Yeah, and I really think it's a scenario, Stu, to where if you, the fact is that you've kind of let Dallas back in the series. I guess if you want to call it that. Back in the series, they live to play again. Where we'll do it again tonight at 7:30. But you've given them that opportunity, and I think the thing about it is if Dallas wins tonight, and this is where I tell you what I'd like to see tonight. I would just like to see a good game. It seems like Boston did what they do in the playoffs, where they go in and look. I was talking about this last week with Wags, Stu. talking about Boston, it's a very boring sports talk take for me to say they're just better, but they are. I mean, they have an answer for everything. They're going to come at you in so many different ways. And that's really what the difference in this series has been. This amazing backcourt that we've talked about with Luka and Kyrie. They've been shut down. Kyrie wakes up, but I mean, I just don't think it happens again, especially in Boston. I don't see it happening.
Look, the Spurs won 5 rings being boring. That's all I could say.
Got the jerseys, got the koozies, got the caps, my man. That's absolutely, right. They sure did. Look who pops in here. It's our man Jeff Howe.
Man,
what's up, Jeff?
I get suplexed through Myrick on the horn today, man. This is great.
He's sand trap Stu today.
Oh, you sand trap Stu? What golf you got today, Stu?
Well, it was Bryson DeChambeau, the U.S. Open.
Oh, okay. You just talking.
Rory, absolutely, just shit in the bed. Forgive my language. With those 2 short putts.
Yeah.
I think that is of the 4 majors, I think that's the hardest one to win.
It is. Open. It really is. And I got to correct myself. I said 21. He has had 21 top 10 finishes in majors without winning a title.
Because there's even places like Pinehurst where you can play, they play PGAs at Pinehurst. They play obviously US Opens there. It's like the USGA like goes out of their way to make those courses even more difficult than they already are. Plus, Stu, correct me if I'm wrong, but for the US Open, you've got the biggest field of the 4 majors.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So yeah, I think, and plus it's in the freaking summer. Just the physical toll it's going to take on your body. I think by far the U.S. Open is the hardest of the 4 to win.
It's always been. That's the thing. And you're right. USGA, I think they do go out of their way to find the toughest courses, places where the greens just will not let you have a good game. And I mean, you look at it. I mean, Bryson DeChambeau won with 6 under par for the tournament.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's I'm
trying to remember the year, but it was the year Tiger won it at Bethpage. It might have been the first year they had a U.S. Open at Bethpage. This is like 2001, 2002-ish.
I think so, yeah. Something.
And I just remember the players saying, they're like, it's like putting on an ice rink. Like, that's how unforgiving the greens are. And I want to say Tiger won the tournament at like 2 over.
Yeah.
And I think second, I think Phil was second. He might have been, or 2 under, my bad. And I think Phil was like 2 or 3 over and came in second. Like, it was an insanely difficult golf course.
And by the way, you go from the U.S. Open to the Open Championship, which is that's also always a tough one.
Yeah.
No matter what course they play in the UK, and they're going back to Royal Troon in Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
That's always a tough one. So yeah, we're going to see some low scores, coming out of that in about a month.
Guys, do you remember the year? I mean, I think it was one of the most intriguing Opens that I remember. 7, 8, 9, somewhere in there, when I guess you had to go to the 18-hole playoff, and it was Tiger. Who was it? Tiger and Rocco. What was the guy's last name?
Yeah.
That year. Now that was some of the best golf that I've ever seen. Remember, Tiger was all beat up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was. Oh God, that was amazing.
That was the very end of Tiger's run. Yeah, because he had. Was it the Achilles he had at that point, or was it the ACL that he was playing with?
I want to say it was Achilles.
Yeah.
I think it was Achilles. And by the way, that was the setup. Yesterday was, Rory and Bryson may have had to go to a playoff because Bryson DeChambeau that 18th hole that did him no favors either up until he gets it out of that sand trap and lands it 4 or 5 feet from the hole. And unlike Rory, he was able to make that putt.
So it was the 2002 U.S. Open was at Bethpage Black. Tiger won it at 3 under.
Mm-hmm.
Phil was second. He shot even par and finished second.
Yep.
Wow. Jeff Maggart +2, Sergio Garcia +3, and then you had Nick Faldo, Scott Hoke, Billy Mayfair tied for 5th at +5. So yeah, like you talk about just insanely difficult golf courses for U.S. Opens.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
no doubt. Yeah, beautiful greens yesterday. They looked amazing. I told Stu a while ago, Jeff and Jordan, welcome in, Jordan. I said, man, those greens yesterday looked like my backyard. Brown.
Man, y'all remember the year Spieth won it at Chambers Bay? And I know there was a charm. It was like, oh, it's like an old links course. It's like playing an open championship. I'm like, man, there's a difference between charm and just looking like you're playing golf on dead grass. And I think Chambers Bay crossed the line. Like it looked like you just putting, just chipping into the oblivion.
Yeah, yeah. One of them dudes teed off yesterday, or was hit a green shot, and hell, it looked like he was hitting through barbed wire when he hit that thing. It's like I see all this rust and shit flying out of the ground. I'm like,
it looked like my old track. Quail Creek in San Marcos, which has since closed. It was like playing out there. Only difference was you didn't have my brother waiting for the marshal to drive off so he could take off the collared shirt and get to the tee box with a sleeveless shirt and start burning the heater. Like, thank God that guy's gone. In peace. This is why I can't take you anywhere.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Stu, thanks for jumping in. Always appreciate you, man. You know, you get the first call when we have that need. So thank you, man. Great conversation.
Man, my pleasure. Great to see all of you guys, man.
Absolutely.
Always good to see you, Stu. Double R. Appreciate everything, man.
You got it. It's only an hour coming up. Y'all keep tuned in.
Yes, sir.
Yep, it's Jeff. It's Jordan. Jordan, I'm thinking about changing the name of this show. I think we gotta go Longhorn something or other. It's only an hour was a nice bit, but I think we got to go Longhorn something or other. So I'm willing to take name suggestions.
I think it's only an hour is good because then we can make the riff that it's only 50 minutes or however we want to go for it.
I'm all for leaning into the bit, so that's good. Longhorn Bear, thank you for bringing up John Vandevelde for some good old summer golf memories. And since I'm on board, no, we're not talking about the Spurs anymore. So
thanks, Jordan, CB. I see your comment. I appreciate it.
Put that up on the screen because you and Hank deserve props.
Well, thanks. We tried our best, so still should have some more stuff coming out today relating to the last official visit weekend, last 48 to 72 hours, whatever you want to call it. And then we got next weekend. Next weekend probably won't be as anticipated. There's a lot more commits coming in next weekend compared to this weekend or this most recent weekend. And probably just not going to be as many fireworks. You still got 2 5-star receivers, Jamie French and Michael Fasusi, but a lot happened last weekend. A lot of top targets are on campus.
So let's do this. Start off with this. Just go get it out of the way right now. Over the weekend, Jordan, you correct me if I'm wrong on the timeline, but I think it was Saturday. You teased something. You teased that basically one of the visitors was pretty much a lock to be in the class. I hate the term silent commitments because if people knew how many kids silently commit somewhere throughout the course, especially the big time guys, how many of them silently commit somewhere throughout the course of a recruiting cycle, 5 different schools would have particular kids committed. But at any rate, if you want to include this unnamed player, this unnamed prospect, you want to include anybody else coming out of the weekend of guys that were on their officials this last weekend that wrapped up yesterday, how many of those guys you feel are virtual locks to be in the class? Don't need to name any names, but from a number standpoint, how do you feel the staff did over the weekend?
Sorry, hold up. I just got need to check something. But to answer your question, I'm looking at the visitor list right now. I think 3. Honestly, 4 or 5 of the uncommitted guys who are on campus. I say 4 or 5.
Okay, so good weekend for the staff. Basically, is what we can say, and we kind of got into this a little bit on the flagship message board. And by the way, if you're a Horns 24/7 subscriber, now is a great time. Your sub is paid for itself over the weekend. If you're not, jump on board over on the site because Jordan and Hank have a ton of information. The Stampede this morning is loaded. Plenty of stuff from yesterday of guys leaving their visits. Hank and Jordan talked to those guys when they were getting that leaving town. So plenty of good content. But we got into this a little bit on the flagship message board, and somebody was expecting, a run of verbal commitments. And I think I don't want to spend too much time on this because I think most Texas fans, I'd say the majority, are in this camp now of, look, you got to understand the types of battles that Sark and this staff are in. These things don't get settled in June. Like you go through the whole summer, you go through the visit process, and then usually around August, I'd say pretty much between the start of fall camp and Thanksgiving usually is when the bulk of these are going to get decided. And then after Thanksgiving, once you get into that time between Thanksgiving and the early signing window, that's when you get a few of the, as a result of coaching changes or assistant coaches moving on, whatever it is, guys just decide to open things up. That's when you get a couple like the really, really high-end big-time battles that you still have to fight for. But you're not going to secure a top 5 class in June. That said, it's pretty damn impressive, Jordan, for you to mention 4 or 5 guys there that you feel confident are pretty much locks to be in this class. I think it just shows you just kind of where Sark and company at. And look, man, this is, if you haven't wrapped your head around it now, when you're fighting, when you're, especially now that you're in the SEC, when you're fighting the top half of that league for recruits, those battles aren't done until the ink is dry on the letter of intent. So it's going down to the wire. But again, I'll re-rack what I just said. It's a hell of a job by this staff, Jordan, for you to count 4 or 5 guys that were on this visit, their visits over the weekend, that you feel like, yeah, at the end of the day, they're going to be wearing burnt orange.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing I also want to comment on before we really get into the nitty-gritty of this past weekend, like too many people on our board were like, when are we going to start getting commitments? And it's like, dog, they have 11 commits right now. This is the most the staff has ever had at this point in the summer. They've never, and they've had these 11 commitments entering the month of June, right? Or they had 10 entering the month of June. Caleb Chester committed June 11th, right? That was not a thing in the summer of 2023 and the summer of 2022. So, because Texas is in a much healthier spot than they were in, 2023, 2022, whatever you want to call it, like they're able to pressure kids into committing early. Kids are wanting to commit early because they know spots are, filling up, and kids in the state actually want to come to Texas. You don't have to go and get not trying to hit them with straight bullets, but you don't have to go get a Travell Johnson. You don't have to go get a Xavion Bryce. You don't have to do that. You can go get a Riley Pettijohn or a Deuce Cunningham, so things are a lot different since the program is in a much healthier spot. And like CB commented, doesn't Sark usually get a lot of commits in June? I think there will be some more this month, but because of the way college football is nowadays with NIL, the transfer portal, I feel like kids are committing in the summer more than they ever have, or at least knocking the decision out before their senior year more than they ever have. A lot of guys want to lock in a spot. I know Texas, the way they go about things with NIL, they usually wait until official visits to start talking, some dollars. I think that's a really smart tactic. Now, at times for the guys who are coming off the board early, committing early, sometimes that timeline will get pushed up. Sometimes they'll maintain that timeline and they'll wait to the official visits. That can end up causing, I guess, maybe some weird dynamics, but, it kind of secures that a player you've been recruiting for years has that much interest where he's waiting years long for the most important part of it for most guys to be talked, right? So I think it's a smart tactic. It also it's not ever going to fully prevent it from, the kids and families that are, I guess, just hunting for whoever's going to pay them the most. You're never, ever going to be successfully weeding that out completely, but it does definitely limit that number of guys, I think, for sure. So yeah, and yes, Jake, the Lambos were out again. It didn't seem like they were revving them as much as week 1, but they definitely were out there again. So yeah, and I'll just talk about what I kind of hinted at on our board about a player potentially committing last weekend. Okay. Sorry, I get some of the weirdest texts when I get on the show. But like I got kids complaining to me about their ranking, dog. I'm in the middle of official visit season. Like, come on, man.
Bigger fish to fry right now.
Yeah. But with that player, at one point there was a ceremony getting put together that was going to happen this past weekend. That ended up not happening. But like I said on the board, I would still be genuinely shocked if this prospect doesn't end up at Texas. like genuinely shocked. So yeah, but it was a great weekend, a lot of success. They picked up some silent commitments, and also they just, like Smith the Rugboat said in his story, like Jonathan Cunningham said in his story, they improved their chances with a lot of guys. So definitely a successful weekend.
Well, let's start it off with you talk about the big dogs being on campus, the biggest dog in the yard in terms of where he's ranked, Decorium Moore. I know Mike Roach caught up with Decorium after the official visit. I think CB was asking, I forget who asked it, is it normal to have 11 family members on a visit? Decorium's whole family came out, Jordan. It was a big turnout. Shocker. He said the visit went great, gave Texas high marks. If you go read the interview he did with Mike, I'm guessing Jordan, Texas probably couldn't have done much more other than, I don't know, just giving Decorium a big old bag of money to get him to come to campus. I mean, within legal means, they pretty much did everything they could, pull out all the stops to sway Decorium more over the weekend.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, there's nothing really new that I can say for his recruitment. Yeah. I feel like we've covered it top to bottom from the jump. And I mean, going back to when he committed to LSU in August, I literally wrote on our site, this changes absolutely nothing, and we still expect him, come signing day. So not a ton new, but, I think they did top to bottom a phenomenal job with him and his family this weekend. It's well documented that majority of his family, more specifically on his mom's side, is, from the city of Austin. He's got a couple cousins. I actually know a couple of his cousins at OBJ. So, there's a lot of family in Austin, and not only does that family live in Austin, a few of them went to Texas. His aunt went to Texas. I was told of another family member who attended and graduated the school, but I don't want to mess up whatever the actual role in the family relationship is there, because I forget. It might have been a cousin or something. But there's a lot of family in Austin, and in talking to someone close to Moore, nothing really new as far as where he's expected to end up. It remains Texas, but
yeah,
he has a firm cutoff date. His mom said at Under Armour Dallas, when he was still committed to LSU, that whatever final decision it's going to be is going to be made before his senior year. I'm not sure when the first day of school is for Duncanville, but I know most schools are now starting around like August 15th, so they can get him out of school in May at some time.
Yeah.
So I would be very surprised if Decorium Moore isn't committed to Texas by mid-August. I think it wouldn't surprise me if I got a Hayes Fawcett notification right now and it was Decorium Moore. And if it happens, we got stories for days, right? Because this is something that's been anticipated for a long, long, long time. So it's something that is kind of new, though. Speaking to someone close to the family, a lot of people around him obviously want Texas, but those people are kind of starting to be like, hey, can we just go ahead and get this thing out of the way? You know what I mean? So they're still going to go to Oregon this upcoming weekend. But I do think I don't know necessarily if burnt out is the right word, but I think him and those around him are kind of getting a little exhausted with the process, and they already know what they want to do.
Burnout's an appropriate word. Yeah, because I think as long as he's been a recruitable prospect, you go back to his freshman year. I mean, didn't he? I may be thinking about somebody else, but I want to say, didn't Decorium get his first offer from somebody when he was in the 8th grade, going into his freshman year? It's been a long recruitment for him and for his family, and I think at this point, I'd compare it to that point, on a flight when you're about to land and you have to stow away your electronics again, and you're just kind of circling the airport waiting for clearance to land. It's like that. You're just antsy. You're just ready to get off the plane and get to your destination. So that's probably just where him and his family are right now. Burnout's a good way to put it, Jordan. You're just ready to get it over with.
Yeah, but that's pretty much a Decorium Moore update. I know some folks might
to back you up. Go read that story from Mike. Short of Michael Huff giving Decorium the keys to the Lambo and being like, here you go. I don't know if Texas could have done anything. I don't know if the visit could have gone any better for Texas.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. I don't think I've ever seen more family or more guests accompany an official or unofficial visitor at Texas in my life. So I think they did a great job. What the hell?
You good?
Yeah, my music just started playing for some reason. I don't know.
Just getting
Interesting Monday.
Dispatches coming in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
morning.
I'm gonna hit on before we get into another one. I'm gonna hit on this because I think we might forget.
Okay.
So Keati Armstrong committed to Texas A&M on Friday. It was actually the second day of his official visit. What I've noticed with A&M, a few other schools, what they do, they'll have some kids come in Thursday through Saturday, and then the other half Friday through Sunday. So I'm not sure how long that's really been going on, but I think it is kind of a smart tactic because it gives, staffs more one-on-one time with kids more so. And I think it might feel like there's less kids on campus too at different parts since those groups are separated. But Keati committed to A&M on the second day of his official visit. He had always told media, even people at Jasper had always told us, like, this is going to go till the fall. And whenever people from Jasper would say that, it's like they would, like, roll their eyes because they knew it would be a roller coaster going into the fall.
Mm-hmm.
We all did too. Keati Armstrong is a really fun prospect, but not super easy to get a hold of. Not super easy to get info on either, consistent info. So I'll be honest, we always anticipated it coming down to Texas or Texas A&M. At different times throughout this year, I've leaned Texas. At different times, I've leaned A&M. I was pretty neutral Friday night. And we found out probably, I think, a couple minutes before the Hayes Fawcett post or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, great get for A&M. Ceiling through the roof. He's a 6'6", 240-pound alien from, the sticks of East Texas, as I call him. So it's a great get for him. Now, as far as what the tight end picture looks like for Texas, Nick Townsend's coming in this weekend. They had Caleb Edwards June 7th through 9th, and then Michael Terry is also kind of could maybe end up being a tight end, maybe. I think long-term, I think he'd be better off if he were to come to Texas. I think for his NFL future and just helping the team out, I think he would be more impactful as kind of an offensive Swiss Army knife rather than a tight end. He just doesn't – he could have a tight end body, but if he is, he's a Kyle Pitts type of tight end, right? But regardless, he would need to put weight on him to play that position. He's 6'3", 210 pounds, and has run 10.71. He's not running 10.71 if you put 20 pounds of muscle on him. He's just not. He's not moving the same either. So that's going to be really interesting what ends up happening with Michael Terry. I need to check in with the source after coming out of this A&M visit he took this past weekend. But Texas is in a good spot for him regardless, unless A&M truly pulled a rabbit out of their ass. Then, the Texas is definitely still the number one or number two in his recruitment, I'd say. Nick Townsend coming in this weekend is incredibly important. I don't want to take anything away from Caleb Edwards, but he is not the same level of talent or prospect as Nick Townsend or Keati, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
Nick Townsend is like, yes, he's ranked however many spots behind Keati. He is just as elite of a prospect. He is 6'3", 240, and ran 10.8 at 235 this spring. Like, that is not normal. He also is a great defensive player. Texas had talked to him this spring about, hey, if you want to come here, we would let you play a linebacker or tight end. It'd be up to you. And he liked that because I don't want to say it gives him more opportunity to potentially mess up in his development, but it does because you can just switch to the other side of the field. And whereas just as special of an athlete like he is, like, that can work. So I think he could be a damn good tight end. I do think, though, with the dominoes falling with Keati Armstrong and Caleb Edwards Caleb Edwards' recruitment there's a long way to go in that. Besides Texas, he OV'd to, I believe, Georgia, Alabama, Auburn, UCLA, Oregon, and I think USC too. Like he's getting around. That one is it's just there's a long way to go in that one.
I'm checking to see if you missed one with Caleb Edwards. So Caleb Edwards, I'm trying to go in chronological order. Okay. So for Caleb Edwards, the official visits, May 10th, he was at UCLA, which that's not, that's a regional trip for him. Washington on May 31st, Texas June 7th. He's actually left Texas and went to Auburn. Was at Auburn June 10th. Was at Alabama this last weekend, and then on the 21st, what is it? That's Friday. I guess he'll be at Oregon.
Yeah. So I didn't get it completely right, but he's getting around. There's a long way to go in that one. And he's only been to Texas twice, or he's been to all those other schools, I believe at least twice, if not more. So Nick Townsend is who they're going to have a higher shot at if they push. I firmly believe that. I also think with Townsend coming into this weekend, Bama is in front of Texas. Like that is true. But it is still a very winnable recruitment for Texas. At Alabama, he really likes DeBoer's offense. He likes how they get the ball to tight end. He likes DeBoer's history with tight ends. Also, like, even though Nick Saban isn't there anymore, Alabama's a pretty cool place, man. They have a lot of national championship rings. Have sent a lot of guys D1, or not D1, to the league. And, you know, it still is an attractive place, even without the greatest of all time still coaching there. So that being said, like, that is the favorite right now. I'd say Texas is in second place going into the weekend. My source for Townsend was very adamant. A&M was way behind Alabama and Texas. And then, you know, with him being on campus with Keati Armstrong committing, I can't imagine that helped A&M's chances with him either. So
yeah.
I think
it's interesting, Jordan, when you look at it with Michael Terry and Nick Townsend. Let's throw Michael Terry in this discussion too, if we're talking about jumbo athletes / tight ends and just putting them all together. Because that tight end, if you're an elite guy, you're a move guy anyway. Could it be like with the 3 offensive tackles, and we'll get to Lamar Rodgers here in a minute, but could it be like with the 3 offensive tackles where at the end of the day, all 3 of them are probably going to end up going to different schools? I
don't know. I think Terry and Townsend could both very well end up at Texas for sure.
Okay. So similar to the
like
tackles,
that.
you think if it's 2 going to the same school, then Texas is probably that same school.
Yeah. So if like Ty Haywood is not coming to Texas, he doesn't even have an OV booked. We never even have him technically visiting Texas ever during his recruitment. He was supposed to be at the junior day, no showed. He said another random, like, unofficial that he just didn't show up to. And then at the Texas relays, like, usually Texas will get the kids they want to talk to walk across the street. He did not walk across the street. So we've never had Haywood visiting. He is just not going to Texas. Fasusi, we feel pretty good he's going to end up at Texas. So that being said, like, if 2 of them are going to end up at the same school, the one that would make that happen is Lamont. But I'm still leaning towards the field versus Texas for his recruitment.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, let's I know we talked a ton of Michael Terry in the last week, 2 weeks, but I just think it's worth mentioning, you know, Texas is really, and I have no reason to doubt what Sark and company have told the family, but if they're really open to playing any position and really just, hey, get here and we'll figure it out type thing, I'm kind of with you. I think they could basically make him, as athletic as he is, they could basically maybe make him a souped up version of Jatavian Sanders, because I don't know, as a move tight end, because Sark wants a move guy, he wants an inline guy. Michael Terry's clearly not that inline guy. You're wasting him if you're making him an inline guy. But at that move guy, Kyle Pitts might be a good comp, Jordan, because Sark is, I know Sark has never had a guy like that at tight end. Even as good as JT was, he's not, we talked about, he's not like a freak athlete. And I think that came out to the combine and the pro day. But Michael Terry is, you know, he would test really well at one of those deals. And all the things you can do with that guy, hell, you really can. He's a move guy. You can flex him. You can split him out wide. You can put him in the backfield. There are so many, like, it's almost endless what you can do, the kind of versatility you can have with him. And as we move more into this era of positionless football, man, that's the kind of guy, don't pigeonhole him into a spot. Just give him a spot to have a title and then do whatever the hell you need to do with him on a given day. Yeah.
And Kyle Pitts is who I think he resembles the most if he's going to be a tight end. And that's largely just because Kyle Pitts was a receiver playing tight end. He was a tight end size receiver playing tight end. Yeah. I think that would kind of be similar to Terry. Like, tight ends did not move and get in and out of breaks and aren't nearly as smooth as kind of how Terry moves. And Antoine also made a great point. He does have some former PWO teammates that are in Austin. I remember believe it was when he went to the spring game. He posted some photos of them. Or it might have been a game last fall. But he's put them on his Twitter before. But definitely, it is an important data point for sure.
And yes, the Keish nickname, for those of you who saw Antoine's comment in the chat, that is Brooks Keichnick Jr. It's my first favorite Longhorn, Jordan, in any sport was Brooks Keichnick.
And I've never even heard of Brooks Keichnick.
Oh my God, dude. It's hard to miss him because if you ever go to, well, you never go to Dish Falk. If you ever go to Dish Falk and look up toward the press box at the retired numbers, yeah, he's up there.
Oh, he's a baseball player.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't. Yeah.
Brooks Keichnick, I can honestly say this, and I don't know if I've told him directly, but I believe he knows. The first time I ever really had like a good sports cry was the 92 College World Series when, of all people, Steve Rodriguez, who's now an assistant coach at Texas, at Pepperdine eliminated Texas and Brooks Keichnick from the College World Series. And I was like, oh, it's over? Like it's done? They're done? So yeah, and I remember listening to that game on the radio. So Brooks Keichnick was my first all-time. It wasn't a football player, it wasn't a basketball player. Brooks Keichnick was my first all-time favorite Longhorn.
Man, hey, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm 21 years old, and I just have not had interest in baseball since I was like in the 3rd or 4th grade. So
remind me, Jordan, what's your actual birth date?
December 15th, 2002.
Okay, so when Augie Garrido won his first national championship, Jordan was not roaming this earth yet. Yeah, Antoine, thank you. Brooks Keichnick was basically college baseball Shohei Ohtani when he played. He was a massive home run hitter, maybe the best offensive player in the country, and like a lights out All-American caliber pitcher. Basically, I can say like kind of what Paul Skeens was at Air Force. Brooks Keichnick was just as good, if not a better version than that.
Yeah.
Because people forget. People are like, oh, Paul Skeens can pitch. I'm like, y'all forget, man. He was a damn good catcher and had a bat that Paul Skeens could hit. Like, dude, if you didn't have universal DH now and National League pitchers still batted, dude, Paul Skeens would be badass. Like, he would be an actual legitimate, like, true throwback player as a pitcher DH and a pitcher who could hit. So I digress though.
Yeah. Another guy I want to talk about that I think was a really important visitor for this weekend, the Smith Arugbo. Man, a few words. The story I put out with some quotes from him doesn't, you're probably like, okay, he probably isn't coming here. Look, Texas definitely improved their chances there. With Tech, the reason those crystal balls went in, there's a serious Tech just had a ton of momentum that first official visit weekend, and there's a serious chance he was going to commit to Texas Tech before his Texas OV even started. Mm-hmm. That being said, I'm like 56 of 59 on my crystal balls. I like keeping that percentage up if I can. So I changed it because there was a serious chance he was going to commit to Texas Tech last weekend. I would not have, trust me, I was the first to put it in for Texas. And I would not have changed it if I didn't truly think he could have popped right then and there. So shout out to Texas and OU. They did a good job of not letting him do that.
Get him to hold off, yeah.
Yeah, and he ended up making it to Austin this weekend. It's been well reported at this point, but it was a solo trip for him. His father couldn't make it. Not super encouraging, but his dad has been on campus before back in April when they came to town for one of the Longhorn City Limits weekends. Mm-hmm. So his dad has seen Texas. His dad has also met with Texas a lot, or he knows them very well. Whenever Colin Kennedy and I went out to Hastings when we were in Houston for spring ball in May, and sat down in the head coach's office, talked with him for probably about 30 minutes before Smith came around and we talked to Smith. Coach is like, oh, damn, that's kind of late. You had just missed Texas. Because Banks, it was Banks, PK, and I believe Nansen all went out to Hastings and sat and met with his father for some of the meeting and him and his father for some of the meeting. Yeah. So during that meeting, football was barely discussed. because with Pops, it's all about education. That's why I had, some fair confidence in my original Texas crystal ball, was because I knew how important education was in the recruitment. I like the proximity to home factor and advantage that Texas had on the other schools. And also, it seemed like he liked Texas a lot, and like him and PK had a pretty, strong relationship. The Tech stuff comes, it's out of left field. We change the crystal ball. He ends up making it to Texas this weekend. I do not think he's ending up at Texas Tech anymore. I can't, I wouldn't say I'm confident enough yet to just flip the crystal ball quite yet. I think I want to wait until after the Oklahoma OV because if I change it, I do not want to have to change it again. You know what I mean? I don't like the flipping and flopping. So I'm probably just going to hold off until he's made it back to Houston from the Oklahoma visit, talk to some folks, and then I'll change the prediction sometime between then and, when he's going to commit July 1st. So one thing I did find interesting, though, when I asked him after the visit, I'm like, hey, who's the main competition to Texas? He said Washington and Oklahoma. He didn't say Texas Tech. And I was like, what about, Texas Tech? And he was like, oh, yeah, they're up there too. And I was like, all right. So, yeah, that being said, I talked about last week how that crystal ball reflects the pulse of the recruitment accurately. It no longer does. So,
it's just one of those, man. Every year there's one of those recruitments and it's good info. You're going off what you got, but man, just it reinforces that you're dealing with like 16 to 18-year-olds and them trying to make decisions. And especially a guy like Smith, who you talked about, Jordan, kind of got to football later than not like Christian Jones kind of late, but just later than a lot of other kids in this cycle that are in his position. And you're still trying to figure stuff out, and you're going to be wooed on visits and what people say and blah, blah, blah. But, once you get to sit down and actually make a decision, you'll come to the right one. But yeah, it's taken a lot of twists and turns in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, in UT parking, asking about Terry Blacks. Marco Jones was there yesterday. I think that was just him and his family who went from Texas to Blacks to the airport, and they just wanted to get some barbecue. I don't think they take all the visitors there, or at least in the itineraries we get sent sometimes from visitors, their families. Terry Blacks is never on there. So, and there are other cars besides Lambos. The Rolls Royce SUV, I think it's Cullinan or Cullinan, whatever. I don't probably pronounced it wrong. There's a few other cars. I think week one there was some McLarens or something. I don't know. I'm not a car guy by any means. Like I drive a Yukon. So
hey, was it Marco Jones or was it Smith Orogbo that posted a picture of their barbecue on social media?
That was Marco Jones.
Okay. By the way,
he said number one barbecue. So
I can't confirm. I don't know how much longer this is going to mean anything, but the Texas baseball staff, I have confirmed, they are recruiting Marco Jones to give him the option because he is a two-sport guy. So the Texas baseball staff is very much aware of who he is. They've talked to him about potentially doing both. So even though, look, everybody knows how hard that double is to pull off, the football baseball double, but yeah, Texas is the baseball staff has opened up the lines of communication with Marco Jones about potentially doing both at Texas.
Yeah, and Marco's actually the most talkative visitor we talked to yesterday.
That's ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
After I transcribed his quotes, I was already at like 800 or 900 words before I even started typing myself. So pretty talkative, but if you want to go check it out, he goes kind of in depth on what those conversations are like about baseball. They're currently in a baseball recruiting dead period, so he couldn't get over to the baseball facilities or actually meet with the coaches.
Yeah.
But it was discussed with the football coaches, and he talked about how, he did kind of feel appreciated when Texas made it such a big deal. They're like, hey, we want you to play both. Like, we're not just recruiting you to play both because you're really good at football. Like, we want you to, be happy and to play both sports, because baseball is obviously a really big thing for him. Like, he went straight from the airport to a baseball tournament. So, that's going to be something important. As far as his recruitment goes, I need to call someone on the West Coast, probably going to do it today or tomorrow, who has a really good read on that one. But I think any of the schools in his top four could likely end up with him. When I talked to the West Coast source I was kind of referencing, earlier this summer, he really struggled to see Jones going to Texas A&M, and largely just because College Station, the town, and kind of the setting it's in. So he didn't see Jones like a college town or a city isn't going to decide where he goes to college, but like it will be important. And his top 4 is USC, Michigan, and Texas. USC is in LA. He's a California kid. He's not necessarily in Southern California. That's still a long drive or short flight.
He's
to USC.
Bay Area kid.
Exactly. Michigan is in Ann Arbor. I've personally never been to Ann Arbor, so can't really comment on it a ton. Hopefully going there this fall in a couple months. And then Texas is obviously Austin, right? So they kind of weren't ready to choose a favorite, but they did kind of handicap A&M as probably the school that would end up having the least chances. So
yeah, and I'll say this too: when you talk about a baseball program, and again, I'm not expecting David Pierce. We're on CDC's time on that, by the way. So we're all, I'm kind of with the David Pierce situation where Jordan is with the Corey and Moore deal. Like, we may not break it, but I'm prepared. Just by everything I've heard at this point. I haven't heard anything that leads me to believe it's going back the other way. But at any rate, whoever's the head baseball coach at Texas, if the football staff is that supportive of him legitimately doing both, Texas is probably the best. Texas and Texas A&M, you'd figure would be the 2 best options. SC's baseball program is getting better. It's not near what it was 25 years ago. And Michigan's baseball program is okay, but man, if you're talking about being able to do both at Texas, that's got to hold some weight for Marco Jones and his family.
Yeah, for sure. But he's got USC this upcoming weekend, and then he has a commitment date for either July 1st or 2nd. It's one of those 2 days. But the USC visit looms pretty large. Yeah. I'm not necessarily sure who he grew up pulling for, but the California kid part I think does play a factor. He did say proximity to home doesn't matter. He's like, everyone sees that I'm from California and just thinks I live in LA, basically. He's like, it's still like a drive or a plane ride to USC.
Pull out the map. And this is like, dude, I used to get so pissed off when the Saints would play the Texans, the Cowboys. I'm like, oh, it's a homecoming for Drew Brees. I'm like, y'all pull out a map and see how far it is from Westlake Hills to either Arlington or Houston. Like, it ain't something you can't get there in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Real quick though, before we get to, I'm sure you want to get to Antoine's question and get to some other things. I mentioned the Texas baseball thing. Like I said, nothing new on the David Pierce situation, but I will mention, Jordan, Brooks Kieschnick. You need to know this. So the Dick Hauser Trophy. You got 2 big major national awards. You got
What's it called?
The Dick Hauser Trophy.
Okay. Just making sure.
The Golden Spikes Award. The Golden Spikes Award goes to the top amateur baseball player in America, which Ivan Melendez won that in 22. Melendez also won the Dick Hauser Trophy, which is basically the college baseball equivalent of the Heisman, or it's like the Naismith in college basketball. Brooks Kieschnick, sir, won it not once, twice. 2-time winner of the Dick Hauser Trophy. So there you go. Melendez won it. Taylor Youngman won it for Texas also. So yeah. So next time you go to Dish Fuck, let me know. I'll be there. We'll walk up to the Brooks Kieschnick number on the facade there at Dish Fuck. I'll take your picture next to it so we can have visual confirmation that you not only know who Brooks Kieschnick is, but you touched the number 23 and all that good stuff. So
for sure.
And I mean, the thing about Marco Jones, not to be conceited or anything, but look, to me, when you talk about Texas baseball, it's like talking about, Kentucky basketball or Notre Dame football. Like, it's always going to have a cachet that very few other programs have. And that's the Texas baseball program. I mean, even people, that's the one sport where even like Aggies and Sooners, people that hate Texas are like, yeah, Texas does have a really good baseball program. So there you go. Just throwing out some love to Texas baseball, because I love me some baseball, and I hate not being in Omaha. But hopefully I get back there one day, Jordan. That's a bucket list thing. As somebody who played baseball in their youth, that's a bucket list thing you need to go to. You need to go to at least one College World Series. It's a hell of a time.
Yeah. Damn, Hank just texted me something pretty aggressive. I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know. I guess I'll call him in 10 minutes. But we only do have about 10, 11 minutes left. I do want to, kind of just do some quick hitters on recruiting stuff. Lamont Rogers. Texas definitely improved their chances. I still like the field versus Texas there. He has OU. He has an OU visit that's actually starting tomorrow, the 18th to the 20th. And then he'll see Florida State 21st to the 23rd before coming to a decision sometime in July. There currently is a prediction in somewhere for Missouri. I really struggle to see him going to Missouri. I think it's coming down to Oklahoma, A&M, and Texas, and I definitely lean towards those other two schools.
Missouri, you know this, Jordan. We saw with Ryan Wingo. Missouri's willing to they'll up the ante on NIL for certain guys in a cycle, man.
Oh, for sure. But on staying close to home is important for him. It's important for his mom. He feels like he can't really go super far from his mom, and his mom is going to stay in Dallas. She's not moving with him wherever he goes, like you see with some of these other families. So I do think it's coming down to kind of the three main regional programs: OU, Texas, Texas A&M. Chris Gilbert is the only reason that Lamont Rogers is even talking to Texas at this point.
Yeah.
Things were not good, and I'll get into it in the behind the scenes that'll come out. Fortunately, not till February. But things were not good between Texas and Lamont Rogers until Chris Gilbert got hired, and about 2 days into the job was like, yo, what? Y'all are in this spot with this kid? And, he figured it out. Him and Jamal Fenner kind of teamed up early in the spring, did a ton of damage in that recruitment, got him to come to campus, got him to come around a lot more to Texas. And on the same note, Chris Gilbert is his primary. Like Kyle Flood would be who ends up coaching him if he goes to Texas. But Chris Gilbert is has a higher contact level with Lamont than Kyle Flood does. I've talked about it a lot on the show. It is important. Courtney Allen is the head coach at Mesquite Horn, and they've got a lot of good coaches on that staff. And it's a lot of good coaches who have coached under Chris Gilbert at one point or another, hail from his coaching tree. And so, that being said, if Lamont Rogers was at Dallas Seagoville or literally anywhere else in Dallas that might not have had connections to Chris Gilbert, we would not be talking about Lamont Rogers right now. All the credit needs to go to Chris Gilbert for him doing that. I mean, he even said he loves Chris Gilbert in the quotes he gave me yesterday. So they improved their chances, but as things stand right now, I'm continuing to lean towards the field. Another guy I already talked about, Smith or Rugbo, Marco Jones. Nick Brooks, all 6'7" and 345 pounds of him. Somehow Hank and all the other media missed his 6'7", 350-pound frame at the airport. I don't even know how that's possible, dog. They also missed John Mills, who's 6'6", 320. And it's what are y'all doing? How do y'all miss them? But
yeah,
hey, I'm happy. I'm in Dallas, so I can't really no one's expecting me to ever hit up the airport. So
yeah,
got a lot of respect for Hank. I've told him I appreciate him a ton for it. But Nick Brooks, he's going to see Iowa this upcoming weekend. He saw Texas this past weekend, obviously. Before that, he was at USC. Before that, he was at Georgia. Georgia picked up a ton of momentum on their OV. The next weekend, USC picked up a ton of momentum on their OV. And this weekend, Texas picked up a ton of momentum. Yeah, right?
Love how that goes.
Yeah. And I'm very excited to write Nick Brooks's behind-the-scenes story because there are just some funny parts of this recruitment where it's you get 3 of these type of kids every year, and you might be able to read between the lines of what I'm kind of talking about right now. But I don't really see him going to Iowa. He currently lives in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, but is from the state of Georgia and moved to Iowa, I think after sophomore year or something like that. Yeah, hey, me too, Rex St. Charles, but content is content. And, if other folks that we compete with are going to be out there, we're going to have someone there too. So,
yeah, that's, it's, look, trust me, I'll speak for Hank. I'm sure there are other ways he would rather spend his Sunday on an official visit weekend, but
yeah, much less Father's Day.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much all there is to say. It's part of the gig.
But with Nick Brooks, I could see him ending up at Texas. I don't really think it's likely though. I think there's just going to be a lot of ebbs and flows for him.
No, Jake Bayless. We're much classier than that. That's reserved for
Mr. Ham.
Well,
but
I was trying to cushion the blow there. But if you want to go ahead and do that.
If he wants to come for me and at me on Twitter, so be it. It's whatever. It's documented that happened. You're never living that down.
No.
Kevin Wynn out of Greene County, Greensboro, Georgia, only lives about 50, 60-ish miles from Athens, I believe, or somewhere in there. He's in a short radius of Georgia. South Carolina is also in it for him. Florida State is as well. This was his first time at Texas. 57 overall prospect in the country, I believe. Number 8 D lineman, number 10 prospect in the state of Georgia. Wants to major in like food sciences and nutrition, I think is technically the major. Basically just like culinary arts. I saw on his Instagram story, I believe it was Saturday night, he was like chefing up something. I don't even remember what it was, but he was clearly in a kitchen. It was clearly something he made because
he was chefing up something.
He, I think it might have been like a steak or something. I don't know.
Next time
I
my wife asks me what I want for dinner, I'm like, yeah, can you chef me up some grilled chicken and veggies?
You know what I'm talking about, but
I just laugh, Jordan, that like everybody in the comments is just like, dude, Jordan has no F's to give. Like he doesn't even care. That's what I like about you, man. You have no filter sometimes. So, which is
it's just like at the end of the day, I'm gonna be me. And also like a lot of the stuff I say, I feel pretty strongly about because I either know it as fact or I know something else that supports why I'm saying that.
Very true. Yes,
but with Kevin Wynn, he had never visited Texas before until this past weekend. I think the trip went well, definitely improved their chances for sure. I mean, he had never been there before. But I mean, we're not super confident in this one. Kenny Baker's from Georgia, but it's really hard to keep kids from Georgia that Georgia actually really wants.
For sure.
I think South Carolina is in a better place than most people think as well. That's probably who I would assume finishes in second place behind Georgia. But Florida State's also in there as well. Kelshawn Johnson, we did not have a story come out on him last night. I didn't end up talking with him on the phone till probably about 7:30, 7:45-ish, something like that. And I'll transcribe and publish those quotes today. But at this point in time, I'd be pretty surprised if he makes it to his USC official visit that's scheduled for June 21st through 23rd. I know I'd kind of reported I was expecting that to happen just because he had never been to California before, but in talking to Kelshawn yesterday on and off the record, he's pretty much at the point where like he knows his decision is coming down to Texas and Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And he's just probably just going to, post a top 2 sooner or later with that. We'll commit sometime in July, at the very, very latest, super early in August. But this is going to be a summer decision. There's a lot of buzz and momentum that A&M gained on their official visit the 7th through the 9th. And we reported like, hey, we're holding on to our crystal balls. Texas has had the most dialogue here out of any of these schools. They've been in it the longest, and they prioritized them the longest. So that's what we did. And I think it was a smart move because Texas completely balanced out the momentum and the kind of the surge that A&M had made with a successful trip to Texas this past weekend. I know a lot of people might think like, is he not getting discouraged by, all the reports out there that Texas is in the mix of the 5-star receivers? I'll tell you right now, like Kelshawn does not give a flying F about that. Like he's a competitor. He's a G County kid who's in a bet on himself. And I mean, he's been doubted the whole time. Look how he's built. All right. So he's always had kind of odds stacked against him. He's always been told he'd be too small or whatever. Like I am not worried at all about if a Texas receiver class was to Corian Moore, Khalil Lockett, and Kelshawn Johnson. I would not be worried about Kelshawn Johnson at all.
Yeah. I think the minute, and I appreciate the way Sark and company are attacking receiver because we saw some of this towards the end of Mac Brown's tenure. When you start recruiting guys and you start making out your recruiting board based on how that might impact somebody on the current roster, dude, you're setting yourself up for failure. Like, when Texas has been at its best, look at the different areas. And granted, like I'm talking about with Darrell Royal, where you had unlimited scholarships, that's a different deal. But you look at like even like with Fred Akers had it rolling in the 70s and in the early 80s under Mac, and now with Sark, dude, you just don't care. Like, dude, bring me as much talent as humanly possible, and competition's going to sort out who gets to play, who sits on the bench, who sticks it out and who decides to move on. It ain't nothing personal. It's just business.
Yeah, and like if Kelshawn called Texas right now and wanted to commit, they would 1,000% take it.
Yeah.
Now, if Dalen McCutcheon did, not sure, right? The first tier receivers is DeCorian Moore, Jamie French, Khalil Lockett. After that, you have a Marcus Harris is committed to OU. I figured that was happening sooner or later when Colin told me last week that that trip was getting booked. But
is that what Hank wanted to tell you?
No, he's texting me about some other shit. But with Kelshawn or the second tier receivers, it's Tanook Hines, Kelshawn, Dalen McCutcheon, and Andrew Marsh. And all four of those guys have already visited. Of that group, Texas likes Kelshawn the most. After that, I noticed fact that Kelshawn is the highest guy of those four. Next, I heavily assume it's Tanook Hines. I think that's why they kind of pivoted and got him in last weekend, kind of last minute there at the buzzer. But, you know, they figured it out, got him on campus. But with Kelshawn, that's going to be Texas or Texas A&M.
Yeah.
He tells me on record it's 50-50, and I think it is pretty close to 50-50.
Okay.
But whenever the decision comes, as things stand right now, I'm expecting it to be Texas.
You mentioned Andrew Marsh. You got any kind of feel for it? Because it does.
He's not going to Texas. He's not.
I'm not just talking about Texas. I'm talking about anything, Jordan. Like, we haven't heard any kind of movement with his deal at all. And I know. Look, there are. Well,
let's see.
I won't get into it, but there's some interesting dynamics in that recruitment, and I mean, surely somebody's going to hold a spot for him. Like I said, I just don't know that it was going to be Texas, because I know you had told me, shoot, back in the fall that you didn't think it was going to be Texas. But I mean, are you thinking A&M? Are you thinking elsewhere? Or is it completely open with him right now?
Yeah. So in January, I almost even thought about putting in a crystal ball for A&M and just trying to call my shot. I'm very happy I didn't, because Marsh isn't committing till November, so that would have been hell to continue tracking him and all that.
Yeah.
Especially because he's just not going to Texas. So, like, I'd have to go out of my way to track that down.
Yeah.
But he OV'd to Washington, USC, Texas. He has Kentucky midweek, and then OU. The Kentucky visit is because Da'Keil Shorts was on him hard when he was at Houston. And then once he got to Kentucky's like, you can't recruit Texas kids. And he was like, but I know this kid really well. And this other kid, Jacaden Ferguson, who he got to commit to Kentucky this past weekend. And so he's recruiting those kids.
Mark Stoops told Da'Keil Shorts he can't recruit kids from Texas.
Maybe.
Well, why
when I speak to some folks at Kentucky, I'm told that they do not want to emphasize Texas. They feel like they can't get a ton of value out of there because of who they are and the other schools that also recruit Texas. I don't think it's a horrible idea.
I get that, yeah, but if there's one or two that you feel like you've got a shot at, if you got somebody like Da'Keil Shorts that understands the area, especially like Greater Houston, that's a freaking battleground anyway, then why not? I was about to be like, damn, I didn't know the A&M experience soured Mark Stoops on the state of Texas that bad. Like,
I don't know.
A&M for like 35 minutes.
Yeah, I think though with Marsh, of the schools he has OV set up right now, OU probably has the best shot. He's going to take a bunch of fall visits because he's not committing till November. So, you know, that one's a long way to go. Real quick, I see the guys in the backstage, but I do want to talk about two more. John Mills, the 6'6", 320-pounder offensive tackle from San Francisco.
John Mills.
Put in a crystal ball in May. Even though the last official visit weekend is this upcoming weekend, this is his last visit on the schedule. So he's always told 24/7 Sports, or at least Brandon Huffman, that he was going to commit the week or two following his last OV. We don't have a date yet, but like some other guys, I would be shocked if John Mills does not commit to Texas at some point or another.
Yeah.
They did a great job this weekend. I know he's an 88 3-star, but he's been one of, if not the biggest, like, out-of-state priority for Kyle Flood for a long time.
Yeah.
Nick Brooks is up there, but Nick Brooks didn't really come onto the radar till the spring. At least they didn't get him to visit till the spring. Mills has been visiting going back to, I think, early 2023. So that's notable. Another kid, Jonathan Cunningham. I know there's not a ton that's known about Jonathan Cunningham, North Crowley 3-star linebacker. But really, really great player. like a great player. I enjoyed him at Under Armour Dallas. He tested well. He has some length as well. But there's a lot of upside there. Another thing that's important about Texas recruiting him, that could help them a lot with John Turntine, who's also at North Crowley and is the number 1 O-line target in 2026. But it doesn't just stop at John Turntine. North Crowley is one of the best prospect factories in the state when they can actually keep those kids there. Y'all got to understand.
Right. We talked
for 10 or, for 10 or 20 years or however long it's been that Alito's been on this run, Alito makes all their money by just rating the Crowley schools and the Fort Worth ISD schools.
Yeah, I've said it before, but just in case anybody's new, like, for example, Jonathan Gray had a phone number that was like a Crowley phone number. I don't know if Jay Gray still has that cell number, but Jonathan Gray was supposed to go to North Crowley.
Or, for example, Racing Guillory was at Mansfield Lake Ridge and showed up at Alito his sophomore year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so
I'll tell you this, though. Jonathan's parents had a legit thing about him going to Alito because at the time, I'm sure it's changed because they are getting kids to stay there now. Like the academics between Alito and North Crowley, the academic support, the structure, class schedules, all that stuff, electives, it was off the charts how much better Alito was for him than North Crowley at the time. But it didn't hurt that, he was an elite level like basketball player in middle school either, that everybody knew, okay, this kid's gonna be really good at football. Plus his dad played in the NFL. And Marcus Smart's another one of those kids, a North Crowley kid that should have gone there and ended up
really.
Yeah.
So
I mentioned Marcus Smart and Keenan jumps on
Marcus Smart. I heard that and I had to jump in.
Real quick because I do not want to forget. The main competition for Jonathan Cunningham is Utah and TCU. He has a Kansas OV that's booked for the 21st through 23rd. I do not think that is happening. He will have an announcement later today through yours truly. It is not a commitment, but it is an announcement. Sanu Kynes will have one as well. Not a commitment, but an announcement. So I guess just stay tuned to Horns 24/7, and you'll see those here in a few hours.
I'll tell you this about Jonathan Cunningham, Jordan. You look at that offer list. Which offer am I going to circle that says, I don't give a rat's ass where this kid is ranked? I like it.
He also visited there last weekend.
That would be Utah. Anytime Kyle Whittingham and Morgan Scaley prioritize a kid from Texas, dude, sign me up all day. Go back, have your recruiting guys go back and say, check the film on this kid because we missed something Utah just offered. Jalen Ford, a prime example.
Jeff, Jordan, if you guys got like 3 minutes, I want to ask you something you guys were just talking about, right? In terms of Mark Stoops and apparently him or his staff not necessarily want to get into Texas. I would love to know your guys just, quick thoughts on that, because here's kind of where I kind of land on that, right? Is to me, I analogize it to recruiting Florida. Every staff in the nation has a Florida guy, right? That gets them into South Florida or gets them into Central Florida. But, Jordan, you kind of, if I heard you correctly, you kind of fell along the line of like, hey, just because, you got a guy doesn't mean you're going to get him. And the thing that stood out to me, just using the Florida example, is just because you got a guy from a Miami Northwestern or a Miami Central or wherever, doesn't mean they're like a guy. You know what I mean? Like, if you get the third-rate guy from Miami Northwestern, then like, what'd you really do there? So I'm just curious, both of your guys' thoughts really quick, if it's the same here in Texas, if that's kind of where you guys land.
I mean, the way I think about it is like, for Kentucky, it is like they should not be wasting resources recruiting Texas. Right. No one in the state of Texas grows up giving a shit about Kentucky, or at least Kentucky football. Yeah. It's just facts. Unless their parent went there or they're a former athlete or something, no one in Texas cares for Kentucky, and specifically football. There are, of course, is the bandwagon basketball fans, but no one cares for football. Also, like, they're almost never on TV down here unless you're going to get on SEC Network or whatever. So no one's watching them. And then two, I in my life have never been to Kentucky. It's not really a place people vacation to, or people I don't know anyone who has family from Kentucky. So like there's just not a lot of awareness about it. They also,
Jordan's gone from slandering reporters to just slandering an entire state in the course of about 10 minutes.
But also, like, man, Kentucky, like, you're in the SEC and they do the same thing every year. It seems like they go 7-5 or 8-4, whatever it is. and they win the same exact games and they lose the same exact games. They never get any better or any worse. It's just mediocrity. They don't really produce a ton of NFL talent either. Like if you're good enough to get recruited by a school like Kentucky and you're living in the state of Texas, then you probably have an Ole Miss offer. Then you probably have every single offer in the state of Texas outside of UT and A&M. So like it doesn't make a ton of sense for I think Kentucky to be putting in resources, and that's why they don't. But
Louisiana to me is kind of the state I've always looked at as kind of what you guys are talking about, because dude, a lot of it goes back to the in-state pressure to go to LSU, which Jordan and I have talked about that a lot. Keenan, I think you kind of get this too.
Yeah, I've talked about
it. It is real. Like I've heard of, like you remember the old Eric Dickerson stuff from like when Texas.
Oh yeah.
Like I've heard of kids' parents being told, if your mom still wants to keep her job, you'll go to LSU. Like, and being serious about it. Like, I'm not saying every recruitment's like that, but I have heard of cases like that where, hey, your dad's got a really good job, right? If he wants to keep it and keep his pension, I think you know what you need to do. So you can waste a lot of time recruiting, especially Metro New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Yeah. You can waste a lot of time. If you get a guy that really knows Louisiana, like Bo Davis, his first in on the Texas staff, he decided, hey, we can maybe go to New Orleans and like legitimately recruit like maybe 1 or 2 kids a year. But our best effort will be spent kind of Shreveport, Monroe, kind of northern Louisiana, where that pressure towards LSU is a little less. And actually, the closer you get to the state line, might actually be more pressure to go to Arkansas than Arkansas might be your top competition, not LSU. So I just think you got to have guys that understand. When you talk about third rate guys, Eric, you talking about like recruits from those areas?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a perfect example, right? Mac Brown's last recruiting cycle, and this ended up being the first group of guys Charlie signed. Mac took 2 kids from St. Aug, Jermaine Roberts and Courtney Garnett. Jermaine Roberts transferred out to Sam Houston. I don't think he ever played there, but he did nothing at Texas. Courtney Garnett actually ended up flipping to OU. Why did he recruit both those guys? Well, they went to St. Aug, and Jermaine Roberts' best friend was Leonard Fournette. So you didn't get Leonard Fournette. So what did you end up with? You ended up with a corner that basically occupied a scholarship spot for a year. That's what you ended up with. So that was wasting your time in New Orleans. The Charlie Strong staff did a much better job. Like they got, Davis. Gerald Wilbon was one of those guys that used all his Jordan, do you need to run?
No, I'm good.
Gerald Wilbon was one of those guys that used all his eligibility. Wasn't really like a starting caliber player, but just a good, solid contributor. But they ended up getting Malcolm Roach because Malcolm Roach was one of those kids that LSU, for whatever reason, when they evaluated him, they see, he was kind of pudgy. They really didn't know what he was, and he was off the radar. Well, Texas recruits him and were like, we can play 3 or 4 positions for us. We'll take him. And Texas ends up getting Malcolm Roach, who's an NFL player. So as long as you're not wasting your time, and I think is that kind of what you're getting at, Eric? Just getting assistant coaches that can say, oh yeah, I can go get you kids from South Florida, but yeah, you're just really going to be wasting your time.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And that's the thing, having been in South Florida for how many years down there, you saw that a lot where whether it was G5 or even, some fringe P5, like a Kentucky, right, would be like, hey, we can get into South Florida. I know the guy at St. Thomas Aquinas or such and such. And cool, you're getting the guy, but you're not really getting the guy. Now, I will pivot and give you, and I'll let you guys go on this. This is probably my favorite story, guys, of a kid coming from out of state and just knowing it wasn't going to work. And I'll use names. So this is a FIU story, Jeff. So Bryn Renner, of course, former North Carolina quarterback, was the recruiting coordinator for Butch Davis. Of course, he was recruited by Butch at Carolina, right? So
was Bryn Renner an Elite 11 quarterback, or am I making that up?
Yeah, no, he was. Okay. And of course, Bryn, cup of coffee in the NFL, whatever. But he's the RC at FIU, and he's like, hey, I got a connection in Louisiana. Get this high 3-star kid, linebackers being recruited by Miami, but also, had some interest from SMU and some of those AC schools, also some fringe P5 schools. I'm like, listen, this is going to be a steal. We're going to get him. And Butch Davis is like, has he been to Miami? And Bryn's like, but he's interested in Miami. Like, Miami's showing interest to Hurricanes. Like, Butch is like, has he been here? And it's like, no, he hasn't, but it's going to work out. Sure enough, they end up, flipping him, right? He's an FIU commit who never visits Miami. Jeff, Jordan, Keenan, it lasted all of 4 weeks. He went AWOL twice within his first month of being on campus. Because you take a kid from the sticks of Louisiana, drop him in Miami, except it's not South Beach. So there are no women in bikinis. There are no, Devin Shapiro's. You're just going to Publix and no one speaks English. and all the food is platanos and mofongo and rice and beans. And ain't no food you get from Louisiana. You went
international university.
You went AWOL twice.
Good point.
And it's my favorite story about just saying, we got a kid from out of state. Yeah, but does he want to be here?
Jordan, if you got a run, man, you can go.
Good. I'm good.
I'll finish with this story. This is a goodie too. Sorry, Eric Keenan. Sorry, I'm cutting into y'all's showtime, but man, this
happens, bro.
Story. This is actually Jeff Tarpley at our A&M site told me this story a long time ago. It was this had to be back in the 90s. Purdue was recruiting a kid, I think a kid from Texas, and A&M was recruiting him too. And the kid ends up going to Purdue, and Purdue coaches go into the assistant coach goes into Purdue coach's office. Like, Coach, we got a problem. He goes, what's the problem? He goes, recruit A showed up here, wants to major in engineering. He goes, what's the problem? We got one of the top engineering schools in the country. He goes, no, Coach, he wants to major. He wants to be an engineer. It's like, again, what's the problem? We've got one of the top. Purdue's one of the top engineering schools in the country. What is the problem? He goes, Coach, he thought engineer like a train conductor. That's why he picked us.
Wow. It's a train mascot. It's a train mascot.
Purdue has one of the top engineering schools in the country, but I guess if you want to be a train conductor, you probably don't need to be in Purdue's engineering, try to get into Purdue's engineering program.
No, that's when you're like building rockets. That's what you do at Purdue's engineering school. You're building NASA stuff.
And I'll say this too. Jack Bayless mentions DeAndre Christmas, who, Eric, I know you got a good DeAndre Christmas story.
Yeah.
Like Charlie's staff didn't bat 1,000 in Louisiana, but between like Wilbon and Roach and some other guys, and Tom's staff did a pretty decent job, if I remember right, of recruiting Louisiana. Man, it just
Baron Sorrell.
Baron Sorrell. It just goes down to if you're wasting your time or not. And the difference with Texas is, and Eric, I think as you get out to schools and get out to places, you'll find this. Keenan can back me up on this too. Because of the influence of the THSCA and you've got to be an accredited teacher to coach at the school. There's no volunteer roles. You got to be certified. It's the structure prevents some of the wheels off stuff. So like, if you don't know some, like DeKill Shorts knows people, and there are high school coaches in the Houston area that know DeKill Shorts. If you don't have those connections, you're going to get exposed really, really fast. So I think that's the big difference from Texas is, oh yeah, I know a guy from Texas. Really, let me call him. And oh yeah, he was, he applied for a job here, but we didn't hire him, or he was at our clinic last spring or whatever. Yeah, you can be found real fast if you're full of crap. Trying to get your Texas ties down.
No, that makes perfect sense. Appreciate the information as always. Great show, fellas.
As we talked about, Eric, like Louisiana and Florida, you told me stories about Florida, and I told stories of Louisiana where like the assistant goes, yeah, I'll meet you at the school at 3:30. Like I'll meet you my shift at UPS. What? Okay,
yeah. No, it's man.
I was gonna say the shock of people when I tell them that high school coaches in Florida have other jobs.
Yeah, it's crazy because you get paid like at certain schools in Texas, you get 6 figures. I mean, my high school, you did.
What shocks me is like in Louisiana and Florida, instead of a spring game, they just do like jamborees. With like 6 or 8 teams.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds awesome.
Like I remember, I'm not going to name the school, but there was a time in the spring of 2022, and I don't think I've told this story. I show up at this high school to see this kid, right? And I was just told they were doing 7-on-7 practice, right, by the coach when I texted him the day before. So I pull up, and I'm like, whoa, there's a couple other teams here. And he kind of sees me walking in the parking lot and, like, does this to me. And he has me come over to him on the track, and he's like, hey, school A, B, C, D, E are all here, and no one knows about it. We're doing, like, a little 7-on-7 tournament to get each other better for SQTs. You cannot post about it. I was like, no problem. So, yeah. But there was literally they did their own little 7-on-7 spring game jamboree type of deal. under the rules of the UIL back in 2022, and I'm sure that goes on all over the state.
Oh yeah,
we just don't hear about it.
I love the jamborees in Louisiana. Like I went to this was Peyton O'Quinn. Texas recruited Peyton O'Quinn. I went and watched the Brother Martin scrimmage. I forgot who they scrimmaged, but I watched Destrehan, which is Ed Reed's alma mater. I watched them scrimmage.
Terry Joseph's alma mater.
Oh yeah, TJ's the Destrehan guy. Yeah, they also had throw Kirk Merritt's name in the Google machine. He's a guy that ended up at A&M that left for nefarious reasons, but just have a little lunchtime fun. Everybody put Kirk Merritt's name in the Google machine, see what comes up. But anyway, I got to run, guys. It's great with the crossover talk, but Jordan and I are done. We'll leave it to Keenan and Eric. False start taking the rest of the way.
Sir, see ya.
That was It's Only an Hour. Jordan Scruggs, Jeff Howe taking you up to us at midday. We are False Start. We'll take you up to 1 p.m. or your midday crew. I am Eric Henry. He is Keenan Womack, coming from the crib. I can tell by the background. He is coming from the crib. How was your weekend, man? How's the weekend treat you?
Oh man, it was really good. I didn't do anything. I played a lot of Red Dead Redemption. That was fun.
Oh
that
man,
you're like a cowboy.
No, listen. I cannot be mad. Nothing like a chill weekend. Shout out to all the fathers who had
shouts out my dad, shouts out my father-in-law.
There you go.
Shouts out my grandparents.
Fathers on Father's Day yesterday. It was my birthday on Saturday, so it was a super chill day for me. I'm not a big birthday guy, Keenan. The thing for me is I'm not a big occasion person, which everybody in my life who is married has told me, like, you better learn to figure out how to be an occasion person, because obviously anniversaries and birthdays and whatnot. And I'm like, all right, I get it. Don't get me wrong, but like, yo, we can celebrate this. Like, why do I need an anniversary? To celebrate? Like, I can do this on a regular Wednesday, right? But some folks have the sentimental value. And I'm speaking as someone who has missed a significant other's, not like missed the birthday, but like the anniversary. I'm like, oh yeah, is that big?
Yeah,
like, no, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was my 6-month anniversary of my wedding, so we went to Uchi. My wife and I. That was really fun. I love that restaurant. It's really good. I don't know if you're familiar.
No, I'm not. I'm still
a sushi place. It's really good.
6 months in the game. Listen, that's 6 months more than me, so I am trying to catch up where you are, Keenan. We got a jam-packed show today. Of course, we're going to talk NBA Finals. Today is June 17th, 2024. It means there's a 30-year anniversary of the OJ car chase cutting into the NBA Finals. And you guys know I like to take certain events, certain milestones, and spin them into a hypothetical question. So my question, Keenan, is what sports event in our lifetime? Now, granted, both of us, you were born 94. You're 93, right? Yeah. So both, in our lifetime, but of course, both were very young at that point in time. But in our lifetime that we can remember, what sports event was the closest thing to kind of that captivated the entire nation? Definitely want to talk about that a little bit. Also, we will get into my latest article as far as breaking down the running back room. And we got a couple of interesting stories. Keenan wants to talk about the Tank Davis fight. Did not get a chance to see that. Also, a story coming out of Colorado that primetime Coach Prime himself, America's favorite coach, Deion Sanders, supposedly made his players go to a Lil Wayne concert that Shedeur Sanders was opening for to support young Shedeur there. So we'll get into plenty of that. Again, drop your thoughts, your comments on which event was similar to the OJ car chase. Coach 420 says Malice at the Palace. That's definitely one. We'll come back and talk about him in a minute, but want to give you, Keenan, a chance to talk a little NBA Finals. So we not had a chance to wrap since the Mavs won in resounding fashion, and also preview tonight's game. So have at it, Keenan.
Yeah, real quick, want to say shouts out Coach 420. Nobody's beaten Tank. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but yeah, Gervonta Davis. So game 5 tonight. Mavs blow out Boston in game 4 in Dallas to make it 3-1 Boston. I kind of accepted the Mavericks' fate. Even after game 2, I was kind of not feeling super confident. Then they lose game 3, and it's, no team's ever come back from 0-3. But at this point, the Mavericks are fighting for pride. I think they really showed a lot by not losing that 4th game and like coming out and playing really hard, playing good defense and taking good shots, as opposed to the other 3 games of the series where they were scoring, under 90 points, under 100 points. They were getting really struggling when they were scoring. It was hard to do. Luka's exhausted. You could tell when he's on defense that he's expelling a lot of energy on the offensive end, because Boston has so many people they can throw on him, not to shut him down, but to at least slow him down. I think tonight is probably going to be a Boston win. I don't know that it'll be a blowout. I think it'll be probably a close game. I'm not saying the Mavericks can't win. I don't really see it tonight. They have shown no ability to win in Boston all season. I don't think they have once. Even in the regular season, they played in Boston after the trade deadline with all their new guys, and they got beat by like 30. So, we'll see if the Mavericks are somehow able to extend this series tonight. I still don't think they're going to win the series, but it is a lot more entertaining and to make them sweat it out a little bit more. It's not just a cakewalk, So I think Celtics probably win like 113-106 tonight and take home their 18th championship. And then Dallas is going to have to regroup for next year. But I think this team is clearly good enough to continue to compete. So obviously you add what you can. I've heard Lauri Markkanen's name, although I don't know what they would trade for him. But they need some wing scoring, and they don't have that. They have Derek Jones is averaging 9 points a game. That's just not enough from your starting wing. So they got a couple of moves to make, but overall, hell of a season. I think tonight is probably where it ends, but man, what a great team. I'm really excited to continue to watch them next year and going forward,
Keenan, before you eulogize the Mavs season, definitely got a few more things we're going to dive into. I want to ask you this. Again, you've kind of put it out there that you believe the season will end. However, what from game 4, if anything, do you believe is transferable to tonight's game that you saw from Dallas?
Yeah, defensive effort is really – that's what it seemed like the difference was dudes were really closing out on shots. They were staying home in the paint. They weren't jumping on pump fakes. They were just playing more disciplined defense. They were, defending the gaps and stuff. And I don't know. I think that's the main thing that has to carry over. If they want to win this game tonight, they have to defend as hard as they did in the last game. And they have to just make open shots. That's been the problem the first 3 games of the series. You have guys like PJ and DJ who are just clanking every open shot they get. If a few of those guys hit, a few more of their threes, this is probably a different series. I don't know for sure that the Mavericks would win it, but I bet it's not 3-1 right now. If PJ Washington and Derek Jones were hitting open threes in the first 3 games, I think this would be a different series.
Jake Bayless knows. Jake, as always, appreciate you rocking with us.
Yes,
that the last time Dallas won in Boston was March 13th of 2022. So over 2 full calendar years. You know what really comes to mind for me watching this series? And again, I have such a different perspective now, so not being a fan of either team is, and this may sound cliche, but it's just the first thing that comes to mind. It's one thing to be a great team. It's one thing to get yourself in position to close. It's another thing to have to go out there and do it. And yes, obviously for Boston, you're on the road. That, quite frankly, Dallas came out not a bad start. Pretty competitive game. Game 3 certainly had their chances. You had to know, again, Dallas, while both of us may feel that inevitably Boston will win this series because they're the better team, hard to beat them 4 straight times, them being Dallas. Maybe hard to beat them back-to-back times. My thing is, and this is what I'd love to get your thought on, is just it's one thing to be in that position. It's another thing to actually do it as far as closing them out. And again, I don't like to do the psychoanalyze thing, but they showed a shot of the Celtics walking off the floor. And I'm sure that, some of the looks on their faces were probably part being shell-shocked, also part of it being okay. Like, all the things that go through your head, Keenan, when you enter an opportunity to win a title, right? Like I the closest thing I ever had to that was, I made to in high school, made to playoffs all 4 years, had a chance to win 2 district titles, never made to state or anything like that, right? But I imagine walking into the building, the feeling of, we win this one, we are champions. For Al Horford, a guy who has waited how many years to have this? Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, guys who, they've been in this position before and have had to answer questions about how good they are, so on and so forth. And even all the way down through their role guys, the Peyton Pritchards of the world, right? Like, to me, it's one thing to be in that position, another thing to actually go out and do it. So maybe I'm just trying to talk myself into this series being extended another game, but it is something I think about when I say, hey, there's a lot of pressure to close out a series, and not just any series, win an NBA Finals. What's your take on that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, as well as they're set up to do it, they still have to do it. You still have to close it out. You still have to win that game. The thing is that Boston has, they got criticized all year for not having closers. I think they have some closers on that team. I think Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are closers. I know Jason Tatum's had a rough series, but he's, he had a good game, but he's due for like a dominant performance. I wouldn't be surprised if it came tonight at home in Game 5. I feel like he's kind of preparing himself to maybe take that lead role. And I mean, he kind of is the lead. I mean, he's the lead player on the team, but like vocally, he's maybe not as loud as some other stars. And I think that's one of the reasons he doesn't get looked at as a superstar, because doesn't have a crazy personality. He doesn't have an Anthony Edwards or Luka Doncic personality where he's just in your grill talking trash. Yeah, man, I think they probably will close it out tonight. The thing is, you get called a guy that can't close it out until you close it out.
Right.
Once you do that, it's over. And so I think that they're so close that they'll close it out. If not tonight, probably Game 6. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm being negative. I'm just being realistic. I just think this Boston team's a lot better than this Dallas team. And don't get me wrong, like I was pulling for the Mavericks. I grew up a Mavericks fan. I've written about the Mavericks, all kinds of stuff. But I just think Boston's is better built right now. And I think Brad Stevens is just absolutely the best, maybe the best GM in NBA, because he built like a monster.
I'll run down a couple of the numbers from Friday night's game. Dallas really out everything. Boston, they shot 50% from the field, 40% from 3. Only thing they really didn't do better is shoot from the free throw line. Boston shot 92%. The line compared to Dallas is 68%. Had an incredible advantage on the boards, 52 to 31, so a 21% plus advantage on the boards. Offensive glass, 13 to 4 there. Points in the paint, 60 to 26. Keenan, 2-part question. One final one as far as, maybe projecting to tonight. And then I know you kind of wanted to project into, what this offseason may look like. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a guy who's been a bit of a lightning rod in this series. He had 15 the other night. Any thoughts of maybe stepping up and give you another, double-digit type game? Or is that just me reading too much into that? And the second part of the question is, it's again early, but if you were in charge of the Mavs, what moves would you try to make to contend again in what's going to be a competitive West?
Yeah, Tim Hardaway is not a guy that I think needs to be on the floor too much tonight. I mean, he had that 15-point game, but that was, again, he was cooking against like their backups kind of. He had one of the worst games I've ever seen in Game 3. I mean, straight up, 19 minutes, 0 points.
Forgive me, Keenan. I'm laughing because obviously Jake Bayless just jumped right in there. I was like, no. But anyhow, continue.
Yeah, I agree with Jake, unfortunately, on this one. I'm not a guy that like dislikes Timmy. I think Timmy is a good guy. He signed a team, at the time was a team-friendly deal. Now looks awful, but at the time, he was getting offered 88 over 4 to go to the Pelicans, and he took less money to stay with the Mavericks. But yeah, his time here is done. I think it's probably time to move on. The problem is he's slated to make $17 million next year, so it's not like he's easy to move off the contract with. And they can't do what they did last year, where they moved off the Davis Bertans contract by trading back in the draft and still getting the guy they wanted. and Oklahoma City got Case and Wallace out of it. They don't have a first-round pick to package with this like bad contract. So they're going to have to figure out some way to dump assets because that's really affecting their cap room. Obviously, any move they make is going to have to involve like salaries being dumped and such. And I mean, Larry Markkinen is the ideal piece, right? That's the guy that would slot right in. He can be a pick-and-roll ball handler. He can be a pick-and-roll roll man. He can shoot the ball. He can drive. He's an amazing offensive player. And with how good the defense has been from the front court, you know, and if you bring Derek Jones in off the bench, plus Lowry's huge. He's like 6'8" or 6'9". He's a gigantic player, so he can rebound too. I think that would be like the ideal move. I don't know that will be. I don't know. I don't know that that's in the cards, but that's what I would do. I think Tim Hardaway only has a year left on his contract, so that might be a more enticing trade piece than a guy with 3 years left. But yeah, I think wing scoring has to be their priority. And then also they need another point guard. They need a backup point guard that's like decent. Like they need a Bruce Brown type to back up Luka because Luka's just playing too many minutes.
Listen, I'm not going to lie. I will be super curious. Again, I'll be, we'll see what happens tonight, but we do, both of us think that Boston will eventually close this thing out. It's kind of at this point, a coronation for the Celtics. But we'll see what Dallas can do in the offseason. Because again, it's just a casual observer being here in Texas, Listen, my thing is Denver's going to be better. Denver's going to be back. Minnesota's going to be back. Phoenix, are they going to be super contenders? I don't like the makeup of that roster, but they have pieces, right? They're going to be a tough out. You can look at a lot of the teams in the West, right, that made the playoffs this year. They are going to be back. And then in my mind, you look at a team like a San Antonio, right? Wemby's entering year 2. They're going to get better. There are various teams that fit that mold. The Clippers, another team that they're going to contend. LA, the Lakers. I'm not saying they're going to contend for a world title, but Keenan, they're probably in the 44, 45 win team. They're no slouch. My point is, it's going to be a 10, 11 team competitive West. So really interested to see where Dallas falls as far as moves this offseason to get back to where they were this year. But Keenan, I know that you are very, very passionate about quenching your thirst, keeping yourself hydrated. And I would like to give you an opportunity to plug one of my favorite beverages, sir. Have at it.
Listen, guys. Okay. If you haven't tried Olipop yet, you're missing out. All right. The slogan is a new kind of soda, and that is exactly what it is. You get that same soda taste, but stuff is actually good for you. Okay. Inside the can, unique blend, 7 botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. And you're getting 9 grams of fiber, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar per can. Compare that to a regular soda, which is like 107,000, grams of sugar per can. That's a lot to me. I prefer 2 to 5 grams of sugar in my Olipop. The flavor is ridiculously good, actually. I've had this before. I used to drink it because it helped my stomach because of all the prebiotics and fibers and all that stuff. So as opposed to drinking a regular soda where you drink it and you feel like crap afterwards, not the case with Olipop, man. It has all kinds of flavors. It's got grape, strawberry, vanilla, cherry cola, cream soda, tropical punch, whatever you can think of, whatever soda you like, you can think of. They got some kind of flavor similar to it. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. And yeah, it tastes like soda you grew up with, but with the added benefit of digestive health support. Pick up Olipop at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas.
We are not just paid spokesperson. We are not just paid to shill products. Right here, really baby. Good. Olipop, lemon lime. I'm just telling you right now, it's actually really, really good stuff, especially for someone who is not a huge soda guy. Definitely recommend Olipop. We're going to go back to shout out the fine folks who keep us in business. And we know that, again, if you're watching the NBA Finals, you definitely want to have your man cave set up or, your spot that you're going to really get into watching the game. Got to go to audiovisual consultations. Let's let the fine folks at AV Consultations tell you all about it.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay, the new website manager.
Yes, it's true. The kid is officially on the payroll. But more importantly, hockey season is wrapping up in the playoffs and the baseball season is kicking off.
Don't worry, old man. I've already been to a couple games at school up in Boston.
Then I'm going to pretend I'm not jealous and get back to this friggin' commercial. So just want to remind everyone that big screen TVs are great, but they are not home theaters. I'm here to tell you, you should have a home theater. A projector and 120-inch screen costs about the same as a high-end 85-inch TV.
It is awful nice when I want to watch sitcoms and reality TV at the same time.
So whether you're reminiscing with childhood home videos or drowning out the kids' commotion with your surround sound home theater, Audiovisual has the tools and services you need to meet and exceed your viewing needs.
Hey, Dad, how soon is too soon to ask for a promotion?
Generate your first million, then we'll talk.
Shit, I got work to do.
That's right, so tell them what they need to do.
Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us online at avconsultations.com. And remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Keenan, I'm probably going to run that promo every.
I love that ad so much. It's so good.
That promo. Shout out to the folks at Audio Visual Consultations. So Keenan,
and they're great people. I've met them before. I've been on the air with them at our former place of employment. They're great people.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. I asked the question, obviously with this being the 30th anniversary of the OJ car chase, what events would kind of be similar? We've talked about Malice at the Palace, so I won't go over that one too much. You know, I talked about it, but this one, I know you being a big hoops head and me being a huge Kobe Bryant fan, I don't think we had a chance to dive into. Jake Bayless says probably Kobe's death. What do you remember from that day? Because I definitely remember when I got the news.
Yeah, me too. I was having a band rehearsal. I was in a band at the time. We were like this kind of alternative band, and it was funny because my bandmates weren't real big sports guys. Like they're kind of hipstery art dudes, right? But like that's where I meet with them, like is music, but I'm also a sports guy. And I read that off my phone to them. Oh my God, Kobe Bryant passed away. And they were all like as taken aback as anybody because he was just that influential. He was that big. He was that big of a guy. And he's a guy that didn't have a career that wasn't marred with controversy, but he's a guy that made changes in his life and became a better person, became a better man, supported women's sports. So Kobe really is an inspirational person in that he turned around a terrible reputation and became like a very good man, a good husband, and a good father. And so I think there's a lot to be said for Kobe Bryant.
I remember that one really vividly because it was a Sunday. And I was, to be fully transparent with the audience, there was a friends with benefits at the time who I was seeing. And her and I were like, yo, because if you remember, this is January 26, 2020.
Yeah.
Right? So we are getting really we're not in the midst of COVID, but
we're hearing about it.
We're hearing about it, right? So it was like, man, this COVID thing's kind of weird, whatever. And I was in Florida, which I guess side note before I get to the Kobe thing, and I'm not here to be political. I'm just giving you a perspective. It's wild to meet people from other states, Keenan, who went through the lockdowns, things like with COVID. Because in Florida, as it's well known, we were not locked down. Yeah. It's kind of a surreal thing to think about because it was like, I remember it was 2 weeks of, hey, only essential workers and then roads being cleared. And I was like, all right, well, this state runs on tourism, so time to get back to work. Yeah. But the only reason I mention that is because it's just wild meeting people from other states. I met a friend from Pennsylvania. We actually traveled during COVID to Pennsylvania, and it was like, oh crap, it's way different, here. But nevertheless, I was at my friends with benefits. I was at her place, and I was passed out in her room. She was doing stuff with her friends in the living room at her apartment, and I woke up to a bunch of alerts, and I was saw the news, Kobe Bryant dead. I was like, did I take something? Did I get roofied? What are you talking? Huh?
Who gave me NyQuil last night?
And she doesn't keep a TV in her room, so I'm trying to get YouTube TV up. So I'm not even trusting Google, Twitter, because it's whatever. It's
sure.
And then I see YouTube TV, and it's all true. And I remember the mitigating, or not mitigating, but different information we're getting. Right, I heard at one point Rick Fox was on the airplane, the helicopter, or that such and such, and just was so wild. It felt unreal. So that definitely is one for sure. Sal mentions this. Hank Gathers passing, which definitely would be one. Obviously not. Both of us, I think, may have been alive, but not a.
I don't remember it, but I remember the story.
Yeah, that's definitely one right there. Something else that I think about. I'm trying to think if there's another one here. CB says non-sports, Michael Jackson's death.
Yeah, that was crazy. I remember hearing that about that on the radio.
That's definitely one. But one that comes to mind for me, I don't know how much you remember this. I'm a little bit older than you. The Janet Jackson Super Bowl.
Of course I remember that. Come on.
That was like, and remember, that's pre-social media. That's the 03. No, the 2004 Super Bowl, because the Bucks won 03, the 02 season that took place January of 03. That's the Philly New England Super Bowl, right? That took place for the 03 season that took place in 04, if my memory serves me correct. So it's pre-social media. But I remember just watching it because I was there with, family and whatnot. And all of a sudden it cut away from the shot and it was like, is that supposed to happen? And then we all know what it turned into the next day. Like, it was the most talked about story. That was one that definitely transcended sports and news. And that's the thing that I think, obviously, again, we're not old enough for the OJ deal, but we, you see the recollection of it. And I want to go to CB's comment here where he says NBC went picture in picture, I believe, for the first time that they had picture in picture, as far as in a sporting event. And that's what kind of stood out to me about that, right? Is it's got to be the type of event that transcends sports and gets into news, right? And that for me is one of the only other one that I could think of, keeping the realm of COVID, was, do you remember when the NBA shut down?
I remember more specifically when college basketball shut down.
Okay,
but yes,
okay. Well,
that was my experience.
Well, no, I want to hear that perspective because obviously, I want to hear that one. Then I'll go to the NBA one. So go ahead.
I was working at a law office at the time before I was in sports media, at all. I mean, I was reading websites, but I was writing on the side, but I wasn't a pro at anything yet.
Yeah.
And I was watching at my desk without permission on my phone. I was watching. It was the Big 12 tournament that was about to start. Big 12 basketball tournament was about to start. And Texas and Tech are getting ready to play, and they pull them all off the court. And I was like, I thought it was maybe a BOMB threat or something. I didn't know what it was. I was like, I wonder if they're under attack. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And then we get called into a meeting 3 hours later, and we're told we're going to be working from home for the next few weeks or months or whatever. It was just so surreal. I can't believe it happened, really. And Texas wasn't a more locked down state, but Austin, being of the political persuasion it is, was a lot more locked down. So yeah, we kind of dealt with both sides of it. I went home to Dallas, that was less. Austin was more. It's really, really interesting that they just shut everything down. It was really heartbreaking, and I feel bad still for the Dayton Flyers basketball team 2020 because that's one of the best college teams I've seen ever, and they didn't get a chance.
CB, appreciate you being our fact checker as always. He says Super Bowl 38 wasn't in Houston. You're correct. I got the year right, which was 2004, February 2004, but wrong Super Bowl. The Philly New England Super Bowl was, I think, the year after this. This is the Carolina New England Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's what I thought was the last second field goal, right?
Yeah, last second field goal in Houston. That makes perfect sense because they certainly would never have Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake in Jacksonville. That's where the New England Philly Super Bowl took place. Was in Jacksonville, so no way you're getting them there. But no, the NBA
Kodak Black play it in Jacksonville.
No, I'm Kodak go to Jacksonville. Kodak go to Jacksonville for sure. Remember Blood Raw by any chance?
Oh, that sounds very familiar.
USDA, yeah, Jacksonville native.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Lil Duval, Jacksonville native.
I knew that. Yeah, I knew Lil Duval.
The NBA one, yeah, man, that one. I remember that one vividly. The whole, I can't remember what game it was.
It was Bucks versus. It was the Bucks. I remember it was the Bucks.
Yeah, I remember when eventually they shut this thing down. It was hey, we're not going to be playing tonight. I remember the Rudy Gobert incident, right? Where Rudy and listen. I hesitate because what an idiot, and you're playing. Jeopardizing people's health and whatnot. And you shouldn't be all right, I'm going to be the one just going to be the funny guy. But I mean, no one knew, like no one really knew, but just a wild incident when he, coughed over everyone's microphones and whatnot. And then it was all of a sudden, it's like, you got COVID, that was wild. So yeah, definitely that one.
Yeah. Real quick,
Yeah.
Jake Bayless just mentioned the Mavs were playing the Nuggets when the shutdown got announced. I remember that game, and he just said it, the Boban game. Boban Marjanovic had 30 points in that game. It was the craziest thing. It's like, wow, the sky really is falling. This guy just scored 30 points. The NBA shut down.
I want to give you a chance because you saw the fight. I didn't get a chance to see it Saturday night. Tank Davis. Gervonta Tank Davis is looking like the truth, by the way, and he has looked like the truth for a while. But your thoughts on that fight?
Yeah, I mean, I was honestly impressed with Martin. He hung in there for a while, like he really did, because he was not favored. Here's an example of how big of a favorite Tank was. Tank was favored by KO minus 175. So for you gambling guys out there, that means you'd have to bet $175 to win 100. If he knocks out the opponent, not wins, knocks out. That's how good of a puncher Gervonta Davis is. And, Martin hung in there with him for a little while. But, man, when Gervonta Davis gets that left hand going, it's typically over, and he got it going. And I think it was the 5th or 6th round. And he got him with an uppercut, got him with a right, and then he was pretty much – he was, like, starting to fall. And he caught him with a left hook one last time to like end the fight. And for that, I think they're lightweight. He's the best lightweight right now. He just is. And I don't know who he should fight next. He whipped up on Garcia last year. He just beat Martin. I mean, he's pound for pound one of the best in the world. It's really fun to watch him watch him fight. He's just so powerful. He's so fast. He's got potential to go down as one of the best lightweights ever. So that's my thoughts on it.
Is Tank the best fighter you've seen since Floyd Mayweather? While you're thinking, I'll give you this. I was a big
up there too, but yeah.
Terrence Crawford's up there too. I was a big Floyd Mayweather fan. Mm-hmm. I know his fighting style was one that definitely left people maybe wanting more. But as someone who appreciates just the sweet science, I know the cliche, right? But boxing and being a science, I enjoyed his systematic kind of just defeating fighters, right? Like that was my thing. And also, I mean, Floyd's defense game. We're talking about Floyd at his peak. I mean, the dude, you didn't land very many clean shots on him at all. It always a ring general. Floyd always seemed in control of the ring out there, right? Like that was the thing that I really appreciated about Floyd Mayweather. Like, sure, yeah, the MMA guy in me loves to see just a spinning back fist or some sort of, knockout with guys that just dropped and throwing bombs, ready to get after it. But just having command of the ring, that's what I was a big Floyd Mayweather fan. So for me, Tank is probably the best I've seen since Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, he's just obviously a much different style, but he is a bruiser, man. He just crushes people. That again, man, that last left hand was devastating. Like it was great. Like the dude was like kind of stumbling backwards. Like he was like they might have called the fight after that hit. And then as he's kind of stumbling, Tank just catches him with a left hook, and it was over. I'm a big boxing guy. I like that I feel like it's because it had a phase where I felt like it was starting to fall out of favor, but I feel like with the rise of MMA, which I thought would hurt boxing, I think it's actually helped boxing a little bit by bringing combat sports to the forefront of people's minds. And now MMA fans and boxing fans, there's a lot of crossover.
I think I agree with you that I think it's brought combat sports back to the forefront of people's minds. And also it coincides with a pretty solid era where you have fighters like even Ryan Garcia, Terrence Crawford, Tank Davis, others, guys who are throwing. I mean, I remember for me, listen, huge MMA guy, but Deontay Wilder, now, of course, he's not the same Deontay Wilder, but when he had that right hand, like that makes you want to watch a fight. Jake Bayless talks about still a Fury fan. I was even a Tyson Fury guy, just watching the heavyweights. Jake's is the Paul brothers haven't helped boxing. I mean, I guess
They
I would
might have helped it, honestly.
I listen. There's multiple ways you can go about that. I guess I don't take them seriously because they are. I've yet to see them fight a real fighter. They're fighting other, personalities who happen to have some experience, and then they fight washed up fighters. Sure, okay. That's that. Really quick, I want to get into two more topics when we get out of here.
Yeah.
I wrote a running back preview. I shouldn't say we at Horns 24/7, whole staff, myself, Jeff Howe, Jordy Scruggs, Hank South, of course, Chip Brown as well. Wrote a running back preview. Big thing for me when I look at the running back room, and our wide receiver preview is dropping today. But the big thing I look at that with that running back room is this thing just continues, man, with Tashard Choice. As long as Tashard Choice is in Austin, you have nothing to worry about as far as that position. Keenan, 4 Texas running backs drafted in the last 2 years. 4. Bijan Robinson, Roschon Johnson, Jonathan Brooks, and of course, Keelan Robinson. I mean, it's an incredible standard making the case for RBU. We take a look at this year's roster. I still am the belief. I've got my college football magazines. I've got my Athlon here. There's a Lindy's over there on my coffee table. My 24/7 sports preview will be coming in a minute. My Phil Steele will be in when that drops. I am interested because I don't know how much people really, get into this, Keenan. Most of these guys do talk, especially Phil Steele. They talk to coaches, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they're getting necessarily information that we aren't, but when I do see the way that they arrange their starting lineups, projected starting lineups, it's something that makes me pay attention as a beat writer. Yeah. I've seen, not Athlon, I think, or it might be Athlon, that has Jaden Blue projected as the starter. I have, let's take a look.
Do you have Cedric or who do you have?
They have, I'm going to answer that question. Yeah, they have Jaden Blue projected starter. Really quick, I'll just run down their projected starting offense.
Yeah.
Isaiah Bond, Matt Golden as the wideouts. They give the nod to DeAndre Moore as the third. So they have Jonte Cook, Ryan Wingo, and Silas Bolden as the backups. Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, Jake Majors, DJ Campbell, Cam Williams on the offensive line. That's pretty much what I'm going to have.
That makes sense.
Of course, Quinn is the starter. They have Gunnar Helm as the starting tight end over Amari Nyblack. That'd be interesting. Quinn Ewers, of course, is the QB, and Jaden Blue as the starter. I have said Baxter as the starter. If you listen to the way that Steve Sarkisian has talked about CJ, I mean, I posted a clip. I don't know if you saw it, Keenan, in which I asked Sark a question. The question, which I thought was a good question, Sark kind of laughed at it a little bit, but I talked about, hey, you do see sometimes these big time backs, these 5-star backs hit the ground running, right, in college football. Maybe being kind of one of the easier, in air quotes, positions to transfer from high school to the pros. And I said, hey, with CJ, is it just a matter of remembering that there is an adjustment process and he is still a young guy and he's getting his feet wet, and maybe why he didn't hit the ground running? Sarkamer kind of laughed and said, hey, you'll have to show me these 5-star prospects. All of them are hitting the ground running. But nevertheless, did talk about, his maturity and the fact that no matter how good of a year Jonathan Brooks was having, Steve was always quick to point out CJ's progression as well. That leads me to believe that said Baxter is going to be, quote unquote, the lead back. But again, they're going to split carries. I mean, Jaden Blue they've been open about it. First off, their relationship, building a relationship on and off the field, but also this is not going to be Ricky Williams and whoever else was the backup. Forgive me for not knowing where the back was at the time. This is not going to be a guy who's going to carry the ball 35 times plus. Like, you're going to have 2 backs who are going to get 15 touches a game, and they're going to make the most of it. But just kind of your thoughts, Keenan, on the running back position.
Yeah, I like having a bruiser, more of a bruising type back as your one back, just because, the home run hitter is maybe more effective when you've already done your first play. Like, as far as schematics go, like if you're trying to get him in open space, might be better to have Baxter in there for first down. Say he runs for 5-6 yards on first down. Then you have so many more options of what you can do. Jaden Blue is really good, but I think if you're looking for a guy to get you 4 or 5 yards more consistently, that's going to be Baxter. So I think you go with him to start maybe, and then you throw Jaden Blue in there for a more of a home run hitter type of deal. Maybe throw him some screens, throw him some wheel routes, stuff like that. Just, again, trying to get Jaden Blue in open space as opposed to Baxter, who I feel like is more between the tackles. But if I'm wrong, you can let me know. That was the vibe I got.
No, I think that's a fair kind of broad. assessment, CJ's explosive, man. Like, there's a reason.
Yeah, he is. I don't want to say it's not.
No, yeah. There's a reason that, you look at this guy and you think second coming of Bijan Robinson, because he's taller than Bijan. He's 6'1". Bijan was closer to like 5'11", 218, explosive. Definitely, I think it will probably be more of quote unquote. Now, Texas runs a lot of inside zone, right? So, I mean, you're going to have to run inside. And Jaden Blue showed an ability to finish runs last year. But the big thing, I think, with CJ is breaking tackles. That's the thing. Jonathan Brooks was very rarely, he was top 5 in the nation in missed tackles force, very rarely brought down by the first guy. CJ Baxter has to pick up that ability where for a big guy, his legs are if you look at CJ's, the part that you can see that's exposed on a football uniform, right? Like knees down. Not necessarily the thickest of calves, but has a solid lower frame. So he should be breaking more tackles. And I think that's the thing to expect more of this year. As we get ready to get out of here, man, I mentioned it at the top. This Dion story, Keenan, I sent it to you, and I would love your thoughts. Like, again, it's quote unquote a source. Dion has not addressed it. It is in Athlon Sports. The quote here is, "The Wayne concert was the final straw for a few players with the portal," a source said. "When Coach Prime told us we'll have to be there to support Shadur as a rapper, they were not happy about it at all. To be honest, it was nothing but a huge distraction and daddy ball being placed." Just curious, we have no idea if that is factual. I've not heard Deion Sanders respond, but quite frankly, I mean, we've heard a lot. We had the incident early this offseason with the player who Deion went and dunked on, right? And the guy was like, yeah, that's why I got out of there. So just curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah, it was very much a you just proved me right situation by getting. Yeah, I mean, you know what? What probably would have been the better move is, hey, Shadur's opened up for Lil Wayne. Y'all get free tickets. Feel free to come through if you want to. That would have been the move, because then there's no pressure. You can't go, whatever. Making it a mandatory thing is where it gets really dicey, because Shadur sucks at rapping. Like, let's just be like, he does. He hasn't done it his whole life. You have to, like, it takes time to get good at that. And he hasn't been a recording artist for more than 6 months. So, he's not going to be opening for Lil Wayne if he's not the quarterback at Colorado, if he's not Deion's son. So, it's very nepotism. It's got to suck for those other players. I totally get why they transfer. I transfer too. And I think Colorado's about to have a disastrous season. I think they're going to win like 2 or 3 games.
I'm going to bring Zay in here on this one. First off, I agree that I think, Keenan, you got to go?
No.
Oh, okay, my bad. I agree that I think Colorado is not going to have a great year. But Zay, I want to run this thought by you, right? Because when I read quotes like this as a for whatever value you want to place in quote unquote being a trained journalist, right? Someone went to school for this. The first thought that goes through my head is 18-year-olds, 18 through 22-year-olds are going to receive a message one way. And the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, right? So I have a hard time thinking that Deion said, y'all got to go to Shadur concert or else y'all cut, right? Like, I have a hard time he's saying that. Now, from the personalities, and you being a Texan, you obviously been familiar with Deion Sanders. Could I see Deion saying, hey, let's all make sure we get out there and support Shadur? Our teammates got a concert, you know what I'm saying? Wayne's going to be out there. Let's get out there. I could see that. And I could see in the brain of an 18, 19, 20-year-old being a little miffed, considering you already have the coach's son who is the star player and the quarterback and so on and so forth. Is that kind of the read you would get on that, Zay, if you were just reading as a lay person?
I mean, yes, but that's the show going on in Boulder. Like, that's what you expect for Deion to have his 2 cents and let the team know, look, y'all come to Colorado for a reason. You should know my sons are going to come first, like they should. But with Deion and just all the power he tries to have with his kids, trying to push them to very specific teams whenever they're draft eligible next season, talking about teams that, he definitely can't see them playing for or won't play for. And now if what Shadur does, and like Keenan was mentioning, the rapping, like, it's a lot. It's a lot. You're not just there to play football. You're there to be a part of the show. So yeah, it's kind of just expected.
Yeah.
If you were to go to Shadir's show, like you come here, like this is your quarterback. I expect y'all to be there. You know what I'm saying? And y'all should be able to enjoy the fruits of the labor that comes with being a Colorado football player, which is it's a show. Like you got rappers coming to see the games, different celebrities and entertainers and stuff. Like that's what Deion is. That's what he's built. That's what he wants. So does that translate to wins? To what y'all are saying on just going into the Big 12? How much success are they going to have? That's to be determined. But I think Shadir's a good quarterback. I think it could be a little much of how he acts and treats people off the field. And yeah, we'll see how it goes this year.
You know, I was thinking if there's one team that is the polar opposite of Colorado football that I think is going to destroy them, it's Texas Tech and Joey McGuire. That seems like the polar opposite culture at both of those schools. And I feel like they're going to feel slighted and they're going to go out. That just seems like the one game that it's going to be real tough for Colorado to win. It's at Jones in Lubbock. Like, I don't know. That was just the game that came to mind that I was like, I feel like those are opposite head coaches.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen, it's going to be interesting to your point about the culture at Colorado there. Like, that's the thing. And I do agree with you, Zay, that it's going to take a couple of years, but he's got to get kids who know what they're signing up for, right? And you're signing up not just to play college football. You're signing up to play for Deion Sanders. And what comes with Deion Sanders are things like this. So like I said, you know, in the brain of a 19-year-old, I could see a 19-year-old saying, yeah, he made us go. Like, no, I don't think he was like, all right, do this or you're cut. But I could see him having a speech in front of the group and be like, hey, y'all know y'all quarterback is performing today, right? Like, I think that'd be a good place to go. And that being turned into the mind of, well, damn, yeah, what if I want to rap? You going to send the whole team out here? So that's where I will land on that. But it is 1:05, which means we are into Chip and Zay. We have been False Start. Catch us again tomorrow at noon. Chip Brown, Zay Collier, y'all have a great show.
Appreciate it, gentlemen.
Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, fellas.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on a overreaction Monday, holding it down in the midday. Right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, all these incredible sponsors around our heads, please take note and show them your love because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every day. If you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, feel free to connect with us on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Put that in your phone so that you're in constant contact with us. 512-222-9328. Put that in your phone along with that alarm every day at 1 o'clock, every weekday at 1 to remind you to come hang out with your boys here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, what up, dog?
What's up, man? Feeling good, feeling great. How are you?
Good. Monday. We are halfway through June. Look at that. CB already throwing some trivia.
Oh, yeah. Was that OJ?
Yeah, the white Bronco.
Yeah. Damn.
1994. Man, oh man, oh man. Where does the time go? Where do it go? When were you born?
91. February.
Yeah. So you were still like...
Yeah, I had no idea what was going on.
Yeah. You were still spitting up and...
I wasn't. I could control myself by 3.
Okay.
I was good, but yeah, man, big time sports day. It was the game, game 5 or I don't know what game it was, the finals, Rockets, Knicks. I want to say there was another event going on too. I don't know. CB could probably help us out on that one, but
yeah. CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Yeah, he says Game 5.
Game 5, yeah.
Rockets, Knicks. Yeah, so hope you had a great Father's Day weekend. Hope everyone had a great Father's Day weekend. Hope all the fathers out there got to spend some time with their kiddos, and that they poured love on all of our fathers who are listening. You know, it's as my man Sean Adams used to say, being a father is more than just having a kid. It's being involved with your kids. It's raising your kids. And so hopefully everyone had a meaningful weekend. The Texas Longhorns landscape looks a lot like it did on Friday when we signed off. No major news coming down over the weekend. But as we've been saying, continue to look for a change in the baseball coaching, and the timing is tricky because your leading candidate to become the new Texas baseball coach probably still coaching right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, old Tony got them balls rolling, boy. Got them rolling. Making Griffey catches in the outfield, hitting well. He's out here being cool, joking, laughing. Like, there's just no pressure. Like, it's just easy out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very un-Texas, like we talked about last week. I don't know if the OGs that have been a part of the Texas fan base and alums can appreciate somebody like what Tony has going on in Knoxville, but I can't even front. He's cool as hell, Chip. Just watching them this weekend, like he's cool as hell. Like, he doesn't look fazed. He keeps the guys upbeat. And in baseball, that's so important, man, to just stay loose because it's such a just negative game. Like, going 3 for 10 gets you to the Hall of Fame. So to stay upbeat and positive the way that he has those guys playing, because he's like that. Like, he's like a kid, but also you could tell he has the respect of his players. And, yeah, it's a big reason why they're 3 wins a game from winning in Omaha.
Yeah, and Jim Schlossnagle keeps on winning those Aggies. So now, in fact, we've got an elimination game going on right now between Florida and NC State. So it's going to be interesting. But yeah, Tony Vitello's an interesting dude. He's he's a fiery guy. He's got that Italiano, he's got that Italian blood.
Yeah.
He's passionate. And right, and he looks like one of his players.
Yeah.
Blessed with those good Italian genes, looking like
that's what I'm saying. Is it like because he has the movie star swag? Like he has that, just, I don't know his situation or anything, relationship situation, but homie looks like he could clean up. No pun intended. And like, I don't know, man. He just has a certain swagger it seems infectious.
Yeah, he's a live wire, but all he does is win. So we will continue to watch this College World Series unfold.
So you're telling me things haven't changed? Like, are we giving CDC time to maybe go find a pitching coach? Like, is it just that ain't gonna do nothing? Like, let them search. What if he brings back a name where CDC and all them like, okay. maybe you got something, old Dave. You know, maybe just again, Godfather, an offer can't refuse. Like, or is it just too late?
Oh, you mean for David Pierce to go find
for David Pierce? Like, let's say if David Pierce got a pitching coach that everybody respected, that was more than credible of getting the job done, that's been there and done that, maybe one at the show, maybe one in college. I don't know who's out there, but can David Pierce save himself by making that type of move?
I mean, my gut instinct is no. So, but until things are done, they're not done. So, stranger things have happened, I guess, but my gut instinct is no. I think, yeah,
that's tough. When it gets that bad, that's tough. You know, I don't know, man. You would think that there could be somebody out there, and again, you gotta let him do him. Like, that's Coach Pierce. Obviously, he a little stubborn, a little prideful. Nothing wrong with that. That's how he's gotten here, though. You know, sometimes you gotta be a little selfish and a little arrogant and think that, you know, my shit don't stink a little bit, because that's why I'm one of the best. That's why I'm at the place where I'm at now, the University of Texas, college baseball royalty. But that has also cost him by not hiring the right guy when he could have, and instead saying, no, I'm the right guy. I'm going to take over as pitching coach, and we're not only going to lose a beat, but we're going to get better because of it. Didn't happen, and now, to what I'm hearing from you, that's it. There ain't no coming back from this.
Yeah, I mean, that's you know, these situations are tough. You're talking about people's lives. You're talking about, you know, there's a huge ripple effect. It's difficult circumstances. No one is, you know, it's tough. It's a pretty straightforward biz, and we've talked about the recent decisions that may have also impacted this ultimate decision from Cristel Conte. And, you know, tough timing. David Pierce takes over the pitching, and it's a tough year. Tanner Witt gets hurt. Pitching doesn't perform. It's the worst ERA since 1999. And, you know, Cristel Conte tried to go hire, you know, some help for Pierce, and it didn't work out a couple of years ago. So now it's, when you say, hey, I'm going to take on this part of the game, and it doesn't perform. And again, I get that Texas won 9 of 10 Big 12 series, but the Big 12 wasn't exactly populating the top 25 this year. So that's why Cristel Conte gets paid the big bucks. He's got it's his job to make sure his mandate is every team be a top 5 program, every team be in the hunt every year. So that's being at Texas.
That's being at Texas. Now, look at this video from Tony V at the College World Series. Like, look at just the style that he's giving to college baseball right now, and how can you not want to be a part of that if you commit or trying to go to Tennessee as a transfer portal guy?
Tennessee to make a move in the first. You see, Stamos, they've done great with this opener deal. Sometimes it goes into the third, sometimes.
Players coach.
Yo, man. If I see that as an opposing team or coach, God, and y'all are whooping my ass. Like, again, baseball's supposed to be stressful. Like, that's why you see guys smashing their bat on their knees and stuff, and guys slamming.
Well, it's not supposed to be stressful. It is stressful. You're trying to free the mind. You're always trying to empty the mind. Remember? Empty mind, full bat. Full mind, empty bat. You're always trying to kind of take the thinking out of it.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Yeah, hell yeah. I like it. Look, if he got the job, I'm cool with it. I know a lot of folks wouldn't be. I know he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I'm cool with it. I'm sold. This weekend sold me, which, again, if he wins the national championship, why would you leave that? Because if I'm him and his agent, I'm going to that athletic director, be like, hey, what's going on with an extension? Because Texas calling. That job's open. So now he has leverage, like him and Schloss. Like, so you could say the same thing for Schloss. Like, he's good too, but it'd be a little different for him coming from A&M, of all places, to Texas. That's a little different. So both have their pros, both have their cons. I'm not saying those are the two guys that are up for the job, but we all kind of feel like Texas fans had a vote. They look at those two, and I hear the guy from Clemson, yeah, but Vitello, Schlossnagle, they got their teams rolling right now.
Yeah, well, okay, let's play that game then for the listeners. Hit us on the coded text line at 512-222-9328. Who would you like to see as Texas's baseball coach if it's not David Pierce? Let us know and hit us on the YouTube comment line, and we'll play that game today. I was talking to Miles Anyabule, former Texas football player, receiver, had a third down catch to sustain the game-winning drive at A&M back in 2011. Miles Anyabule. He is now working at William Morris Entertainment, and I'm trying to see if we might get someone on the show this week, maybe even today. But William Morris is working with Texas One Fund, and they're helping to secure NIL deals for Texas One Fund. And William Morris is one of the largest entertainment agencies in the world. They did broker the deal with passes that got announced late last week. And we reported in the Insider over at Horns 24/7 that passes deal is going to bring in $2 million in NIL money for UT student athletes. And so we'll get some more information on that. But Zay, there's some, from what I'm told, William Morris Entertainment, like Texas One Fund is William Morris Entertainment's first partnership with a collective. And that's powerful stuff, because William Morris represents, countless actors, actresses, athletes, and is one of the most, powerful entertainment companies in the world. And in this passes platform is a way for it's kind of I need to be careful because I think there's people are like wondering, well, what is passes? If you go to passes.com, you'll see Livy Dunn is one of their athletes, and my gosh, my wife has discovered the pole vaulter Sam Hurley at Texas, who has he's best friends with Bijan Robinson, and he has over 1 million followers on Instagram or TikTok or something. He's a good-looking guy. He's high energy. He's representing all kinds of companies, including tax, I don't know, some tax company. My wife's like, I'm going to get all my tax advice from him. I'm like, slow down. But yeah, it's right as we're entering into all these NCAA settlements with these lawsuits and revenue sharing, Texas is picking up steam in terms of attracting new business to its collective. So we'll have some more information on that. But that was a kind of a big announcement last week that flew under the radar. This partnership with passes.com. It's a way for you to connect with celebrities. That's more in depth than just DMs. So we'll get some more information on that because have you heard of passes?
Yeah, I saw it last week. I saw Rory Harmon. She has one. I think Jonte Cook has one. Shay Holly, she has one too. And yeah, all I saw from it is see a in-depth look at their day-to-day, I guess, a social media outlet to where they'll post videos and pictures, maybe more in depth that you see other than the Instagram or Twitters out there. And yeah, just part of that new wave,
Yeah. What's the where you can get people to leave you a voice message or make a video for you?
Oh, damn.
It's more,
I know what you're talking about. Cameo.
Yeah. It's more two-way than Cameo.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we'll get you up to speed on that. Yeah. Okay. Did you see, Zay, that Nigeri Kennedy is in the transfer portal? So Stanford's ace pitcher is in the transfer portal. And I'm trying to find out, okay, is Texas in on this? But my gut is that Oklahoma is going all in on her because remember, they didn't have the depth. They were all relying on Kelly Maxwell, and she's done. So I'm I
need Patty Gasso to retire. Was she retiring? Did she talk about that? Come on, Patty. Because now that's the worst thing. Her going to the SEC, because now she has more motivation to conquer the SEC. As a competitor, which she's damn competitive, she's out here okay, now we have a new journey. We're going to go to the SEC and we can see if we can dominate that because they're going to say we can't. And yeah, I didn't even think about that, Chip. Dadgummit. Those greedy Sooners, man. 4 in a row. Come on. And hopefully Najee Kennedy could see everything else that Austin brings to the table. She doesn't want to be a part of that. She wants to be a part of something different. A team that's never won the college women's or the college softball World Series. So yeah, be a part of that. Be a part of something different. Be a part of change. Don't go to, what's already cooking. Go that Arch Manning route. Make your own name. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Make your own name. That's
your own name.
Damn.
Yeah, so we'll see what's going on there. But how about our folks over at 24/7 Sports projecting Texas football to go 11-1 and be in the SEC championship game? Come on. Huh?
I like it. I like it. I like it. That's what it should be.
Are you have concerns?
No. That's what it should be. Like, no. I mean, the UTSD in me has concerns that something really dramatic is going to happen to where those things don't happen and the Horns going to the SEC championship and going 11-1. But yeah, if everything that should go as planned goes as planned, like Sark being more comfortable here in year 4 and Quinn Ewers being in year 3 and his comfort level and all the talent that you have on those rosters, then yes, that's exactly what it should be. You know, I don't know who that loss would come to. There's a lot of good teams on this schedule, but hey, that's why we play the game. And yeah, I just heard before I got on the show, listen to Steve Sarkisian and Joel Clatton. Sark saying all the right things, man. Saying all the right things. So I know he's excited. I know this team's excited. And yeah, finally almost time to start hitting. But who was that? Was that Brad Crawford?
Yeah.
Yeah. When we talked to Brad, he was high on Texas too. So not surprised that he just dropped this, but again, I keep seeing folks, national media and stuff, and I get it. There's some ways that it's a favorable schedule, but Arkansas is not favorable to me. Like just that rivalry coming back and it being in Fayetteville, the roster, that might be, okay, favors Texas, yes, but just the game itself, not so much, and those kind of things are what scares me. Even though OU might be down this year, it's still that game. So everybody's just expecting Texas to roll, and I'm like, it's still that game. It's still Red River. Like so many freaking things could happen. Upsets happen. Blowouts happen. Close games happen. You can't predict that game. We always try to, and we always feel good about it. I felt so good that week, Chip, thinking that Texas was going to win by 20-something this past season. We felt so good. Like, oh, yeah, Texas rolling. They went to, Bryant Denny and felt good. Win by 10. Run the ball the last 7 minutes. Texas got Brent Venables coming in year 2. What happens? Quinn throws 2 picks early. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dylan Gabriel's in his bag. Like, those aren't easy games that people are just chalking up easy just because they look at those rosters. So, Texas, they can't get lackadaisical or get, content with early success if they have that. They got to stay the course and understand that they could get got any week or be in a close game any week.
Oh, yeah. And here's the thing. Seth Luttrell, who played fullback at Oklahoma, was was doing well as a head coach at North Texas, had Graham Harrell as his offensive coordinator, and then Graham took off and went to USC and everywhere else. Where's Graham Harrell now?
Where is Graham Harrell? I haven't heard that name.
But Seth Luttrell was at OU last year, so he knows what Jeff Lebby was running, and it should be pretty seamless for OU offensively to transition, but you never know. Got Jackson Arnold at quarterback. Oklahoma fans were all excited about him. Obviously, Dylan Gabriel no longer there.
And their big-time wide receiver got into a little bit of trouble. Their big-time transfer portal wide receiver, Deion Burks, got hit with that DUI. Interesting. I mean, maybe he realizes that if I get in trouble here at Oklahoma, I'm going to be a first-round pick and a really good NFL player, because that's usually how it goes. Huh?
Well, CeeDee Lamb and, CeeDee Lamb got through there without any.
He got through, one of the few, but he's also a Texan. So, he's just, there's certain things that he gets that he didn't allow his time at Norman corrupt him, and I appreciate that. And he came back to Texas too. So, very familiar with the state, very comfortable here. I definitely see him never having problems, but even though Baker's and Austin Knight, he got corrupted. You know what I'm saying? It happens. Like Kyler Murray, even though he's from Dallas area, one of the greatest high school football players in Texas history. He ain't the best guy. We've heard some weird things about Kyler Murray and how he carries himself, especially at the position that he plays, the quarterback position, where you have to be pretty straight line. He's zigzagging all over the place. Not saying Kyler Murray can't learn and get better. Arizona put all their eggs in his basket, but just saying, that place in Norman is a different. But Deion Burks, he said, I'm going to fit in very well. I'm going to wild out while I'm here. And, yeah, that was somebody on Sark's list. But what has Sark's been saying? We ain't going to get nobody just to get them. They better fit what we're doing here. We worked too damn hard to allow people to come in and corrupt what I've built, the culture that I've got, going 5-7 and shit. No. That's our boy Samaje Burrell. Tough. Hope he gets a second chance somewhere else, but we can't deal with that. You can't deal with that, man. So yeah, that's just Deion Burks. He's gonna be a good player, gonna be a good NFL player, but
that's the third
Oklahoma very well.
Let's see, that's the third off-season incident for Oklahoma. They already had Makari Vickers. Remember, he was arrested last Wednesday.
What'd he do?
Remember that was that weird police report that had no information.
Oh yeah, they covered that up.
They just
covered that
like
up. Okay.
Yeah, and then Burks, and he's facing. Of course, he transferred from Purdue. That's where Graham Harrell is, by the way. Graham Harrell, the offensive coordinator at Purdue. And Burks, let's see. He was arrested at 2:40 in the morning back on June 1. Observed speeding, found under the influence of alcohol, transporting an open container of alcohol.
Yep.
And then
my mama always said nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m.
Is that what Cece told you?
No, my mama used to say that.
Oh.
And Cece was nodding his head behind her. Like nothing good happening at 2 a.m.
Nothing good.
So, damn.
All right. Well,
that's three. Come on, Brett. Get control of the locker room, Brett. Which, again, you know what? Sometimes you need a couple of them thugs, Chip. You need a couple.
Yeah, but you don't need them getting arrested.
I mean, sometimes it's just going to happen. It's football. They animals. Some of these guys are flat out crazy. Ray Lewis might have killed a dude, allegedly. He's the greatest linebacker of all time. Had blood on the white suit. Then there was no blood on the white suit, or I don't know what happened there. Allegedly killed a guy.
I agree. You need guys with some screws loose.
Yeah.
But you can't be having them getting arrested.
No. But
now,
yeah. as long as they ain't felons, everybody deserves a second chance with limitations. But still, Aaron Hernandez, hell of a player. That boy could ball. You can't tell me nothing. You say what you want about Aaron Hernandez. He could ball. Flat out crazy. Bat shit.
I was going to say, there's no program that was covering stuff up.
Yeah. Hell, today was OJ's day.
Sweeping it under the rug like Florida, the Swamp Kings.
Yeah, today, 30th anniversary of O.J. Simpson. Speaking of, he's on the Mount Rushmore. You know what I'm saying?
He lost his mind later in life. He lost his mind because of Marcus Allen.
Oh, stop it. Stop.
He got one look. He was sneaking around the chicken coop, looking in Nicole's windows, saw her with Marcus Allen, was like, ooh.
Yeah. That must be a bad feeling. Because again, not trying to justify what OJ did in any way, but to have like a bootleg version of you, maybe better, like a doppelganger that your wife is sleeping with, and y'all having problems. That's tough.
Divorced.
Yes, divorced. But that's a tough one. Like my wife left me, and then there was a dark-skinned, handsome brother going around that she was with. I'd be hurt. I wouldn't kill, but I'd be hurt.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a difference between
I'd control that anger. I might have to do some, Cuba Gooding Jr. swinging that air, boys in the hood type stuff, but I'd be hurt. I'd feel that pain too. You know what I'm saying? OJ, he was going through it. We didn't know anything about mental health really back then. He couldn't talk to nobody probably.
Well, let me segue us off of the juice. Okay, speaking of being hurt, Rory McIlroy. So Rory McIlroy, if anyone was watching the U.S. Open golf championships yesterday, he comes charging down the back nine, birdies 4 of 5 holes, and is 2 shots clear in the lead. And then he gets to 16. He's got a 3-foot putt that he yanks. Like, I couldn't believe it. And he's still in the lead. He's tied for the lead. So it hasn't, blown up on him. But then he gets to 18. He doesn't leave his chip under the hole. It's above the hole. It's got some weird slider break to it. It's a 3-footer that you have to start outside the hole, and he misses it. And DeChambeau, and I'm trying to be nice to DeChambeau because he's kind of remaking himself in the public eye. He's the people's champion.
He's back.
He's like,
relatable.
I want all of you to touch this trophy.
That's what
and he stayed there till midnight, letting people touch his trophy.
Yo.
But Rory McIlroy, so kudos to Bryson DeChambeau. He wins the U.S. Open. He makes the 55-yard sand shot, or he puts it right under the hole, makes the putt, gets up and down. No one had gotten up and down from that bunker on 18 all week. He wins. But Rory McIlroy, who is like one of the most popular golfers in the world, he watches DeChambeau close it out, and he just gets in his car and leaves.
Yo, he looks so down bad. He looked so down bad, man. I gotta play that for us. I gotta play his reaction because the people who are listening to us or watching us on YouTube, and if y'all haven't seen it, the depression on his face, like, I can't believe I just blew this shit. It was sad. Like, yeah, hurt. Dude was feeling it. I feel bad for him.
Listen, we've all, anyone who's golfed knows that feeling. the thing is, you just don't expect that from one of the best in the world, a guy who's won 4 majors. And the thing that, people are saying, is this are those the easiest putts ever missed in a championship setting by a guy who's won major championships? Because that was brutal. Like, I was watching it live, and I when he missed that putt on 16, I was like, oh God, no. Like record scratch times 1,000. But then DeChambeau missed a short putt after that. But DeChambeau got it together, and McIlroy misses the short putt again on 18, and he's had to carry the weight of the PGA Tour against the live guys. DeChambeau's a live guy. So he's like, oh God, this isn't just me trying to win the US Open. It's me representing the PGA Tour against live. Like, he let all that stuff get in there when he just needed to be like an automaton. Yeah. He needed to be a robot.
Yep.
Empty head, right? Empty head, full
empty head. That's right. And to what Chip's been talking about, here's Rory knowing that it is over. Oh, man. I shouldn't be laughing, man. I'm cold-blooded. It's just the memes that I've seen.
Well, you love petty.
I look.
You are the king of petty.
Look, and now he has to go back home to her.
Right now, remember, he called off his divorce.
I get you love her, but sometimes you gotta say goodbye.
Well, let's not go there.
What do you mean? Let's not go there.
What do you have? You got like a hidden camera?
I don't have nothing.
Maybe they're working things out. I'm sure
you are. But does he look happy there?
No,
does he look happy that he has to go home?
He doesn't want to see anybody. He don't want to see himself.
Hey,
he don't want to look in the mirror.
Look, I get it. He's a competitor. He should be upset, but the dude was winning when the divorce was off. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. When the divorce was off and we knew that he wasn't with that girl, he won. Now he's trying to get back with her and stuff. He missing these easy, just chip shot putts.
But he was okay. And again, your dad, the golfers out there know when you get on a roll, like for us, it's just making pars or maybe bogeys with no double bogeys. He birdied 4 of 5 into the back 9 of a major championship. Like, that's where he always started to break down. Remember when he had the chance to win the Masters and on number 10, he pulls it OB. And that's when it fell apart. But he was birdieing holes like he didn't mess up till 16. And even then he was doing everything right. Like, this was so out of the blue. And now he's, walked off. Everyone's going to be chasing after him now. Like, if he'd had just taken some time, gone to the post-game press conference and said, I can't believe that happened. And I'm as surprised as all of you. Yeah. So I don't know what you want me to say, but I can't believe it happened. And I'm going to go now. So love y'all.
That extra hour he could have been working on his putting game, y'all got him in counseling. Come on, man. She's a problem. She's a problem. Oh. You got 2 hours of counseling. I could be on the course working on my game. Do we understand that? Like, I get it. You know me. I love. But also, I love a winner. Tom Brady, that's why he's one of my GOATs. He understood that. Hey,
no, let me say this.
Give me number 8. I'm going to go for number 8. Sorry, babe. If you don't understand that, you don't know me.
We're going to see if that divorce is really off. Because whatever, like however she's consoling him right now is making or breaking their relationship.
That's a good point. That's a
Like
good point.
if she's saying all the right things, then by God, they are together forever. If she's like,
point.
what the bleep were you thinking?
Yeah.
It's over.
Oh yeah. Cause now I feel like Rory's pretty delicate right now. You snap over anything. The way that he lost and went out sad like that, you snap over anything. Hey, can you help me with the groceries? Do you know what I just went through, dadgummit?
Right.
Hey, they have a kid, right? Like, hey, can you pick up some diapers and stuff? What? What, woman? Do you understand what I'm going through right now? I'm not doing anything. We have nannies for that. Leave me alone. Let me be in my man cave. If he needs time to himself, so be it. But you're right, Chip. This is a make or break situation that's going to test their marriage. Because Rory is not feeling good right now.
Because that putt he missed on 16, which was 2.5 feet. And it wasn't a slider. It was pretty straightforward. That was a Bill Buckner through the legs type of like mistake. That's like that haunts you forever. Like all the great shots he's ever hit now, everything's coming down to that 2.5 foot putt because he hasn't won in 10 years a major. And he had it. He was too clear. He was 2 shots in the lead. All he had to do was par out. And he had it. It was on his flat stick. And I like Rory. I think he's cares about the game. I think he's good for the game. This is brutal because now, like we said, all the great stuff that he did early in his career is starting to fade.
A long time ago. 10 years is a long time.
And last year was brutal because he's the face of the PGA Tour and the whole live thing. And then that merger, which we still don't have the details for, the merger with PGA Tour and Live Golf, we still don't know. Okay, y'all are still pissed at each other. So how was this a merger? And Rory said, I was a sacrificial lamb in the whole thing because the PGA Tour commissioner didn't even involve him, didn't even tell him about this merger with Live. And I think he was just like, you know what? I just want to get back to playing golf. And then it looked like he was having fun. He was playing great. He was in the lead. He had it made. And then, oh my God. He just missed a 2.5 foot putt. And he's one of the best in the world. Like he practices every day. I miss a 2.5 foot putt. I don't know what the hell I'm doing half the time. I've never taken a putting lesson. Rory McIlroy is one of the best ball strikers in the world. Man, that was brutal.
It was brutal, man.
I hope he can bounce back from this because
how? It's been 10 years.
Greg Norman never bounced back from it. Greg Norman started messing up at the Masters and it just got worse. Oh boy.
It's a cold game.
It's a cold game, man, because you're out there all by yourself. There's no team. It's just you. You and your caddy and your sticks.
Ooh. Yeah, I like Rory too, but he ain't Tiger. So that's probably what the commissioner was like. I don't gotta tell you nothing, Rory. Yeah. Sacrificial lamb, whatever. Like, I ain't gotta tell you nothing. So win more. Win more, and maybe you get a say.
Oh, this is brutal. Jean Van de McElroy. So remember Jean Van de Velde? He could have, he was finishing the British Open. How big was his lead? He could have hit 7-iron the whole way. Instead, he drove it in the creek. He triple bogeyed the hole and lost the tournament, or ended up in a playoff. Let me go back and look at that, because that's probably the greatest collapse in major golf. And he was French, so you expected it.
What does that mean?
Oh, the French, they quit all the time, man.
And golf or life? What are you saying?
Oh,
oh my God.
Well, in situations where they got to fight, they always are like.
I've seen Tony Parker win the NBA Finals MVP.
Okay.
What are we talking about?
Have your.
Come on, man. TV was the man.
Tony Parker.
While having Eva Longoria waiting in the bed at home for him. Don't sleep on my Frenchmen, man. My French guys, yeah, there's going to be the Rudy Goberts.
Okay, when he teed off, he had a 3-shot lead. He could have double bogeyed 18 and still won. And he ended up triple bogeying 18 and ended up losing the tournament.
Yeah, it's hard to come back from those things, man.
He drove the ball. He hit driver. He could have hit a 7-iron, and he hit it into this burn rather than laying up and hitting the green with his third shot. He decided to go for the green. The shot drifted right, ricocheted backwards off the railings of the grandstand, landed on top of a stone wall, and then bounced 50 yards backwards into knee-deep rough on his third shot. His club got tangled up in the rough on his downswing, and his ball flew into the water hazard. He removed his socks and shoes, stepped through shin-deep water. Ultimately, he took a drop, then hit his fifth shot into a greenside bunker and made the putt for triple bogey. That put him in a 3-way playoff with Justin Leonard and Paul Lowry. And Justin Leonard.
Wow.
Ended up winning.
Wow.
That was probably the worst final hole collapse in modern golf. Oh, Paul Lowry won it. Sorry. He beat Van de Velde and Leonard in the playoff. But I mean, we're talking about John Van de Velde didn't win doo-doo in his career. Rory McIlroy has won 4 majors. I don't know, man. By him just walking off and not answering, this thing could be like settling in and becoming more of a infected wound than if he'd have just gone to the press conference and said, hey, yeah, what did Sam say? Sam said, should have gone to the press conference. I mentally checked out. My confidence shaky. Better man won today. And then say, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm not going to take any questions, but I did want to come and face you all. I'm going to go be with my wife. Oh! I'm going to go be with my wife, who I'm deeply in love with.
There we go.
Yeah,
man. Rory better get a back massage today. That's what he deserves. Nice back massage. You know, maybe some other things that will make a man happy. Just, yeah. Have a good time. Take his mind off of golf.
Did you watch it?
No. But I just saw the highlights.
Was your dad watching it?
No, I wasn't with my pops. I was with
was Cece? You don't know if he was watching.
I don't know. I know my father-in-law watched it. He always watches it.
So you don't watch even the major championship golf final round?
It depends. Yesterday we were going to my father-in-law's and ran some errands and stuff. Because I'm gone next week, so we gotta prepare for that slowly. But no, I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it live. I've just seen clips and highlights.
Getting ready for your vacation.
That's right. That's right. Which, CB, I saw this, man. I ain't ignore you. You didn't have to bring this up, bro. Like Tony Parker, he went old Major Applewhite, but worse, because Brent Barry and his wife were together at the time. And then Tony, what's the male word for mistress?
Mister?
Mister, that's it. It's Mister. Yeah. Yeah, Tony was that. While they were on the team, which Tony, I love you. One of my favorite players ever. You wrong for that, bro.
Then he tossed
Allegedly.
Then he tossed aside Ava.
I think she tossed aside him, but
after
I think she found this out. I don't know if they were together at the time, but I feel like they were. I think she tossed him to the curb. But she had him by like 10 years. Like Eva was already a grown ass woman. Like Tony, he was still finding himself, young 20-year-old, enjoying the senoritas in San Antonio. But I can't blame you, Tony. I can't blame you, bro.
Have any NBA players ever been faithful?
Yes. What is that? What kind of? Come on.
Have you ever seen a hotel lobby of an NBA team hotel?
Yes, man. Yes. I saw in Clipped the Donald Sterling biopic when they got Lawrence Fishburne as Doc Rivers.
Did you watch it?
I've watched a few episodes. Yeah.
Is it good?
It's entertaining.
All right.
Good.
I'm
it's
in.
all right. But Chris Paul, Donald Sterling was trying to put Chris Paul on some breezies, some broads out here. Chris Paul was like, no, I got a wife. So Chris Paul, I can say Chris Paul, one of them good ones.
Hey, D-Wade, maybe. D-Wade?
D-Wade, I mean, I think when he got with Gabrielle Union, he was faithful and stuff. But I think his first wife, I don't think him and his first wife or first baby mom.
Okay, so maybe
went well.
Maybe he learned the second time around.
Yeah. But not everybody's Kobe and Shaq, What I've heard, LeBron's done pretty well.
Okay.
LeBron, I've heard both sides. I've heard some women saying that LeBron does cheat, but with how Savannah acts, it seems like more of a, if that's true, it seems like it would be more of an Andre Karolinko situation. Like Savannah is cool with it, because it's either Savannah's cool with it or LeBron doesn't. LeBron's not out here just wilding. Like they look too happy. They were just at a WNBA game. They look too happy.
I love how you rationalize all this stuff.
Yeah, you gotta look at the clues.
You're just like talking out loud.
Yeah, you gotta look at the clues, man.
Trying to make sense of it all.
Exactly.
I mean, you're breaking up Rory and his wife, and then you get all pissed when I ask you if any NBA players have ever been faithful, because I've been in the lobby of an NBA team hotel and it looks like a Miss Universe pageant. So I'm just saying.
I am not breaking up Rory and his wife. I'm just saying, for a guy that hasn't won a major in 10 years, that won a tournament not too long ago when we knew him and his wife were having issues and going through a divorce. Now that he's back with her, he's out here choking like the Knicks did back in the 90s with Reggie Miller. So that's all I'm saying. I want Rory to win on all sides.
I would say his wife had him in the right frame of mind, birdieing 4 of 5 holes into the back 9.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like Rory might have been thinking about what's her name? Old Amanda.
Oh, see, you're bringing her up. I didn't even know about her. She's just a journalist, is she not? She just,
He just needed to be thinking about his flat stick. Just put his hands on the grip.
Hey, the closer the tournament comes to an end, the more that he's starting to realize, I got to go home to her again. So I'm just saying, not trying to break them up. You're right. NBA players, they be wilding. But there's some guys that, do it the right way. Role models. What Charles Barkley say? I am not a role model. There's some guys that say I am a role model, and it's okay.
Like John Bon Jovi. He's been married to the same woman his entire career. And who knows? But they're still together.
See? Now, look, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they have their situation where we all know Jay-Z cheated. But Beyonce, somehow, they went to counseling. She made that album, which was basically Counseling Lemonade, where she just telling all their business and calling them MF, all types of stuff, which that album went like quadruple platinum. But but Beyonce flipped it into, okay, we're going to make this a success story. I'm comfortable with mine. And I'm sure Hove probably had to give her a hall pass or something to stick with her. Those situations are rare, So,
yeah. Man.
Hey, man, you see the Corey and Moore's whole family in the house? Big Mama? Sark shaking hands with Big Mama? They rolled her in the wheelchair and something? Come on, man. Where can he sign? Once you see Big Mama, that's different. That's different. Which I don't know if he calls her Big Mama. I'm going pretty black now. I had a Big Mama. My grandma Collier, we call her Big Mama. Black as shit. That's some black stuff right there. You don't see it no more. My mom refuses to be called Big Mama by my nieces and stuff. But yeah, they had Corey Moore had Big Mama in there shaking hands with Sark. Saw the picture of the family. Longhorn fans feeling good about that. Hurt Scruggs and Jeff Howe talking about it. Ryan Wingo helping on the visit. Colin Simmons. Come on, man. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Don't be jinxing it.
What you mean don't be jinxing it?
Too easy.
What do you say? What do you say all the time? Sometimes you got to say it to believe it.
Manifest it.
You manifest it. There you go.
Speak it into existence.
Speak it into existence. That's all I'm doing.
I thought that's what you were doing. I thought that's what you were doing to Rory's marriage.
No, I'm not. Rory, get back to counseling. I'm not.
No, it was a big official visit weekend. Look at Sark. He's got the white pants on. He can wear those before Labor Day. He's got the new burnt orange jacket. Yeah, that's the whole Moore family.
Oh yeah. Big Mama, she might have been at Dr. King's speech. Like that's some wisdom right there. That's what I'm saying. When she walks up in there, love everybody here, but when she walks up in there, because she ain't gonna waste her time. She ain't gonna waste her time. It better be worth her while if she's gonna leave her home to do anything. So for her being here,
why are we calling her Big Mama? She looks like she's 3 feet tall.
That's basically the black way of saying grandma.
Oh.
Yeah. So if she could be the smallest woman in the world, you could still call her Big Mama.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I am not shaming the Corey Moore's grandmother. That's absolutely not happening. But yeah, I'm just saying, just the vibe I'm getting. She gives me those Big Mama, a lot of wisdom, a lot of great words. Been through a ton, seen a lot, and is happy that her baby is rocking that burnt orange.
Hey, no, there's a lot to be said when the whole family shows up. There's a lot to be said. That means they all want to get a look, get a feel, make sure, double check, get confirmation that is home for the next however many years.
3.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man.
Yeah. I love hearing Ryan Wingo was a host for him too.
Yeah.
Like that's so important, man. Like Ryan Wingo, he hasn't played a snap yet.
Right. And they're going to be teammates.
Yeah.
If Decorian Moore ends up signing on the dotted line this December.
And that's like the best part about this generation, Chip, because even though you got somebody like Ryan Wingo from Missouri and Decorian Moore from the Dallas area, just because of all of these camps and 7-on-7 events that these guys play in the summer, they come across one another all the time. So these guys, they got a friendship that's been lasted for a long time before this visit even happened. So basically, they're just rekindling that on this visit to where you go back 20, 30 years ago, guys weren't seeing other guys in different states. That wasn't happening unless if you just, luckily enough, were on the same visit as somebody maybe from New York coming in. But that's it. You're not seeing guys like year around. You can't keep up with them on social media to where you're seeing different guys' videos, those guys that you're competing against and are your peers. You're seeing their videos and highlight reels and all these rankings that we have, looking at 24/7 sports and what you guys do at Horns 24/7. Just the communication is so much easier nowadays. And yeah, Steve Sarkisian, he plays into that beautifully.
Well, I don't worry about the offense. I mean, Steve Sarkisian's a magnet. I'm always asking my man Hank South on Tuesdays at 2:15 how the big fellas in the middle of that defensive line, how's that recruiting going? Because that other than finding a top-end quarterback, that's the hardest position to find. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
I can find me some receivers, but it's nice to have the best. I mean, Ryan Wingo, I can't tell you what I'm hearing about Ryan Wingo. Like his summer workouts, everything. Everybody's like, oh, dude, this is the same kind of stuff I was hearing about Worthy. Like, yeah, he's taken over. He's taken over the workouts and it doesn't draw attention to himself. Like he just takes over. He just, with his play, with the way that once you get him on the field, the way he has presence and understands what he's doing. Like I'm rethinking all my receiver predictions for the upcoming season.
Uh-oh.
I usually put that stuff together in July, but watch out. Ryan Wingo might be the X factor.
Yeah. I mean, 6'2", 210, like that's big coming in as a freshman. That's big. Like Adonai Mitchell, he was 6'2". We thought he was a little bit bigger than that. They hiding him out for the draft at 6'2". And Ryan Wingo's a little thicker than Adonai Mitchell was. So, yeah, we've heard Hake say kind of reminds him of a Deebo Samuel just with his stature. And again, you can't help but be excited with what he showed in the spring game. Those 2 catches that he had going deep on them, right down the sideline.
He ran right by Kobe Black. So Kobe Black was like, oh, Lord.
Yeah. Some guys are different. He might be one of those ones.
Yeah. And we've talked about all the speed that Texas has brought and the fact that Ryan Wingo's a sub-11 100 guy. And, man, he makes it look easy.
Yeah.
I told you last week, I had a source say he's looking like a young Julio Jones.
Yeah, that's nuts, man. That's nuts, man. I dig it. That's why that rotation's so important this year, man. Like if all of those guys are around the same level, yes, we're expecting big things from Isaiah Bond. Yes, we're expecting big things from Matthew Golden, Silas Bolden. Those guys have a ton of experience already playing the college game. But if Ryan Wingo is as good as what we're hearing and what we've seen thus far, I don't know how you can't put him on the field. Like, I just
right.
And Banks, I'm sure, could find something for him, even though he's more of a bigger guy. Again, like you said, that sub 1100 speed, put him back there on punt returns because he can also break a tackle or two. And all you need to do is break that one, and that could be a house call. So just playmaker. Got to get in those playmakers' hands. And even though he might be young, he might be it.
Right. And Sark won't hesitate. I mean, he showed us that with Xavier Worthy, that he'll play a true freshman as long as the true freshman understands the concepts of the offense and how he fits into it. And Sark obviously loved Xavier Worthy's speed. And now that he's set the NFL Combine 40 record, we know why Quinn Ewers, under Steve Sarkisian's orders, kept throwing him the football in that Oklahoma State game a couple of years ago. Despite Bijan and Roshan being in the backfield. But
yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but all right.
Yeah.
Yo, listening to Sark with Joel Klatt. I like what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Saying all the right things. One thing that stuck out that he said, Chip, he said that no matter what you're getting paid NIL-wise, if you're getting paid more than another guy, that doesn't affect who's going to be in the game. And it also goes because if you're not playing, that NIL money that you might have gotten that year, it ain't going to be there next year if you were trying to come back. So he doesn't care. Like, now I want to see it. Easier said than done. I got to see it for a lot of games, but you worry about those things of NIL coming about and all these guys asking for so much paper. And will that get in the way of some of these coaches' decision-making because they got boosters on their ass saying, yo, we're paying this guy almost 7 figures. I don't give a damn what he's doing in practice. I don't give a damn how he acts, how he carries himself. I'm spending too much money. Play him. And that's such a cancer to your team that I'm sure every college coach in the nation is trying to avoid. But that's going to be the case at some places. And if you're Sark, you got to do your best to not have that even be a problem.
Well, and that's why Sark has been on a roll, because he's managing all that stuff perfectly. Like, he's not losing guys. I thought they were going to lose like 1 or 2 more offensive linemen, and they didn't lose them. So he's holding on to the guys he wants to hold on to, which is as important as landing guys in your next freshman recruiting class. Because if you have a guy who breaks out and suddenly schools are like calling his agent saying, hey, we'll throw all kinds of money, and they're staying, then, okay, now you're building a culture of team. I love these dudes. I really want to be with these dudes. I want to finish this out. I want to win a championship with these guys. And that's what Nick Saban was able to do. That's what Kirby Smart's been able to do. And Steve Sarkisian knows that if he wants to have the same kind of success, he's going to have to do the exact same thing. He said it. He said it when he talked to Josh Pate. He said, I want these guys to feel like they're treated so well that it brings tears to their eyes at the thought of ever leaving Texas. And I think some people were surprised by those comments, but Steve Sarkisian's going to coach hard. His coaches are going to coach hard. We've seen that in the practice windows that we're in. But he's also going to love you up. And it sounds like he is transparent, because trust me, I hear through back channels from people close to the players if it's not what he says it is, right? And I'm not hearing that. Like, everyone's, they can say, oh, I wish my kid was playing more, but Sarkisian will say, here's why he's not playing more. And then if it changes, you're going to play more.
Yeah.
And I think we're looking at that with some, maybe Juan Davis a little bit. Maybe he gets into the rotation a little bit at tight end. Guys who have been written off, don't write them off, because if they buy in, put in the work, do everything that they're supposed to do, they're going to get rewarded.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Sark could have touched down and saw everything that happened to Jordan Whittington prior and been like, you know what, man, maybe you were better off going somewhere else and getting a fresh start, And Sark was like, no, this guy, if we could get him healthy, get him on a good diet plan. We know Jordan Whittington loved his Bluebell ice cream. He got off that and went vegan a little bit, transformed his body some, and Jordan Whittington, he was on the field those last 2 years a ton. So, yeah, it's important not to write off certain guys and believe in them and believe in the process.
Christian Jones.
Yeah, Christian Jones. Like him and Kyle Flood. Like Kyle Flood was like, yo, bro, we're going to put you in a different spot and you going to be gravy. Like we see it. We see the potential. You know how movie directors do all this and that when they try to find something in the lens. Like I'm sure Kyle Flood was looking at Christian Jones was like, yo, I see it. Maybe just not on this left side. Let me move you over to the right. And see
here's the thing. A lot of times you get coaches who are so uptight because they've got to produce and they've got to produce. I got to produce NFL offensive linemen that they give up on guys too early. And then they start pressing and they start, affecting the play of other players in their position group. I've seen that time and time again. If you know who you are and you know that your teaching methods are successful, then you can coach from a comfort, a comfortableness within your own skin that the players pick up on. And then Christian Jones goes, oh, okay, maybe the right side's better for me. Then he goes over there and he's now an NFL draft pick. So that just tells me, okay, Sarkisian surrounded himself with good coaches. He's been knocking it out of the park on the offensive side when he's had to replace guys. Now we're going to see what's going on with Kenny Baker and Johnny Nansen. Johnny Nansen's already made a big impact. That dude, he's been the Pied Piper here in the spring portal. And then, but that's a good sign because you want your coaches, everybody to be coming at this thing from a position of confidence so that the players are constantly feeling like whatever you're telling them is going to work. Whatever you tell me, if I do it, I'm going to be in a position to win. I'm going to be in a position to improve. I'm going to be in a position to maybe play at the next level. And Texas is one of those programs. That's the way Sarkisian's been developing it. That's what he saw at USC under Pete Carroll. It's what he saw at Alabama under Nick Saban. And he was fortunate enough to bring over guys like Jeff Banks and Kyle Flood, who were also at Alabama in that 2020 national championship season. They know what it looks like. They know what practices look like. They know what the postseason schedule looks like. So all that stuff is important because your players, we're seeing it OU. It's hard enough to keep your players focused and with their eye on the prize and not be out doing something stupid. And so, I know we had the Samaje Burrell, Tavondre Sweat car dust up, and thank goodness Tavondre Sweat's okay. But for the most part, outside of Jai Hall trying to rip a boot off his car,
Hatful.
It's been pretty
smooth.
They're not having the drag. They're not having the street racing that's going on in Athens. I mean, it was getting crazy there for a minute.
It was.
But let me tell you, let me tell you what else is crazy. It's crazy if you have a mouth guard in your competitors' mouths that is not a Brain Vault mouth guard. Brain Vault. Easy name to remember. Developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. And the Brain Vault mouth guard, you're getting fitted by a dental practitioner for a mouth guard that is proven patented to reduce the effects of concussion. So whether you've got a kid playing flag football, cheerleading, lacrosse, soccer, basketball, this is the mouth guard, the only mouth guard that should be in their mouths. And it's so simple. Just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting. You want your competitors playing hard, but you want them playing safe. And the Brain Vault mouth guard gets that accomplished. And cover three. Head over to Cover 3 Anderson right now. You might see Tiger Brown. If you're going over to catch the NC State Florida baseball game in the College World Series, you got Mavs tonight, Mavs Celtics tonight. We'll get into that here in a minute, but Cover 3, great food, great place to hang out with your friends and take in your favorite team. And don't forget about the $7 social hour menu. I mean, you're getting a chicken sandwich that is unbelievable. The deviled eggs, the firecracker shrimp, unbelievable. $7. Eat like a king and a queen during happy hour on that social hour menu. And actually, you get it pretty much all the time. But get over to Cover 3. Get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. You will thank me later. And audiovisual consultations. Hopefully some of you were watching that U.S. Open on your brand new big screen from Audiovisual Consultations. Our man Tom McKay, who's been putting big screens in homes and restaurants in Austin for 30 years, the best in the business. Just write down this phone number, 255-8678, and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging around big screens or punching holes in the drywall. Just make that phone call. From the free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew are going to take care of you, whether it's big screen, surround sound, electronic shades, surveillance, new lighting. Come on, AV Consultations. And of course, Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. You're picking any maker model of car, so they don't care what car you pick. And you're getting into a brand new car. And you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you are getting the new part under warranty. You're not paying for repairs. You're just cruising around in a brand new car with the new car smell. Some of you are driving around in a car you can't stand. That's no way to go through life, especially in Austin, Texas. Come on, treat yourself. But if you want to keep your payments in the $400 range, no problem. You want a Range Rover? No problem. They're going to get you whatever you want. Give them a call, 346-9977, appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And of course, it's Monday. So Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All night happy hour. Go get your dollar oysters. Best selection of raw oysters in Austin, Texas. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. All right, Zay. The Joel Klatt, Steve Sarkisian interview. Maybe we cut some of that up for tomorrow. Or do you have some?
No, not cut up.
Yeah.
I can find some though.
We'll get into that because I didn't realize Joel Klatt is 13 years sober.
Yeah.
So Joel Klatt, 13 years sober, asks Steve Sarkisian about his, battle with addiction, alcohol, and Steve Sarkisian gives some very eloquent answers about it, and talks about how, there might be coaches out there trying to negative recruit against me by bringing that stuff up. So he said, so I talked to recruits about it, and I talked to my team about it when they start off their Culture Wednesdays during the summer. In fact, that's happening right now. So Sarkisian gives that speech right about now, and then the team starts breaking off into groups until every member of the team has been in a group with every other member of the team. And that is a great team building method. I knew about that method from Dick Tomey, who at one point was the all-time winningest coach at both Hawaii and Arizona. He was the head coach of the Arizona Wildcats and the Desert Swarm defense with Teddy Bruschi. Unbelievable coach. And so Steve Sarkisian, and that was also part of the plan that Steve Sarkisian laid out for Jay Hartzell and Chris Del Conte, saying, I'm going to do these culture meetings, but I'm going to wait until I have the right guys in place to mentor the guys coming up. Because you start doing that stuff with guys who are not bought in, it doesn't work. So, and it worked because guys like Bijan Robinson and Roshan Johnson bought in, even though they weren't recruited by Steve Sarkisian. And then you started to see a culture take root that manifested itself in a conference championship and college football playoff last year. So good stuff. All right, Zay. Chip shot today. I'm gonna talk to I'll talk some Longhorns. I was gonna talk Rory McIlroy, but I'm gonna talk Longhorns. I'm gonna talk Longhorns offensive line. And this gets to the other culture, credo, if you will, of Steve Sarkisian. I found it interesting that he said, I'm not going to the transfer portal for offensive linemen. We got to recruit offensive linemen. We got to train them. We got to build the toughness. We want them in our image. We want to build and develop, and then let those players play with a group of guys so that they have great chemistry. They have that ability to play off each other in the heat of battle. If they see something that they didn't prepare for, they have a chemistry and an ability to react the right way. And you get that by recruiting guys, getting them in your program. If you're lucky enough to redshirt them and keep them, that's a new challenge in today's world of NIL and the transfer portal. But so far, Steve Sarkisian and Kyle Flood have done exactly what they said they were going to do. Because when they met with Del Conte and Hartzell, they said the roster's all out of whack. You got way more receivers on scholarship than you do offensive linemen. That's not the way it should be. And they set about changing it in 2022 with that, and the number one offensive line recruiting haul in the nation. Kelvin Banks, DJ Campbell, Cam Williams, Cole Hudson, Connor Robertson, Neto Umazulu. And so that group is they're the backbone of this offensive line. You have Jake Majors, who's a fifth-year guy coming back, but you got Kelvin Banks at left tackle. You got DJ Campbell at right guard. You got senior Hayden Connor, who's trying to fend off Neto Umazulu because Neto's coming on. And then you got Cam Williams, who is one of the largest human beings I've ever seen. Cam Williams is 6'7". Okay, no, 6'5", 360. 6'5", 360. And that's down from 374. So the offensive line, Steve Sarkisian says, is one of our deepest position groups on the roster. Think about that. They couldn't have a spring game 3 years ago because they didn't have enough offensive linemen. Now it's the deepest position on the roster, and it's one of the strengths of the team. And they need to be, because Quinn Ewers, who got sacked, well, he didn't get sacked all those times, but Texas gave up 28 sacks last year. Washington gave up 12. There's room for improvement. And even though Texas was the third best pass blocking line in college football last year, according to Pro Football Focus, they did give up those 28 sacks. They, they were very respectable in the running game, top 25 in run offense, but it's got to be better this year. And Quinn Ewers should be better. The blitz pickup should be better. It's not all the offensive line's fault, those 28 sacks. Some of it was on the running backs. Some of it was on the tight ends. But it's all got to be better. And you've got new faces. Amari Niblack's now at tight end, not JT Sanders. You've got all those new receivers. You've got Jonathan Brooks is gone. You've got Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter. And I expect those guys and Trey Wisner to be just fine in terms of picking up defenders out of the, in pass protection. But I like that. Because I look around in the transfer portal. Oregon's taking offensive line transfers. Ole Miss is taking offensive line transfers. Steve Sarkisian's like, I don't want shortcuts on the offensive line. I want to develop our guys. I want to develop the toughness. And let's see, because there's a lot of talent in the pipeline too. We've talked about Brandon Baker, talked about Daniel Cruz, talked about Trevor Gooseby, Andre Kojo, Jaden Chapman. Those dudes are legit, and they're recruiting 5 stars right now. Michael Fasusi and some of these guys. So, I like the attention to detail, Zay, that I'm hearing from Steve Sarkisian, his plan. Things are following the plan, and the plan so far has led to success. Everyone's expecting a big year. We'll get Brad Crawford on the show a little later in the week. He's at a funeral today. We'll talk about the predictions and the SEC, but I like it. I like the attention to detail I'm getting from Steve Sarkisian. And I like his philosophy when it comes to the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Christian Jones was last year, I don't think you lose much with him gone. Now, a lot of that depends on where Cam Williams is going to be. But if Cam Williams isn't it, then you can move some other guys over that could take that tackle spot that have played a lot of games. That's how versatile and deep this offensive line is. So, yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Like, I think this team could really move guys. I think this team could do really well when it comes to pass protection. And 28, I think that could be in the teens, if not less, kind of like what we saw with Michael Penix last year. But Michael Penix was getting the ball out of his hands so damn fast. Quinn Ewers, he does have a quick release, but Quinn's processing, that has to be better too, because Michael Penix, he knew exactly where he was going to go. And even if A wasn't open, he'd go through B and C so fast, and everybody was just so in sync for Kalen DeBoer's offense last year. It clicked that way. I expect to see that a lot better with Quinn Ewers coming in year 3. Michael Penix played 6 damn years of college football. So, like, the progression, seeing, okay, not open, now, but open, okay, boom. That's that's a little different, but still, Quinn Ewers and how good Sark is with his quarterbacks and relating to them, I think that should be even better than it was the previous 2 seasons, which should make this offensive line that much better, knowing they don't have to protect as long. So this is it for Kelvin Banks. We know that this is the last year. The dude's going to be a top 5, at worst, a top 10 pick. Like, that's just – God forbid.
Contract year.
Yeah, contract year, baby. So
year.
Even though, oddly enough, if you look at his first year stats as a freshman and his second year stats, his first year stats are better. Like, that's how insanely good he was in 2022. It doesn't mean in 2023 he was trash. It was just, these defenses with a lot of film on them. That first year, these defenses prepared for him, and coordinators did that a lot better on getting to him and making life a little bit more difficult for him. So I expect him to be better than he was his first 2 years and make an argument for that number 1 pick. Because if he has an outstanding year dominating those edge rushers in the SEC, then why not Kelvin Banks be a number 1 pick? I know everybody has, what's my man's name? Travis Hunter maybe going there with his versatility, but Kelvin Banks is special. He has everything that you want in a guy that's going to be in Canton in like 15 years or so, 20 years, whatever, when his time comes. So I'd take that risk. I think Sark's going to put him in the best situation possible. I think Kyle Flood's going to put him in the best situation possible, just like the rest of the linemen. And, yeah, I really do think Kelvin Banks here in year 3 can make an argument for the first pick of the 2025 NFL draft next season.
Well, breaking news. Speaking of Steve Sarkisian and the Texas Longhorns, they have landed their 2026 quarterback commitment from Dia Bell. This is Raja's son.
Wow.
From Fort Lauderdale, American Heritage, 5-star 2026 quarterback, just committed to the Texas Longhorns. So here we go.
I like it, man.
Here we go.
I like it. Yeah, he's the real deal. Like 2026, I seem so far from now, but it's really not. That's going to come up on us quick. And we know KJ Lacey, he's on board for now. We know these guys, they could change in a heartbeat. And I'm sure these schools won't stop, recruiting Dia Bell. But, yeah, Pops being Raja Bell, even though he didn't play football, he was still a pro. So Dia Bell understands how to handle himself on and off the field. I think that's very important. But yeah, man.
That's the other thing too, Zay, is Sarkisian. He likes to get his quarterback in. He likes to get his quarterback committed as early as possible because those guys are Pied Pipers when it comes to recruiting the rest of the class. And so 2026 is, like you said, it's a ways away. It's a year from December before he signs, but you get those players who really want to be at your school locked in and let them help you recruit the rest of the class. So we'll talk to Hank South tomorrow on the show about Dia Bell and all the recruiting intel going on from this, big official visit weekend that just has concluded. And let's get to the right call, my man.
Let's get it. Before all that, though, shout out to Covert B Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. In the summertime, you want to ride around in a vehicle that you feel good about, even though it could be new or it could be pre-owned. You could get either or, whatever fits you. Covert B Cave is holding it down, and they will take care of you. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. You can go to covertbcave.com for your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. Well, I guess we're still playing basketball. Dallas Mavericks said we got a little bit of pride left, and they put on one of the craziest just blowouts that we've ever seen in NBA Finals history. Looked like they took out a ton of anger on the Celtics in Game 4, and 122-86. That was a straight up beatdown. And, it seemed like the Celtics were just kind of taking it easy, saying that, it will be fun winning at home. that's kind of the feeling that you had. It was just like, oh, are the basketball gods really this obvious? Like, are we going to make it to where the Celtics win at home, and just how legendary they are?
I was afraid you were going to say that.
And all, Boston, we love our Celtics, and Red Auerbach and Larry Bird, yada, yada, yada. It seems that way, but look, if you listen to us, I say all the time, even though no one has ever came back down 0-3, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And I feel like it's going to happen soon. That might be soon next year. That might be soon 3 years from now. But I don't think we're going to go another 30 plus years to where it's never happened. And do I think this Mavs team has a chance of doing that? Not so much, but they have found new ways to play that makes it very difficult for the Celtics that I thought they were going to do before the series even started. And that's Luka. Anytime he has Derek White or Drew Holiday on him, take them to the rack. You can't settle. He goes 0 for 8 from 3. That's fine, but he still has 29 points. You'll take that. Like that 3 wasn't working. He didn't settle. He got to the rim. He was scoring early. Him and Kyrie, they kept their foot on the gas. So those first 3 games, they weren't attacking like that. Luka's focused on the refs and stuff. He's getting his in games 1 and 2, but Kyrie wasn't getting those buckets. Now Kyrie is. Now Kyrie has figured out, okay, I can really work these guys and get to my spots, and I need to take maybe shots earlier in the shot clock, and I need to shoot maybe some more threes that are stare down instead of putting the ball on the deck to where people could collapse on me. And Kyrie did a good job with that in games 3 and 4. So when you go back to Boston, you got to play that way. You got to have that same mentality. It's just, again, how locked in was Boston? They just didn't seem like they really wanted to be there, and they were kind of like, okay, let's do this at home where it's going to be fun and where we're going to be able to celebrate properly. And, yeah, they woke up most likely due to that beatdown. Joe Mazzulla, I think he's going to press all the right buttons coming into Game 5 tonight. And, yeah, I think it's going to be over. But the defense was great. They made life difficult for Jason Tatum. They made life difficult for Jaylen Brown. They weren't helping as much, to where those 3-point shots became available. Like all those 3-point shots were contested in Game 4 due to the terrific rotation and due to Luka playing good D. Luka Doncic.
He got shamed into it.
He got into it.
He got shamed into playing a better all-around game and getting out of his own head. My question is, can you take that? Can you take that and now take it on the road and give that same kind of effort? Yeah. Because that's what it's going to take, and then some.
Yeah, and they got their lobs back. Derek Lively, Gafford, they were dunking the ball and stuff, exploiting those mismatches.
Is Porzingis coming back tonight?
They said he was available in Game 4, but he didn't play. So maybe they were just being a little more cautious to see where he's at tonight. Xavier Tillman, the backup big man for Boston, said something weird about Porzingis, saying that, he's a little gimpy and it's not 100% still. And, you could tell he's favoring it. And people are kind of like, Xavier Tillman, do you have any type of journalism etiquette to where you don't say that in those questions? But I'm thinking this might be a mind game situation. This might be one of those, I go out and say that Porzingis is, a little gimpy and still.
Then it comes out like gangbusters.
And it comes out like gangbusters. You know what I'm saying? If you're the Mavs, you can't trust a damn thing. Like your coach was doing the same shit when he said that Jaylen Brown's the best player on the team. So who knows? If Porzingis comes back tonight and I'm the Mavs, we're attacking him. We're attacking those legs. See how good he is if he's able to play tonight. But If not, stick with what you did in game 4. That's Luka going downhill, playing fast, taking advantage of the lack of size compared to him with White and Drew Holiday, and see what happens there. The beauty in it, Chip, is that the Mavs have nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. Even if they get to a game 7, they won't have anything to lose because we all expect, due to the stats and the record in the past of teams that have gone down 0-3, for them not to win the series. All the pressure's on Boston. All of it. Everybody always says the hardest game to win is the closeout game. Well, if somehow Dallas finesses their way to winning this game tonight, it's going to get interesting. The Boston Celtics don't want to go back to the D. They don't want that. They don't want that smoke. So they better take care of business tonight because they themselves, of all teams who had Miami on the brink of elimination, taking it from an 0-3 series, taking it to game 7, where I thought they would have won if Jason Tatum didn't roll his ankle in the first 3 minutes. They know that it's possible. It's becoming more and more possible than it has been in the past. So I wouldn't play with my food if I was Boston. I would try to rip the head off of the Mavericks very early to take their life out of it. But if it's a close game in the 4th, expect the Celtics to get tight. And those fans start getting a little mumbly and a little anxious. Again, Dallas has nothing to lose at this point. You could play free. Derek Jones was better. PJ Washington was better. Gafford, Josh Green, all of those guys who are role players that feed off of what Luka and Kyrie do, they got nothing to lose at this point. Just play hard, see what happens, and try to attack when you get the chance.
Yeah. And Drew Holiday, baby.
Yeah, that's a guy that you want in a game like this if you're Boston.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't his best on last Friday, game 4. That's a dude that type of guy that would dive on the floor, get that big rebound, get that big steal. Like, he could definitely set the tone if he gets some really good stops on Luka and Kyrie early, him and Derek White, and allow Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to do what they do on the offensive end.
Well, things got out of hand so early in that game, in game 4, that Tatum, Horford, Holiday, they barely played.
Genius.
Well, they got rest.
Yeah. And what was smart that Joe Mazzulla did, he let Hauser and Peyton Pritchard play in the 4th, and they hit shots. And sometimes you just need to see the ball go through at the level, because Pritchard and Hauser, they've been all right. Hauser had a really good game too. But those guys knocking down shots in the 4th, those are your role players still. They're a part of your real lineup. So when you're sitting your starting 5 and playing role players in the 4th, even though the game is decided and they knock down shots, they're going to come into this game a little bit more confident, feeling good about themselves. And if Hauser and Pritchard hit shots tonight, it's over for the Mavs. They have no chance. And on the other side, Tim Hardaway Jr., he hits 5 threes. 15 points, all in the 4th quarter. Even though those minutes weren't meaningful and the game was already decided, Jason Kidd, depending on the situation, this guy might have needed this. This guy saw the ball go through the hoop. His confidence is up again. Let me give him about 4 minutes to see what he does. See if he can knock down a couple of threes to make the game a little bit more interesting. And yeah, I thought that was quietly some important moments in game 4. So This game tonight, even though I'm picking Boston, I don't feel too good about it with the way the Mavs played last Friday.
Well, that's what we've been waiting for.
Right.
And the fact that Porzingis didn't play is significant, because when Porzingis is on the floor, they don't have the lobs. The driving lanes for Kyrie are not the same, and everything gets bottled up. So, and Porzingis has his own motivation here, having been a Maverick and allowed to leave. So,
yeah, they didn't believe in him. They blamed him. They didn't blame Luka. They blamed him. So yeah, I'd be a little pissed off too because I thought it could have worked, but Porzingis is a number 3. He's not a number 2 guy. Like he's a number 3 guy on the.
Well, and think about that because Drew Holiday is a number 3 guy too. And when you have 2 of the best 3 guys, you know, they're not 1s, they're not 2s, but they love and complement your roster to the point of championships. And the Celtics have 2 of those guys. One of them 7'3", can shoot from 30 feet. Yikes. I mean, the Celtics, they didn't have any heart. They didn't have any guts a couple of years ago. And now they do. So Mavericks have got to go to the Fleet Center and steal their lunch money and their hearts and their will. And that's not going to be easy. So Kyrie's going to have to be on fire from the jump. Luka's going to have to be on fire. They're going to have to play like they did in game 4.
Yep.
So
that's right.
Let's see what they got.
Yeah.
Let's see what they got.
Yes. We got 6 minutes left. Got to roll out a little bit.
Well, if you're just tuning in, yes, Dia Bell. Steve Sarkisian has his 2026 quarterback. 5-star, son of former Dallas Maverick Raja Bell. He is in Fort Lauderdale, going to high school. But
Yo, Raja Bell was kind of an asshole, man. In the best way. Like he's one of those.
Oh, I thought he was like a jerk to you or something.
No. In the best way. I'm talking about like as a player.
As a player.
Like his role, he was the Bruce Bowen, you know, kind of the
agitator.
Drew Holiday. He was the agitator. He was that guy. He was that dude. You know, his best days were in Phoenix. Those were his best days when the Suns were going deep in the playoffs with Nash and Stoudemire and stuff. He was the one to stop Kobe or attempt to stop Kobe. Yeah. He stopped them in 08 or not 08, excuse me, 06. 06. He played great on Kobe. That series went to 7. The Lakers were up 3-1. That's when Kobe, you know, pulled the jersey to show his chest and stuff because he hit a game winner. Lakers were up 3-1, ended up losing that series because Raja Bell, he got down to that stance and said, you know what, Kobe, I ain't scared of you, dog. I don't fear you like some of these other cats out here. You might give me 30, but it's going to be the hardest 30 you going to get. And Raja Bell, he was a tough son of a beat, man. Nobody liked playing against Raja Bell. Nobody. And he knocked down the 3-2. Like he was the OG version of the 3-and-D player back in this day. So,
Raja, he played 15 NBA seasons.
Tough.
15.
Tough, man.
Sixers, Mavs, Utah, Phoenix, Charlotte, Golden State, and then back to Utah to finish it off. Yeah, man. Now Dia Bell is committed. His son Dia is committed to be a quarterback for the Texas Longhorns in the class of 2026. So, and if you're following along at the College World Series, how amazing have these games been? It's been one walk-off after another, and right now in the bottom of the 6th, Florida is leading NC State 5-4. That's an elimination game, but like every game over the weekend was a 1-run game.
Yeah.
So, it's been exciting.
Yeah,
exciting.
Yeah, Schlosson, Vito doing their thing.
Lost and Vito doing their thing.
All right. We gotta bring this up because I saw this past weekend. I don't know how true it is. It seems true, but we know Tom Brady got put in the Hall of Fame for the Patriots last week.
Yes.
Come to find out,
we played some of that audio.
Thanks
to my man Zay.
Now, this woman that I'm showing you here is allegedly the girlfriend of future Hall of Fame coach Bill Belichick.
She looks like she's 15.
Stop. Come on.
Well, I mean, you got a better close-up picture of her?
What? That's all I can find in the moment.
I mean, she looks young, dude.
She is young, not teenage young.
Well, how old is she?
Like, Bill Belichick's not R. Kelly. She's 24. So she's still young.
She's 24.
Bill's 72.
Go get it, Bill.
Go get it, Bill.
I mean, she could be a hooker, but, you know.
What'd you say?
I mean, she looks a little bit like a hooker right there. I don't know.
My goodness, man. A woman can wear a short dress.
Bob Kraft was going off to the massage parlors. I don't know what's going on up there.
Yeah, just because he a freak don't mean Bill a freak. He just like him young. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
All right, sorry, I interrupted.
No, that's cool. But she's 24. Bill's out here getting it, enjoying retirement. That's what I'm talking about. But with this now happening, I don't think Bill gets another job ever again. I think this is it. Bill, you're wilding too much, bro. 50-something, okay, makes sense. You know, like if I saw Bill Belichick, I don't know what her status is now, but like with like Alyssa Milano or something.
Hey, I hate to break it to you. He ain't getting hired not because of this little 24-year-old. He ain't getting hired because he was so arrogant that he made Matt Patricia his defensive coordinator, his offensive coordinator. Matt Patricia, one of the worst Belichick assistant coaches of all time. He was already losing his mind. Now he's just having fun.
Let him have fun. Let him have fun. Calling her a hooker and stuff. What's the matter with you?
I mean, I said she may have just, maybe they're into some fetish stuff.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Nothing. Maybe that's a thing.
Julia Roberts was a hooker in Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
I'd spin the bag on her too, Julia Roberts. If she was on the corner, I'd wine and dine her, take her to Rodeo.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
All right, kids, look, it's 3:00. It is time for us, Chip and Zay, to hand it off to the fellas at SEC Unfiltered. There he is, Cole Thompson and Chris Phillips. The NBA playoffs are rigged.
They are. They are. You can't tell me for 1 second that performance of Game 4 was natural. Like, oh yeah, that there wasn't an executive sitting behind closed doors going, "Hey, we got to drag this out through the weekend. We got Father's Day coming up. We got another. We can't have baseball be taking over our industry in June. We got to wait till July for that to happen." Watch, they're gonna see tonight. They're gonna win. Dallas is going to play amazing, and they're really not going to be playing amazing. Boston's going to take it easy because they got told by the ratings up top, hey, we got to make this work. By the way, Zay's 100% right. Julia Roberts is a national treasure, number one. I would wine and dine her and take her out everywhere on Rodeo, and I would 100% treat her like the pretty woman that she is.
That's right.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
I'm just saying.
What's up? How you living, man?
Bro, I'm you ever heard of the Jello shot challenge?
Oh yeah.
At the College World Series.
Rocco's.
I'm sitting outside at Rocco's right now. That's where I'm at. So cheers to that.
How many Jello shots you had?
Not many, man. I think I've had one actually. One whole Jello shot, and it was purchased for me. So it wasn't a situation where I had to pick which SEC team it went towards, and I will not reveal which SEC team that one went towards that was bought for me. I will not do that. I plead the fifth.
To the grave.
To the grave.
To the grave, baby.
To the grave.
Well, listen, I know you're there. Florida 5, NC State 4.
Yeah, it's right across the street. I figured I'd switch things up. I could have tried to whisper through this in the press box, But I've told a couple people in there this week. I'm like, I know we're doing the whole media thing, got the credentials on me, but it's a little quiet up there for my taste, boys. I like being down in the trenches, so that's where we are.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
So,
without further ado, y'all do your thing. Appreciate
y'all, man. Appreciate it. Cole, what's up, man?
I'm sitting in an apartment. You're outside drinking a beer. I have a wild cherry Pepsi, which again, people are going to give me crap for because if you're like, they're going to be like, why is he drinking Pepsi? For starters, I have a theory, and I've had this for a while. Somebody back in like the 1920s said that Pepsi wasn't cool, and that just started the trend of is Coke and Pepsi. Is Pepsi fine? No, it's not. Pepsi's great. I'm sorry. People who don't like Pepsi, I don't know what you're saying.
Well, Cole, my latest update, and by the way, guys, appreciate you all tuning in. I'm Chris Phillips. He is Cole Thompson. We are SEC Unfiltered. Again, I'm boots on the ground in Omaha at the College World Series. Update for you, Cole, and for the audience out there. After we get off this show, I've got to do some game planning here because my flight has been delayed twice, and now my flight does not depart. It was supposed to leave out of Omaha at 5:45 local time, connector in Detroit, get home at about 11:45. Now my flight has been pushed all the way back. I just got a notification. It was pushed back once to 6:17. Now it's pushed back to 6:57. And so my flight in Detroit lands when I was supposed to be departing for Greenville, South Carolina. So I may not be going anywhere.
No,
you
may just be
I don't know
partying.
what the deal is. And I got to get back because I got somewhere to be tomorrow at really, I'm supposed to be leaving my house to be somewhere at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, we could be in, we're probably in for a little bit of an adventure, but that's okay. It is what it is. Memorable first College World Series experience down to the very last second. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. So.
Yeah, it's a good time. Listen, honestly, I love when you have to play by the metal. You got to literally go down to the wire. It's like Mission Impossible. You hit the red, you click the red wire, you cut it, and it immediately goes south pretty bad. That's you, just today.
Yeah.
Just find a way to be able to get back to Greenville.
By the way, how's my picture, sound, quality? Are we decent?
You look gorgeous. You do. But again, you're going up against me, who just got a haircut. So
I'm more so worried about the quality of the picture and the audio versus.
Oh yeah, you look dapper.
Doing okay.
Honestly,
we're doing okay.
Yeah, I'm saying you go look at the ambiance behind you compared to me. I got a banner. You got Rocco's with Jello shots being handed
Here,
out.
I'll give you a little. Look at this, Rocco's Pizza.
Exactly.
Oh, there's Kentucky's team bus right there. How about that?
See, SEC Unfiltered coming to you live in action, giving you the details behind the scenes you can't notice.
So, admittedly, Cole, because of my setup, I don't have any of the notes that I made for us earlier in the day, which I don't really need them. But when we get to Brad Crawford's record predictions, you'll have to go through those. Let me know what I only know a couple of the records, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Really quickly for the audience, I mean, again, a College World Series update. I know Texas fans probably could do without it because Texas A&M plays tonight. A lot of Aggies walking around. There's a lot of gig 'em. Cole, I'll tell you this, by the way, and it's been an electric weekend in Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, it has been electric. I was telling my guy Harrison, who's with me, that we're going to come back to these and we're going to do more of these, and that's going to be really fun and exciting. Maybe you can come next year, Cole. Maybe we'll get you up in here. Why not?
Oh, hell yeah.
Right. It's right here in your neck of the woods, I feel like. But you'll never
Party
forget
Central where me getting drunk off my ass and I know. I'm going to be the show.
Right here with me.
I'm going to be the show there. That's going to be the problem, and that's maybe not a good thing. Maybe it is. I don't know. We're going to find out, though.
We'll get the full SEC Unfiltered team here. So I say all that to say, though, you'll never forget your first College World Series, what I was telling my guy. And so the experience has been incredible. Aggie fans, man, have shown up and shown out, dude. The game the other night, which I'm sure you saw, that was pushed all the way back to a 10:15 Central Time start. We were at the ballpark till 1:30 in the morning. And dude, I'm telling you, you would think for like that late of a start, okay, what's the crowd going to be like? Dude, slam packed. And I think it was probably, conservatively speaking, I think it was 70-30 Aggies compared to Florida. And dude, they were loud. I mean, they were loud.
They traveled, dude.
Yeah. Also, I don't mean to turn this into an Aggie show because we're on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but did for the first time yesterday cross paths and meet and shake hands with our friend Billy Lucci. who has been following for a while now, told me, he's like, Chris, I feel like I know you at this point. We never met. So got to meet old Billy Lucci. And he actually, Cole told me this because I've never been to College Station. I told him, I said, hey, I'm planning on coming for football season, never been to College Station. He said, I'll be your personal tour guide. We'll go out the first night you're here, and I'll show you the ropes. So I feel like a night with Billy Lucci could get me in trouble, but the best kind of trouble. So
it's going to get you in a lot of trouble. I can tell you that. It's going to be 1:30 at Northgate, and Billy's going to be able to get Johnny Manziel to meet you, and he'll go, hey, man, we got a party to go to, and you got a game at 11:30 the next day you got to attend. And by the way, Johnny will be fine because that's just a normal weekend for him. For you, you may be curled up in a ball, and I may have to come grab you from Houston and go, come on, Chris, we got to get you up. Let's go. Come on.
I mean, in Billy Lucci fashion, this was yesterday, and he had told me, he's like, yeah, actually, I was at the George Strait concert last night at Kyle Field. I just flew in this morning. I was like, that's on brand.
That's
what
Billy.
I expect you to say.
No, honestly. And you know what the thing is? Anybody else says that, you go, you're full of crap. Billy says that, you go, you're onto something. It's something about him. He is the king of College Station. George Strait might be the king of country music, but you're in Billy Lucci's house. That's all you can say on that one.
Cole, has anything, I know, again, you've been watching, keeping up with it. I know also you're locked in on NBA finals and everything else going on, but anything, main takeaways, impressions, anything jumped out to you from the College World Series action we've got?
Close games. Honestly, I think that's the big takeaway. You know, the first time in College World Series history where the first 3 games all ended in walk-off fashion. That says what the level of competition was this year. From Florida sticking their way in from the back end of making it to the tournament to a Virginia team that just got eliminated badly yesterday to Tennessee, but still played down to the wire against North Carolina day one. Tennessee battling against Florida State. The call that is going to rattle, I think, fans everywhere on the 3-2 pitch. Did he go around? Did he not go around? What was the case for that? You know, and then you throw in the Texas A&M game. That's just another matchup where you say, listen, Chase Lavalette, 6'6", gives you an advantage in right field to where you know that most people aren't pulling that ball in, but for him, it's a timely jump, and there you go. You got a win back in your back pocket, which is another kind of walk-off in stellar fashion. They're close games. They're good matchups. You got Tennessee a matchup away from going to the finals. You still have a matchup with Texas A&M tonight against a really good Kentucky lineup and a good Kentucky pitching staff that if they don't have their shit together, they're going to be paddling upstream, going up against whether it be Florida round 2, NC State round 2, whatever it is. So it's been a good World Series, you know, and I think that's something that a lot of people can take away is that when you have these closer matchups, you're fully invested. There's only been one game that you really feel out of it so far, and to me, that was last night with UNC versus Tennessee. And even still, Tennessee, that's one of those programs where they just look ultra competitive and almost unstoppable at this point.
Cole, to your point about that game last night was so interesting. Is that game was, for most of that game was fairly close, but that game also felt so in control.
Right.
That game honestly felt so in control. At Tennessee, it never felt like it was in doubt that Tennessee was going to lose that game.
That's the thing, is that, like, I'm looking at this Tennessee, like, you see the score, and at one point, I think it's like 3-1, and you have Honeycutt coming to bat, but you never worried about Tennessee. And I think that's the confidence that they have underneath Vitello this year to where they know, regardless of who they go up against, what inning they're in, where they are at in the lineup, what is their positioning, who's on base, what's on second, I don't know who's on third. They're in a good spot to where they can easily come away, get out of any jam, and put themselves in a position to make it to the finals. This feels like, again, Tennessee's year. And I picked them at the start of the tournament. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Texas Sports Unfiltered people, but your boy here has been right on almost every single pick he has made this offseason. So I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm getting a little bit too big for my britches right now going into the final couple of days of Omaha.
I'm not sure if you saw, Cole, but we had the opportunity last night. You know, we got full access. We're going into post-game pressers. We're doing interviews. We actually, our guy Harrison had Tony Vitello, and I was able to shake Tony's hand and ask him a question in post-game. And we had Drew Beam on. It's been really cool. The entire experience has been really cool, really rewarding. And to your point, man, it's, you know, it feels like it's recency bias me saying this, but I think it's. Dude, this got to be one of the best College World Series we've had in quite a while. Like, you have 3 straight walk-offs. You have that 4th game, like you mentioned, with Florida and Texas A&M. And you essentially had a walk-off robbed home run. Is what that really felt like. So, I mean, it's been nuts, man. It's been nuts. Yeah, an experience, first-class event. I've heard the phrase Nebraska nice a lot since I've been here. People say it's Nebraska nice, that it's different. So, and it has been. Like I said, the hospitality has been incredible, man. So
here's the thing I'll take away from Nebraska that I remember the first time I went to Omaha. That is a location that I think could actually field an NFL team, or at least a Major League Baseball team. Like their fans, the camaraderie, the atmosphere of the city. It is such great environment that they could probably withstand bringing in a professional sports team and have some success. Like we always talk about what's going to happen with Nashville or Charlotte getting an MLB team, or what's going to happen with potentially adding in another basketball team. Omaha deserves at least one professional sports team. If Portland can have one, if New Orleans can have a basketball team, if we can have a random team out in Raleigh, North Carolina, you can have a professional sports team somewhere in Omaha, Nebraska. And Nebraska nice, they deserve something nice to come their way.
I think, Cole, that's one of the things that has surprised me about the event as a whole. Surprised me is number one, you see how big it is on TV, like the stadium itself. You take it all in from field level, though. I mean, last night, I don't know if you saw, and anybody who hasn't, I suggest you check it out. If you like college baseball, you'll love this.
Yes! 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 See, this is what we do. This is why you're at Rocco's, Chris.
This is
here.
SEC hospitality.
You're not here to go ahead and do a random show. You're here to get drunk and party and enjoy a podcast today. That's what we're doing.
The other three SEC teams will have to look the other way because that was totally gifted. Which, hey, listen, whoever you are out there, Texas A&M, you're at Rocco's, SEC Unfiltered will take a Jello shot with you. We'll support the cause.
Was that Kentucky?
That was Kentucky. Yeah,
See,
you see the blue. So they're making them. They're making them for the color of each team. So blue, we got Kentucky blue here. Big Blue Nation.
No, here's the deal. Again, I can be bought. My allegiance this year can be bought. Kentucky just took an advantage.
To that.
They just took an advantage in the race. Exactly. See, you're not going to get this type of podcasting anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen, right now because nobody else is talking about the SEC outside of football. Yet here we are doing baseball conversations, doing Jello shots at Rocco's.
I will agree with Josh Pate this time. There is no off season, but it's not because of football. It's because of stuff like this.
So well, no, the SEC reigns supreme.
There's a football off season. There's not a content or SEC off season.
There's never an SEC off season. That's for dang sure.
Never an SEC off season. So, okay, that was cool, but Anyways, I mean, kind of to that point though, what's not necessarily what surprised me. What's really stood out is just the hospitality and the vastness of how many people. It's like walking around like a college football tailgate. It's not quite that many people, obviously, but I mean, you got 25,000 in the stadium. You probably got another 25,000 walking around outside. Yeah. So, dude, it's been a blast, man. It's who knows? I mean, I was supposed to leave today. I may never come back. I don't know.
You moved to Omaha. You moved to Omaha.
I'll just crash here, and I'll meet you in Dallas in a few weeks.
I'm telling you, listen, you got to listen. Rocco seems like a nice guy. He probably is going to put you up in some back room. Maybe you got to see some pizza boxes, but you can make it work. We've slept in weirder places. I've slept on the bathroom floor in a random motel just to go to a media day before. I mean, we make this work. Life happens.
I'm the king of 1,000 couches. I'll sleep wherever I'm welcome. So
I'll sleep on the floor.
I've slept on so many couches. It's not even funny. Would you take Tennessee? If I said Tennessee or the field right now, would you go Tennessee?
Yeah, 100%. I'm riding high. I'm feeling good about myself. I'm not changing that for a second. I have not moved the needle since Tennessee was playing in Hoover. I've been high on them since Hoover, so I'm not leaving now. It's like last year when I made the pick that Washington was going to go to the playoff, and then I felt confident, and I was like, all right, Washington's going to go to the playoff, and I still stayed confident, and they beat Oregon, and they got into the postseason, and I stayed confident. I said they're going to beat Texas, and then at the very last second, I said, I know I should switch it, but I'm not. I should. Maybe they'll do it. Maybe Tennessee, they get a matchup against Texas A&M, or they have to play Kentucky for a second time. Maybe then I'll make the switch. But right now, I'm staying high. I believe in the balls. The balls.
I think I think it's going to be Tennessee in the final, and they just gave me a shot, but I think A&M's in the final. I had to say that quietly. Yeah, it's hard to go against Tennessee. I think, especially with, though, I will say this. The way this season has gone, where I've doubted Kentucky so much, and everybody has, and they just keep winning, I will not be surprised if it's Tennessee-Kentucky in the final. I'm not going to be surprised Kentucky makes it. This game tonight,
sir, he stole your shot, and now he's picking against you. I'm not. Kentucky all the way. Go Big Blue.
You're only in here. That's the good news. You're not on the speaker at Rocco's. But yeah, I mean it's hard to pick against Tennessee. They're the most complete. Dude, honestly, you know who my other national title pick would have been? North Carolina, who they just beat last night. North Carolina is also very complete. So we said this, Cole, when we previewed the College World Series. I was asked who is my most important player of the College World Series, and I said Drew Beam for Tennessee, because he had pitched poorly over his last 13 innings, 14 runs given up last 13 innings. I said if Drew Beam goes back to being old Drew Beam, Tennessee's just going to run through this thing, because that's like the only missing piece right now, and they got really, really good Drew Beam last night, and we all saw that. So it's hard to go against Tennessee, man. They're complete.
They're great defensively too. I mean, there were so many grabs at second base that you saw that just literally double play after double play. They could get out of innings. They could easily go ahead and turn what looks to be a routine liner into a snag. I mean, they're in great positioning everywhere across the field, to where any ball that you feel like could be in play is also a 50-50 snag for the balls to make a play. So that's where you know that you're good. It's not just exceptional pitching, it's exceptional defense behind you that is going to be able to bail you out of trouble when you need a pitch.
Cole, let's talk some college football, man. Let's get into college football. How about really quickly? You got any thoughts on the Les Miles lawsuit against LSU thing? Is that doing anything for you? Is that?
It's interesting because Les Miles. Well, let's see. Les Miles, he absolutely deserves a lot of love this morning because of what he did for LSU. The lawsuit's really interesting because of, again, the violations that have come out against him in the last 5 years has been detrimental to his tenure and what will be the legacy of him in Baton Rouge. However, what this really is going to come down to is a lot of people talking about what this affects when it comes to his status as a college football Hall of Famer. And that's where, with the vacated wins, it's really interesting to me because I'm not sure that this is a case where you can vacate the wins in a certain facet the way that you could at Ohio State or the way that you could at Notre Dame or the way that you have in years past with other programs. This is one that is allegations against him internally with another employee, and it has nothing to do with the on-field relegation. So because of that, that's where the vacated wins part is a little off point for me. I'm not being able to comprehend each other. Like, we're going into arguments right now about what it takes to be a college football Hall of Famer with wins, and it comes down to 0.4% for one of the greatest innovators in offensive football history, and Mike Leach, to get in the Hall of Fame. And now we're talking about a lawsuit that has nothing to do with on-field play, on-field execution, recruiting violations. It has everything to do with an internal investigation, and you want to vacate those wins to take him out. It's baffling. There's rulings behind it. I can't get into it to where there is a reasoning to you can make the vacated wins. That's just it for me.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Cole, it feels like we talk about college football off season. This is like one of the most off season storylines ever.
Yeah.
It's funny. We're actually having Blake Ruffino, AYS Sports. You already knew this, but we're going to get the LSU perspective on this over at SEC Unfiltered. But yeah, I mean, it feels like some sour grapes from Les. I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest with you. It's I don't know. You haven't lived till you've been sued, I guess. I mean, it's just the American way. That's the American dream. So here we are. I don't know.
I mean, especially in the SEC, especially in a place like LSU. You definitely have not done anything right if you haven't been sued yet.
Right. I mean, you're not even trying. You know what I mean? You're just not trying.
Out of place, Bama, LSU, Ole Miss, those places. If you're not sued within your first 5 years, you haven't even tried to make
Right. You're not even trying to make waves at all. You're playing it too safe. I had a guy tell me one time, Cole, if you're not living life on the edge, you're taking up too much room.
God, that's
So,
fair. Listen,
You can,
there- I
you
think
can steal that if
part
you
of-
like. You can steal that.
Part of the resume, I think, for Brian Kelly was rule number 1, how many wins do you have? Rule number 2, how many are vacated? All right, you fit the criteria. Come on down to Baton Rouge. I honestly feel like that was in Scott Woodward's repertoire. We're looking at resumes. How many times have you been sued? 3? All right, you're right up our alley. LSU's a perfect fit for you. Let's go.
That's it. Cole, let's talk about our buddy Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports, CBS Sports. He dropped his, which I'm surprised Brad dropped him when he did.
Yeah.
Anyways, though, Brad kind of out of nowhere dropped his predictions for each SEC team, predicted order of finish. I think they're coming to get you, Cole. I don't know what's going on.
All right. That's fine.
Yeah. Anyways, so Brad drops his predicted order of finish, records for each SEC team. You're going to have to help me out here with this because, again, I don't have the notes, the records pulled up in front of me. So where do you want to start? Let's go ahead. I only know like 1 or 2 of them.
All right.
But, yeah, you spit the records at me, and we'll go from there.
So Chris and I were talking about this earlier in the show. We're going to do, instead of like an actual preview of every team, we got some notes that we're setting aside on how we want to break this down. But real quickly, coming in last place to no one's shock is Vanderbilt. Brad has them going 3-9, 0-8 in conference play. Mississippi State comes in next at 1-7 in conference play, 4-8 overall. Arkansas comes in at 4-8, 1-7 in conference play. They also have South Carolina coming in at 2-6. 5-7 overall, 13 in the SEC. Kentucky surprising some people. 2-6 in the SEC, 6-6 overall. So they win every single game out of conference, but they do lose 6 games in conference play. Florida comes in at 6-6 with wins over apparently LSU, and there's one other one that's a big shocker. Next up is Auburn coming in at 8-4. That's 10th place. Losses come to Oklahoma, Missouri, Georgia, Alabama. Oklahoma comes in at 8-4 with losses to Texas, Missouri, Alabama, LSU. Beautiful noise coming from the outside.
Kentucky's driving in, by the way.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
9-3. Here's a surprise. 9-3 Missouri, 5-3 in conference play with losses to South Carolina, Texas A&M, and Alabama.
Wow.
That was a big shocker. A&M comes in at 7 at 9-3. Florida, LSU, and Auburn give them the L. LSU comes in at number 6 with a 5-way tie for second place at 6-2. Losses to Alabama and to Florida. So they do beat Ole Miss in the revenge game. Alabama comes in at a 5-way tie in second place with losses to Georgia and Tennessee. Tennessee comes in at 10-2.
This is 10-2 overall record. Right?
10-2 overall. Everyone's at 6-2 in conference play. Oklahoma and Georgia hand losses to Tennessee this year, which means that they lose to NC State, which is good for me because I'm feeling pretty high on that one. Georgia comes in at 10-2 with a 2-way tie. Texas and Ole Miss hand them the losses at 10-2 as well. Oklahoma and LSU hand losses to Ole Miss, but because they have the win over Georgia, they are projected to go to the SEC championship, and they will take on Texas, which comes in at 7-1 in conference play, 11-1 overall. And here's the kicker of them: the one loss to Texas A&M.
Wow. Not to Georgia, to Texas.
Not to Georgia. So they beat up on everybody else. They win every other game. They go to Ann Arbor. Last game of the season. That's where Texas A&M.
So there's a lot to unpack here, Cole. So you said that Brad has Alabama 10-2, 6-2 in conference, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually shocking to me because I'm almost positive Brad went on Feinbaum like a month ago and said Alabama's going to miss the playoffs. So
we have to realize that there's a 5-way tie for 10-2. So 5-way tie for 10-2.
Okay.
And there's also one other team that's 11-1. Somebody's get out of the playoffs.
You're telling me Bama's going to get left out of the playoffs?
No, 100%. That's the problem. The recency bias. There's no freaking way they're going to be left out. If you're Tennessee, you're pissed off.
Did he have Ole Miss 10-2?
10-2 Ole Miss, but they also had wins against Georgia, so you get that. That's a better win than anything Alabama has. Tennessee has a win over Alabama, but Alabama doesn't have. But they lose to Oklahoma, and they lose to NC State. So it's like that's the interesting part. So they lose. So they lose the 2 games, one to Oklahoma and one to Georgia. Georgia loses to Ole Miss and to who they have Georgia losing to. Texas. So that makes them down on the count. So it's interesting. Like, there's a way to go about it. So here's what we're going to do. Chris and I were talking about this a little earlier. We're going to go through the list, and we're going to hit every single prediction. So, Chris, the most logical prediction of the 16 teams, what do you got? What feels the most right based off of Brad's listing?
I mean, I think Ole Miss winning double-digit games. I mean, to me, that's just like that should be a given going into the season.
But you think with the 2 losses to Oklahoma and
not the games he picked. Okay, so based off games he picked as well. What did he have? Georgia 11-1, lost to Texas.
Georgia 10-2, losses to Ole Miss and Texas.
Ole Miss and Texas. No, that's interesting.
That's the thing.
I don't know. That's I feel like it'd be a cop out to say Vandy, right? I mean, 3-9.
Yeah, no, it'd be a 100% cop out.
Although that jumped out to me because I think Vandy in that situation would still hit the over. I think
they
their
would.
Under's 2.5.
Yeah, they would.
There you go. Listen, everybody was on Vandy over last year. This might be the year to take Vandy over. Might be. Of all those that seem the most accurate, that's a good question, man. That's a good question.
Because, again, you have to look at the entire premise. Because to me, I actually think I agree. I could see Tennessee going 10-2. I believe Tennessee's going 10-2. But he has them losing to Oklahoma and to Georgia. And I have them losing to NC State and to Georgia. Right. So if they beat Oklahoma, that doesn't work for me. To me, the most logical one, honestly, is LSU at 10-2. I could see them beating Ole Miss. Yeah. I could. That's a revenge game. That's going to be a night game inside of Tiger Stadium. We know what that atmosphere is going to be like. That offense is going to be gung-ho heavy, slinging around the yard. Garrett Nussmeier, Xavier Thomas, CJ Daniels. And then they get another win. Over, they lose to Alabama, which, again, I could see that happening still because it's Alabama. And that happens from time to time. And they lose to Florida. And I do think Florida down the stretch, that's one of those games where Billy Napier is going to get a refined win that changes the course. And so when I look at this, they get wins over Ole Miss, they get wins over Oklahoma, they get a win over USC. Like, all of that adds up. The Florida's a little interesting to me. But if there is one team that I feel like can lose to Florida, just randomly on a Saturday, it is LSU.
Yeah, I would agree. I like the LSU pick there. You know, the ones that jumped out at me too, Cole, going to the bottom of the conference. Man, Arkansas at 4-8, man.
Yeah.
Golly, that's and obviously Sam Pittman would not survive that. I don't even know if he'd make it to the end of the season.
I don't think he would.
Scenario. No, I don't think he would either. And then Florida getting to bowl eligibility. I mean, listen, I know everybody's kind of convinced Florida's going 4-8 this year, but I'm starting to kind of buy into the hype that I think Florida can be a lot better than people were expecting. Like, I think their team, the schedule's a gauntlet. There's no question. The schedule is a gauntlet. But their team is not that bad. Their team, I think, is not going to be all that bad. It's just they do play a brutal schedule, bottom line. So
no, but, bro, at the same time, you got to look just top to bottom, and it's not even the schedule is the problem. Like, I think that when we say that they're going to be better than advertised, that means that they're not going to be so incomplacent and finding ways to funnel and make mistake after mistake after mistake and be bad on special teams. But that schedule still, I mean, especially after the bye week, when you have to go play Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, and I forget who the other team, Florida State, and one more to end your season. Like, that is daunting to me. That's where it's like, yeah, you're going to be better, as in, like, they're going to be close calls, but I still think 5-7 is what you're looking at right now.
Yeah, so essentially, Cole, like, which one do I think makes the most sense? So essentially, which one do I agree with on Brad the most? I would agree with you, LSU, probably. That one is, you know, because, again, Texas, like, record-wise, I think 11-1 makes a lot of sense. Is it going to be A&M? That is. Hold on, so what did he have A&M at again? What was the record?
9-3.
Okay, 9-3. Okay. And the losses were to who for them?
They were hang on. It was
I could see 9-3. I could see 9-3 for them.
It was LSU, it was Auburn, and it was Florida. And I could see Florida, and I could easily see Florida.
Yeah,
that's where I agree.
I could see Florida too, because I think that's the most important game of the year. for Billy Napier and company. I do. Like that one or Miami. I think.
What's an 11 a.m. kick too? So that I think adds volume to where that's in favor, in my opinion, for Florida.
Yeah. I definitely think that. Yeah, I mean, I could see 9-3 for A&M. The win-losses pick there those are fair. I mean, listen, I'll jump here, Cole. I think 5-7 for South Carolina is really fair.
Yeah.
And now, I tell you this: people will look and say, "You really think they're going to beat Mizzou?" I think it would be very on brand for South Carolina to lose one they shouldn't and win one they shouldn't. I think that's very on brand. So beating Vandy in conference play, maybe Kentucky's the loss that South Carolina fans think they should have, especially if Kentucky finishes 6-6, and then who knows, beating a Mizzou, I don't think they'll beat LSU. I think it would be like a Mizzou or an A&M if South Carolina would pull an upset.
No, I think if they beat A&M personally, especially if the game
okay.
I think if the game is in Columbia this year too.
It is.
That's what I'm saying. I think that's one where you're like, they're gonna beat an A&M. And then they're gonna lose to an Arkansas. Like that's like what you see from South Carolina every year. Like they what was it? When they had Helinski, they beat number 1 Georgia, and then they lost to Kentucky that year, and it was like a bad Kentucky year. Like I mean, like that's South Carolina football on brand, in my opinion.
Oklahoma's interesting, 8-4.
I could see it though.
I can see it too. We certainly don't want to piss off our friends to the north, if you will, but
I'm beloved by them. They love me.
I'm saying you're high on Oklahoma. You're very high.
I am. Listen,
you are. Yeah.
The offensive line is my question mark for them. That's it, because their defense I think is going to be fine. Linebacker play is going to be decent with Danny Stutzman. I feel good about their secondary. I like Brent Venables when it comes to coordination for defense. They have weapons. They do. They have a quarterback that is just not.
Cole, what if I told you Oklahoma is Tennessee without the offensive line?
Yeah, I could see it. Because I also think that Oklahoma could beat Tennessee. Because if you do this, you take Neyland Stadium and you throw Oklahoma into that matchup. That's a 15-point swing in favor of the Vols. You take Tennessee and throw them in a Gaylord, and that's the first time where Josh Heupel's coming back. And everything leading up to that game is going to be talking about Heupel. And he ends up faltering, and you have Miko, who had a game against NC State, maybe struggle against that defense, against this defense. That's a 15-point swing, I think, in favor of Oklahoma. Like, it's not that different. The difference for me is the offensive line. And so maybe it's instead of a 15-point swing for Oklahoma at home, it's a 6-point swing. But still, they're the same in my opinion. They both got young, up-and-coming quarterbacks that can easily take over games. They both have weapons that can easily be difference makers from the jump. They both have one quality player that they added in via the transfer portal in Deion Burks and Holden Stays. They both have exceptional defenses with question marks that are revamped going into this year. You play the game at Neyland, I think Tennessee wins. You play the game at Norman, I think the Sooners win.
I'm just really intrigued the fact that Brad picks Alabama to go 10-2. I'm very fascinated by that.
Why? I could see him going 10-3.
Not that they can't or won't. I know how Brad feels about, or at least how he's talked about publicly about Bama and not making the playoff. And so I fully expected 9-3 to be in there for, which again, we're splitting hairs over one game. That's a pretty important one game. So again, so he would have. And then, okay, so the other one that jumps out too, though, is, Mizzou at 9-3.
There we go.
I know they lost a lot on defense, but Cole, they're going to be favored in 11 games. I have to think, Cole, that 9-3 is certainly, it's not burn the program down, fire the coach, but 9-3 is a pretty massive disappointment for Mizzou this year. I feel like that's a pretty big disappointment.
Let me ask, because the next one that we had on here was the most egregious prediction. Is that your most egregious prediction?
Yeah, I'd probably say so. Yeah, I think so.
So let's,
And it's not even like from the standpoint of, I may only pick them to win one more game than that, but, I don't know. And what were the losses? South Carolina and then who else?
A&M and Alabama. And I could see South Carolina.
Is A&M in Como?
No, A&M's at Kyle Field.
Okay.
I believe.
Right.
I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's an early kick, I think.
Yeah, I still think that's egregious, though. I still think that's egregious.
They rebuilt their offensive line. That's where I feel confident, is that I'm looking at the offensive line. I'm seeing the additions of Caden Green and Marcus Bryant. I'm seeing Marcus Carroll come in the backfield. They didn't lose Luther Burden. They didn't lose Theo Weiss. They didn't lose their tight end. They didn't lose their number 3 receiver. They didn't lose Kirby Moore. They still have Brady Cook. What am I missing here? Like, what am I missing offensively to where they can't go back to back to back and be able to still get win after win? That's where I'm at. It's defensively, I can get behind it, but there's nothing missing on offense besides Cody Schrader and the offensive tackles, and you replace both. And then honestly, you got a good one that is a multi-chess piece in Caden Green that can go anywhere in the offensive line. So it's like he can be a plug-and-play addition what you need on that day. If you feel good about your right tackle situation, you shift him into left guard or right guard, and you just call it even Steven. Like, that's where I have issues, is it's the offense personality. And he writes in the article, he talks about the offense having a little bit of a step back because of the line. I just don't see it.
Yeah. I would say this too. How about this is a team that we don't talk about nearly as much, but how about Cole, Kentucky at 6-6? I think that's really that one really that feels low. That to me that feels low for Kentucky. That feels really low.
But here's the thing: is it 6-6 and they're losing games by one possession on the final last drive? Because if that's the case, maybe it's the defense taking a step back, or there's not a wide receiver that can come up and make a play, or it's Vandergriff in his first year starting. To where I disagree with it. I do. I think that they're probably an 8-4, 9-3 team more per se this year. But if that's the way that they go 6-6, I can at least understand the reasoning. I just can't get behind when Missouri is favored in probably 11 games. The only one where maybe they won't be is in Tuscaloosa on a Saturday afternoon against Alabama and that offense. That's the only game where I'm sitting here saying, where is the egregiousness? Like, where is the stability on this? Because even with the new additions on defense, they added in players defensively, not elite players, but still pretty damn good ones.
And Cole, on a side note, really quickly, I think this is a huge year for Kentucky from the standpoint of perception. I think Kentucky with Mark Stoops, they've earned being looked at with more respect from the standpoint of you don't just chalk up Kentucky as a win anymore. That's actually going to be a difficult game. But I think if they go 6-6 this year, Cole, I think Kentucky slowly but surely will start to slip back and we don't take Kentucky. This is a big year for them. Is how seriously do we take Kentucky year in, year out? Because again, Stoops got them to a point where it's they're going 8-4, they're going 9-3, they won 10 games one year. And it's you slipped the 7 wins last year. And, if you go 6-6 this year, it's kind of all right, Kentucky had a nice run, but they're still better than old Kentucky, but not by a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The part with Kentucky that I think is going to be really interesting is how we view them when everyone else starts to have those drops. Because South Carolina, when they added in Shane Beamer, the big selling point was he overseed expectations. He got 6 wins his first year when it was a 4-win season. And then he got 8 wins his next year and it was supposed to be a 6-win season. And so what if we see that happen again, where Shane Beamer gets him back, you get into Lenore Sellers, he balls out, the rushing attack is awesome, led by Rocket Sanders, the offensive line is stable, led by Josiah Thompson, and now here they are kind of doing what Kentucky did back in the early mid-2010s, and now they become Kentucky. And is Stoops now becoming the version of South Carolina at the very end of the C. Spurrier? And then we're going to go back to having those kind of question marks of, well, is this a good program? Is it a great program? Is it an average program? Where are they? Kind of like we had to do for a while when it came to Kentucky. When it came to South Carolina. So that's where I think that we're sitting. And it also doesn't help that you're adding in 2 pristine programs like Texas and Oklahoma that regardless of what the record is, they're better for ratings. So they're immediately going to become talking points way more than Kentucky is. So, yeah, I think I would agree with you on this one. Here's one for you. I got, if you could change one win, so one game, one schedule, you think it's perfect, what's the one that you would change?
If I could flip the prediction, essentially.
Yeah, you flip one prediction.
Who were Bama's losses to again?
It was to, let's see. Bama was
Georgia and somebody had to be.
Georgia and Tennessee.
Okay, so you already had Tennessee as a loss.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I can't switch it because I think both of them are losses.
I was about to go with Rocky Top also.
I got one.
Ole Miss losing to
LSU and Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'd probably flip the Ole Miss Oklahoma game. I think Ole Miss will win that one. I think they're 11 win. I think they go 11-1. I can see the LSU game. I'm not quite buying that much in OU yet.
I think it's Texas. I think Texas
Switch
without losing
to the A&M game.
I don't think they lose to A&M.
That's fair.
I could see them losing to Oklahoma. I could see Oklahoma.
Back to back. Let me ask you this, Cole. What's the craziest? Because you used to cover A&M. For those that don't know, what's the craziest you've seen Kyle Field? All right? Two-part question. What's the craziest you've seen Kyle Field, and how do you think this year's Texas game and that atmosphere will compare to that?
Alabama losing as the number 1 team in the country on the game-winning field goal by Seth Small was easily the craziest atmosphere I've ever been in. When it came
was that 21?
21.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was the craziest atmosphere I've ever been in. It was October night. You had Bryce Young dealing. You had the Devon A-Chain kick return for a touchdown was the most ruckus I have ever seen Kyle Field react. They tell you when you go into the press box, they're like, hey, here's the deal. It's going to be shaky. Like, it is normal to feel like that you're in the middle of an earthquake. Even the people who worked at the facility were holding on to guardrails when they scored that touchdown with Devon A-Chain. Like, that's how maddening it got. And then Seth Small kicks the field goal. Saban's trying to get out of all the commotion. Field's getting piled on left and right. They're storming. It becomes a complete and total maroon wave of just chaotic theory. It was far and away the most ruckus atmosphere. I don't know if Texas and Oklahoma is going to meet that, because here's the thing. It was how close that game was that kept the crowd intensity up. And so if I think that Texas A&M is going to be good this year, better than advertised, still a team that's going to be very competitive, then maybe against Texas, they're down by 14 going into the fourth quarter, and that becomes 17. And then after 17, they get it back to 14, and then it becomes 21. At that point, I think the motion's going to be sucked out to where I think Texas is just going to run away and they're going to feel confident. So it's a little challenging to say that even though that atmosphere for the very beginning of the game is going to be completely insane, I don't know if it'll carry that same weight if you're down by 3 scores going into the final 15 minutes.
I think that's fair. I think it's. Dude, listen, I'm one Cole. I'm surrounded by Aggies, so I probably should say this quietly, but I've been one. I just don't know why we don't allow Texas A&M to overachieve after years and years and years. And Texas A&M, by the way, arriving to the stadium. That's why you're hearing these sirens. I don't know why we don't allow them to overachieve, Cole. I don't get it. I don't get why we have to. Year one of Mike Elko, we're setting these crazy 9 or 10 win expectations. Why can't we just say they're going to go 7-5 and be surprised when they go 8-4?
Because if we can't, that's just A&M.
We can't.
That's just A&M.
It's
literally like, why can't we? It's like, why can't we move the national championship to a Saturday? Because we can't. Because we can't. And everyone's like, well, what happened? Well, we should. It's made for college football. Then don't watch the national championship this year on a Monday, and then tell me that you're going to see change. But you're going to watch it. They got you locked in. You're reeled in. You're stuck. You're not going to tune it out because you're going to be just like me on a Tuesday morning, exhausted from being up until 1:30, talking about the sport, watching an SEC team, probably play a Big Ten team, and go down to the wire. It's going to happen. So it's like A&M. They're always going to put the wagon before the horse until there is a year where literally they have no 5-star starters. They have no consistency. They bring in like a John L. Smith, like they did that one year with when they let go of Bobby for the one season. Like that would be the level of where you say, yep, we got to do it. But it's never going to happen. So that's why you can't see it. Here's one for you. Wild but most probable prediction of all the ones that you see. It's wild to think, but you could see it happen.
Do you think some would call Tennessee beating Bama a wild prediction?
No, I don't. That's to me. It's out. To me, it's wild to think that Alabama's 10-2.
Right.
But it's not. But that's not wild. I think it's probable. I do. I know what that atmosphere is going to be like in Neyland. I know, and as a Bama grad, I can tell you what, when Neyland is loud and Neyland is at its peak, people want to go ahead and crap on it. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but there was somebody that I know that was on earlier talking about Tennessee not being relevant in college football. No, the team is not relevant at all, and it hasn't been for a hot minute. But don't you dare crap on those fans. Those fans for years had to deal with orange pants Derek Dooley freaking marching up and down that sideline, and they were ravenous. And now they got something good cooking up there with Josh Heupel. And you know what that atmosphere is like when they get a win, a massive win. And that game, again, 2 years ago, I honestly think that if that game was played exactly the exact same way, it's Alabama scoring a game-winning field goal, not Tennessee, because it's in Bryant Denny Stadium. It's going to be back in Neyland. I think that carries a lot of weight. It's the second loudest atmosphere I've ever been in for a college football game.
I think, admittedly, Cole, I think Florida beating LSU to me is a little too aggressive for my team right now. I think it is. I like Philly and I like Florida, and I think they're going to make a bowl game. I do, and that one's in the Swamp, right?
I believe it's in the Swamp. Yeah.
But that's probably their best chance to get a win in that final 5 games. Although I don't know what Florida State's going to be. I mean, I know they got DJU and their ACC, whatever, but that one to me feels that's a stretch. That feels like a stretch a little bit.
I'll tell you another one that I could see probable. 10-2 Tennessee with the loss coming to Oklahoma. I could see that easily. I could.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those things where it comes down to 2 things for me. The offensive line versus the defensive line and the atmosphere. That game's played at Gaylord. That game goes to Oklahoma. That game's played at Neyland. That game goes to Tennessee.
You know what's an egregious prediction to make, Cole? Like, if it happened, it would be one of those things where it's not the biggest upset of the college football season. But picking South Carolina to beat Missouri after they've lost 5 straight to them, to me, feels egregious. That at some point, and predictions, I guess, would be boring if we made them this way, but at some point you have to say, okay, until this team proves they can beat this other team, we're not picking them to win. You know what I mean? Like, at some point, it's like, but I don't know.
Here's the thing. I think Missouri drops. I think Missouri goes 10-2 this year. I do. I think if they lose to Alabama, but they're going to lose another game. And I think it's going to be one of those games that they're just not, they're kind of sleeping through. Is it Arkansas? Is it South Carolina? Is it Kentucky? Is it like it's not going to be like Murray State or some shit like that, but it's going to be a team that you're looking at and saying, okay, I don't know why, but I don't feel good. Like Oklahoma to me, I feel like they're going to lose.
You got it.
But even still, I look at Oklahoma and I talk about them. That's a game where if they were to lose, even if it is in Como, I'm not concerned. I'm like, I can see it happening.
Cole, that's right up there with like if we should do like a power ranking, the most bad blood games of the 2024 season.
Oh, that
one is right up there. I mean,
I think that's more than Texas and Texas A&M right now, personally. Just the way Twitter's reacting to it. Like, have you seen honestly, I kind of fear for my life whenever we go on these road trips this year, because if there's going to be an Oklahoma fan or a Missouri fan saying, you're teetering the fence with us way too much. You're playing with both of our heartstrings. Who are you leading on? Because we're going to kick your ass if you say the wrong answer. And so, I'm kind of terrified right now going on that road trip potentially.
We're going to be like Rob Lowe wearing the NFL hat. I'm just
100% SEC.
Yeah, I just want to see everybody have fun. So. No, I mean, I just, those picks, man. I mean, again, I go back to the bottom too, like Arkansas going 4-8. That's brutal for. Do you think Bobby Petrino would take over in that scenario?
No, I don't.
Because the offense wouldn't have been good enough for him to even take it.
But here's the thing. I know that he wouldn't take over because last year the same thing happened at Texas A&M. Right. They could have gone to Bobby and they went to Elijah Robinson, the defensive line coach, to be the interim coach for the rest of the year when Jimbo was fired. So if they're not going to bring him in, why the hell would they not? Like at that point, if they didn't do it at Texas A&M, they're definitely not going to do it at Fayetteville. One more for you, and we got to close out with one more thing. You bet your money today. Without a question, there's no concern, no issue whatsoever. The one game that you guarantee is a win, regardless of what happens, of the predictions. So of one of those losses, of those losses, the guaranteed one win. Because I got mine. This is pretty easy.
Georgia over Bama. I would guarantee it.
I go Oklahoma over Tennessee.
Okay.
I go Oklahoma over Tennessee. Again, I am that confident that when you look at these two squads, you look at these two teams, you put that game in Neyland, that's a win for Tennessee. You put that game in Gaylord, that's a win for Oklahoma. Where's the game? That's all it comes down to me. That's all it comes down to. If it's Gaylord. If you put it in Norman, that game is 100% happening. That's it. It just is. I'm sorry. That's a guaranteed prediction. Chris, I got a bone to pick with some people on this one because if I recently saw it, and our buddies, they're great people. Michael Bratton, cousin Shane, we love them. We love that SEC podcast.
They're great.
Great people. But there was a conversation last night when they were doing the Mizzou preview talking about if Drink gets to another 10-win season, is he considered top 5 in the SEC? To which I can understand that argument. It's a very good argument. Here's where I had some problems. There was comments on the post saying, well, Drink is already a top 5 head coach in the SEC. So here's why I bring this up. Are we giving too much credit going into this year to Sark and Kalen DeBoer for their success outside of the SEC now joining the SEC? Because I think most of us can sit here and say, okay, Nick's gone, so somebody's got to move up the pecking order. You move Brian Kelly from number 3 to number 2. You move Kirby Smart from number 2 to number 1. But then you have the conversation of, well, what do you mean when it comes to Lane? What about Heupel? What about when you throw in Sark? What about when you throw in Drink? When you throw in DeBoer? There's success elsewhere. Does that carry weight when it comes to the now norm of the SEC? Because we haven't seen Sark coach more than one game in conference play, and that was in the Iron Bowl in a year where Auburn was already just paddling upstream and looking like dog.
You know, I think you have to give credit to making the college ball playoff. I don't care what conference it's in. You know, I think there's going to be a new challenge for sure. But I've talked about this a lot. I think that there's a lot of teams that are talking smack right now in the SEC that they're going to be below Texas and Oklahoma on the rungs on the ladder that are the SEC ladder. So tread lightly, if you will. No, I don't think we're giving them too much credit, especially Kalen DeBoer, too, Cole. You look at everywhere he's been. He's won everywhere he's been.
Yeah.
I mean, go all the way back to NAIA ball. He's won everywhere he's been. So, again, it's a new challenge for both guys. But they were both in the college football playoff last year. They've both done incredible jobs at their respective stops. DeBoer, obviously, Washington and previous, and then Sarkisian, what he's done at Texas. So I don't think so, which, by the way, I spot Billy Lucci in the distance walking down the street, which is funny. But anyways, no. Now, with Drink, here's the thing. His previous experience, 500 coach. So this year is big when it comes to – will he be able to do it again? That's the big question. Can he do it again? Is that really who Drink and Mizzou are going to be? Or was it a flash in a pan? And fairly or unfairly? And let's also be honest about this, Cole. A program like Mizzou, they have to do 5 or 10 times what a program like Texas or Alabama has to do to get respect. They have to. They just have to. Like Texas, Bama, brand, history, tradition. Mizzou, not that. They're just not. Let's call it what it is. Not a bad program, but they're not Texas and Alabama. So we're going to give an extra layer of respect to Sark and to Kalen DeBoer that I think that Eli Drinkwitz has got to earn. You know what I mean? So, no, I don't think it's unfair. I mean, when I dropped my way too early head coaching rankings a couple months ago, I'll drop head coaching rankings again probably within the next month. And I'm going to tell you Sark and DeBoer are going to be top 5. They are.
Yeah.
Drink is not. Drink is not going to be top 5 for me yet. I think Drink's a great coach, but you got to do it again. You got to go at least 9-3 this year. I think at least. If they go 8-4 or worse, in my opinion, Cole, it's going to be like, okay, Drink, they had a great 1 year, but, you know, he is who he is.
So Kalen DeBoer, the reason why I give him the respect, it's actually not even the wins, it's the production, and it's the consistency. You look at Fresno State, you look at South Dakota, you look at his time when he was at Washington, top 5 scoring offense, top 10 passing offense every single year. So that's going to carry weight when it comes to going into this conference. Add in the wins, he doesn't have double-digit losses anywhere in his stops if you include his tenure when he was at South Dakota. So immediately, that already plays into your factor. Sark has experience recruiting, coaching, and actually building a resume in the SEC when he was Alabama's offensive coordinator. Now, It's Texas. Texas comes with lofty goals, which means to me he is the most susceptible to moving down the pecking order. Because if you also have a roster that's supposed to be immediately showing up to the SEC, gung-ho and ready to take a spot at the big boy table. But then I go to this next theory, and it is the consistency basis. Brian Kelly has double-digit 10-win seasons back-to-back years since joining the SEC. You haven't seen a single drop-off in 2 national championships since Athens, Georgia received Kirby Smart. Lane Kiffin is right now the coach with the advantage over everybody else because if he has 2 10-win seasons. Josh Heupel, I like him. I think he's a damn good coach. I think he's a great offensive mind. I think he's good for recruiting. I think he understands what is needed to be successful. 1 10-win season. Eli Drinkowitz, being willing to put himself out there, not afraid to be the villain of college football, dressed to the nine, decked out in Nike shoes, willing to kind of be a semi-asshole. 1 10-win season. You look at a guy like Mark Stoops. Mark Stoops has 2 10-win seasons, yet we don't talk about him anywhere near the top 10, and he's doing it at a program like Kentucky when you're also having to go up against really prominent coaches in the SEC. You can't say that about Billy Napier. You can't say that about Shane Beamer. You can't say that about anybody. So it's like, until somebody is able to cross that threshold of consistent double-digit win seasons, while also recruiting, while getting monumental wins, Drink to me is right there in that same conversation. Like Brett Venables. Poor Brett Venables. Guy just gets to 10 wins last year with Oklahoma. He gets a win over Texas, and he's not even a part of the conversation. Like, oh, yeah, he's like number 9 on the list. But, yeah, 10 wins. Screw him. It's like, that's kind of how I got to feel right now when it comes to Drake. I got to see more of it.
Yeah.
I just got to see it one more time. If you say that there's a pecking order, you got the proven guys that have been to the highest mountaintop, that'd be smart. Then you have the guys that are right there, haven't won a title, but probably could. It's Sark, it's Kiffin. I mean, it's Sark, it's Brian Kelly, it's Kalen DeBoer, and then you throw in the guy who has the 10-win season in back-to-back years. It's Kiffin, and that's the argument. And then you have these next 3, which is just like Venables, and it's Heupel, and it's Drink, and it's Stoops, and they're good guys, and they have success, but they haven't done enough to show me that they are at that level just yet. So, like, all of them are sitting, like, at 6 through 9. Let's see what they do this year and see who makes the jump into the top 10.
Well, and what's tough, Cole, is, like, when you rank these coaches, like, somebody's got to be 7. Somebody's got to be 8. You got it. Somebody's got to be 9. So, I mean, you know, whoever it is isn't going to be happy, right?
Yeah,
so,
of course.
I mean, this is a big year for Drink, to your point. I mean, I think Drink's a good coach. I think he's done a solid job at Mizzou. But, you know, I'm curious, what are they going to be moving forward?
I mean, but I think the biggest thing is also it's not even what they're going to be moving forward. I think what it is you wonder, is last year the start of something with a brand new era of the SEC? Because it's not even like what they're going to be moving forward, because they may just be another average team that once every blue moon, kind of like Michigan State in the Big Ten a few years ago, get 10 wins, then 8 wins, 8 wins, 8 wins, 10 wins. That might be them. But are they going to still be that team now with Texas and Oklahoma joining the mix? Or are they going to go back to being that 6-6 squad moving forward? And they have one top tier?
To that point, Cole, I think it's about more so like what it meant for Tennessee last year and Josh Heupel. It's about establishing what your floor is. So like even in your not so great years, like Tennessee, I thought last year why that was so important. I felt like they established, okay, like we're a minimum 8-4 program. And now for Mizzou, it's like, well, what are you going to be at minimum? What type of program are you? So are you going to be at minimum, 8-4, 9-3? Is this 10-win thing a new norm, or are you going to go back to your 6-6? You know what I mean? Like Mizzou, we talk about boomer bust teams. One of the biggest boomer bust teams in the 2024 college football season. There's no question.
Probably. I mean, again, also you got to look at Tennessee. People are going to talk about that loss to Florida. The biggest loss to me last year was the one in Missouri, because they just curb stomped them completely. Is that going to be Missouri this year going up against Oklahoma, South Carolina, Florida? Is that going to be the case? They're the ones that curb stomped them.
Well, Cole, you hear that?
Yeah. Yes, I can. I can hear the bathroom.
They're calling up the Aggies and the Wildcats to get the Jello shots. And we've hit. Is it 4 o'clock? It's 5 o'clock East.
Yeah, it's 5
o'clock.
o'clock.
Our time. We've had time, dude. This has been electric. Thank you all so much again for continuing to roll with the punches. This is my last day in Omaha, Nebraska. God willing, if I get back tonight. But Cole, this has been a blast, man. I appreciate you taking the time. All those that tuned in, thank you all so much. Again, you can find us at SEC Unfiltered. And of course, stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered for all their content as well. And of course, the live show. Cole, I appreciate you, man. A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Anytime, buddy. You got this.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go have a jello shot on me.
Yeah,
NC State
always a
time.
blast. Yeah, we might have to go do that. Again, I'm Chris Phillips. He's Cole Thompson. Appreciate you all tuning in. We will catch you tomorrow right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Y'all take care.